गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरुः साक्षात् परब्रह्म तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः।
Really very nice to know that Karnataka University Dharwad has decided to prepare and develop an archival system in the memory of late Professor M.R. KUMBAR, who was the founder of the Department of Library Science in Karnataka University Dharwad. As far as I can recall, Professor KUMBAR was one of my students in 1960-61 batch for his master's degree, and before that he had done his BSc course also from Delhi University. I had just started teaching in Delhi University at that time, and when he came in 1960, I remember to recall that I was a little surprised that he came all the way from Dharwad to study master's degree course in library science, which is now called Library and Information Science at the University of Delhi. While talking with him, one day I asked him, "Why have you come all the way from Dharwad to study here?" And he said that he was always highly impressed to have been a student of Delhi University, and he was very right, because Delhi University Department of Library Science was established by Dr. S.R. Ranganathan in 1946, and he started not only at that time BSc course was called Diploma in Library Science, and in 1948 he started what is called today Master's degree in Library and Information Science. It was a sort of a development which is difficult to believe today, because till that time the departments of library science in the country were mostly part of the library system of the university, and it was for the first time that a department was created in Delhi University which was at par with other departments in the university, and this was affiliated under the Faculty of Arts, and that was something which was unique. Secondly, I must add that at that time Delhi University was the only university, not only in India but in the whole of Commonwealth countries, to have a master's degree course in library science. The only university in the world at that time was at Columbia University, which had started a master's degree course in 1887. And at that time, it had been started by Melville Dewey, and it was the only university having a master's degree course, and Delhi University was the second university in the world to have started the master's degree course. And M.R. KUMBAR was very right when he emphasized that, "Sir, it is a university which is not only important for studies, but also the prestige in the name involved, and that is why he has come all the way from Karnataka University Dharwad to study at Delhi University." And also at that time there was no other university in the country which was running a master's degree course. Dr. Ranganathan was a professor of library science up to 1955. He left in 55 and the course was discontinued, which was again revived in 1959. And after that, the course continues to be in operation in the university, and presently several other universities have also started master's degree course in library science. So I was very happy to have discussion with him in an informal manner about his background. He had been working for some time in a capacity, in a junior capacity in the university library, and he felt interested to complete his higher education in library science so that he could play a very prominent role in developing library science education in Karnataka. In 1962, I remember one day he met me in some meeting somewhere in the country, and he said that Karnataka University Dharwad has now started a library science department, and BLSC course has been initiated, which was later on upgraded, I think, if I remember correctly, sometime in 1972 to master's degree course, and later on even a PhD course was added in the program of Karnataka University Dharwad. And as far as I can recall, it was the only university in Karnataka which was having a library science department in a university in that state. So it is always a nice thing to recall about Professor KUMBAR, as he was a good student, intelligent, and also very easily communicable, because whatever he wanted as a query in his mind, he will not hesitate in talking to his teachers. And I remember with great pleasure to have had quite many communications with him with regard to his educational system in library science papers, and also he will raise questions which I always admired, because I remember Dr. Ranganathan telling us once that even if you know the answer, please put a question, it makes the thing straighten in your mind. And M.R. Kumbar used to follow that system, and it was always nice to have a chance to interact with him. And some of his colleagues in the class at that time were also quite senior people. Some of them were my class fellows earlier, and it was a good group of library science students in 1960-61 batch, which I always recall with a matter of great pleasure, because I had started teaching in Delhi University in 1959, and it was always a matter of great pleasure to meet students and talk to them about their educational studies and involvement.
Thank you, sir.
To the question that what will be the best way to remember Professor M.R. Kumbar now, I must add that he was a legendary figure, great contributor, and certainly someone unique. And there must be some way to remember, to recall about him. There are ways and ways. There could be a book which could be written about his biographical studies. That could be one way to do it. Secondly, it will be always interesting that as the program of the present day people in Dharwad Professor Karsidappa and others, they are planning to develop an archives in the memory of Professor M.R. Kumbhar. That will be certainly a great way to recall about him, about his contributions, not only in the development of library science department at Harvard, also library education in Karnataka, and providing a leadership in the field of library science in greater part of the country. Professor Kumbhar was a man with a great vision. He was not limited to small areas, and whenever I had an interaction with him, he will always try to talk about something on a vast scale, larger scale, and that was something unique. There can be an archive where his old photographs could be organized, his memories could be recorded. People who know him could also contribute in the form of writing about his reminiscences, could be organized and put in the archives. So there are ways and ways to remember and to recall about M.R. Kumbhar, and I strongly feel that it is high time that this positive step which is being taken by the Karnataka University, Harvard at present, should be properly admired, and I am sure that in the long run, the younger generation will always recall M.R. Kumbhar to be a great leader and a person who provided unique leadership in the field of library and information science education in the country. So that there are ways and ways to recall, and I am sure that the people who are working on developing an archival studies will take all possible steps to develop and create memories of the great person. While talking about Professor M.R. Kumbhar, I must mention a few experiences, personal experiences I have had with him as an old student and also as a professional colleague. I must mention that very often, for about 3-4 years, we were members of either the Board of Studies of Committee of Courses of Madras University, where we used to meet, and very often after meeting and discussing the topics in the committee, we used to take a decision to travel to Tirupati. And Professor Kumbhar was always very enthusiastic to accompany me to Tirupati, and he had some close contacts with the people in Shri Venkateshwara University Department of Library Science at Tirupati, and it was always very nice to travel along with him to Tirupati and visit Venkateshwara temple and also interact with these people there. And I found that professionally he was always very keen to talk about professional matters rather than talking about something general. I may add that first time I visited Karnataka University's Harvard Department of Library Science, I am not able to recall the years, but it must have been sometime in early 80s or mid 80s, when he had a student who had done PhD, and I was one of the examiners, and then I was invited to have a viva voce examination for him at Harvard. If I remember correctly, that student was at that time working in DRTC, Bangalore. I am not able to recall his name, but I do have happy memories in communicating with the student and having a very interesting discussion about the topic which had been assigned to him for his PhD. which was something on classification system in a particular subject in social sciences. At that time, I noticed that Professor Kumbar was not just a sort of a routine professor, but he had a curiosity and also a keenness to know something more. And at that time, I found that the topics which used to be assigned to the students for PhD were properly thought about, and I can recall with great pleasure that afterwards, whenever I visited Dharwad University, Karnataka University, Dharwad, I used to visit the university not only for meetings, but also for selection committees and so on. And Professor Kumbar was always very keen to communicate on various professional issues, and we will be spending time not only just talking about other matters but professional matters. So it is always very nice to think about Professor Kumbar, that his contribution in developing library science profession in Karnataka University, Dharwad, and in Karnataka state will always be remembered. And it is something that he played a leading role, and at that time it was something very unusual to develop a department in that part of the country, which was a little on the other side of the country, and he used to spend time on studies and also advocating for developing the profession and spreading the message of library and information science as a discipline in the country. So it is very nice that I'm able to recall some of his interactions with me, but certainly since the time has been a quite time back, I may not be able to recall many old memories, but I do remember him as a gentleman, a gracious personality, a good professional, and it will be certainly a great contribution that Karnataka University Dharwad will develop an archival department in to recall about him and about his contributions, which will continue something like a good historical record for future generation. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Very good morning to everyone. It's my pure tone that I am one of the pupils of Prof. KUMBAR. He was far more than a teacher. He was my Sadguru, my guiding light through both academic and personal journeys. The words of William Arthur Ward, an American writer, resonate deeply when I think of Prof. KUMBAR. To quote, the mediocre teacher tells, the good teacher explains, the superior teacher demonstrates, and the great teacher inspires. Unquote. Professor KUMBAR stood in the rarest category, one who is inspired not only by his knowledge but also by his integrity, humility, and unwavering dedication to his students. I first encountered Professor KUMBAR in the year 1972 as a BLIC student at the Department of Library and Information Science, Karnataka University, Dharwad. From that day until his last, his blessings and encouragement shaped my path. His teaching was a masterclass in clarity, as each concept distilled to its essence, supported by real-world examples. Topics such as prolegomena to library classification, headings and canons, the spiral of scientific method, and the 5 laws of library science became living ideas rather than dry theories. Even now, decades later, I recall the way he made complex theories appear simple and meaningful. His passion for realized profession shone brightest during moments of significance. One that remains etched in my heart occurred on September 27, 1972, the day Dr. S. R. Ranganathan, the father of librarian for science in India, passed away. Within moments of hearing the sad news, Professor S. Kumbar entered our classroom with other faculty members, spoke briefly yet profoundly about Dr. Ranganathan's contributions, led 2 minute silence, and immediately left for Bangalore to attend the funeral. That moment revealed his deep respect for his mentor, his sense of duty, and his belief in honoring legacies. Beyond classroom, Professor Kumbar's influence on my career was more transformative. While I was working in Bangalore, he encouraged me to pursue master's degree. He later urged me towards doctoral research. I will never forget my 1979 visit to his home when, despite being unwell, he asked me to come upstairs, spoke warmly about my health and progress, and then instructed Dr. S.L. Sangam, who was present there, to hand over to me a PhD application form. Without leaving me a chance to hesitate, he told me to sign on it. I obeyed, not out of obligation, but out of trust and reverence for his vision. Research, however, was not without its hurdles. My topic, scientometric studies in semiconductor technology, was a new and sparsely researched field. I often found myself at a standstill, much like my friend Professor S.L. Sangam, who faced similar struggles in his research on bibliometrics. One morning in 1983, Professor Kumbar visited my home in BL campus, Jalalade, Bangalore. After breakfast, he addressed my wife, calling her dear daughter as he always did, and charged her with the responsibility of ensuring I completed my PhD within a year. Then, upon seeing the raw data which I had painstakingly collected, he asked me with assurance, just get me typed and submit. You will get not one but 2 PhDs. That blessing removed my doubts and taught me the value of self-reliance. By April 1985, the thesis was complete, and within months of my submission, I received the joyous news of glowing examiner's report. His vision for my career extended beyond degrees. He consistently advised me to move into academia, pursuing opportunities which I could not. Reluctant to have the comfort of my position at Bharat Electronics Limited, Bangalore, I initially resisted, but through his steady persuasion and encouragement of other teachers and friends, I accepted the role of university librarian at Mangalore University, a turning point that aligned which is dream for me. Later, when the University of Mysore advertised a professorship, I was again hesitant. Yet, once more, his unseen blessings and insistence of peers carried me forward. One of his greatest qualities was his commitment to academic integrity. In conversations, I once expressed concern that Karnataka University's strict marking might disadvantage students compared to others. He listened patiently and carefully, then explained through examples that it is quality, not inflated scores, that defines true success. His reasoning was unshakable, and in time I saw the truth in his words reflected in the achievements of our alumni. Today, though Professor M.R. Kumbar is no longer physically with us, I feel his presence in every important decision I take. His blessings remain my compass. My professional success, my personal growth, and even my family's well being are the direct result of his foresight, encouragement, and love and affection. For me, Professor Kumbar was not only a great teacher, but my eternal Sadguru, one whose lessons transcend time and whose spirit continues to guide me. Professor Vijay Talwar, Chancellor, NITTTR, National Institute of Technical Teachers Training and Research, Chandigarh, deemed to be university, former Vice Chancellor, University of Mysore, and former Vice Chancellor, Deva University, Bengaluru. Thank you, one and all.
When I first heard that students and admirers of Professor M.R. Kumbar are planning to celebrate his 100th birth anniversary, I was really pleased. Although I was not a student of Professor Kumbar, my association with him dates back to 1971 when I was a lecturer in the University of Mysore. Practically every year he used to come to the university as an examiner. The assessment and evaluation would happen immediately after the practical examinations in classification and cataloging. We would get to interact with him. The professional discussions would continue late into the evening at the university guest house. What impressed one most about Professor Kumbar was his simplicity and accessibility to even new entrants to the profession like me. In 1973, Professor Kumbar organized the IATLIS National Seminar at Dharwad. I had a paper and I attended the seminar. The event was attended by very senior professionals, including Professor Kaula and Dr. Bhargava. It is to the credit of Professor Kumbar and his team that everything was in place for the event. It was my first major national conference, and all the participants were impressed by Professor Kumbar's organizational skills, giving attention to even the smallest component to make the conference a great success. It was only after the Dharwad conference that I at least became known to a large number of LIS teachers, and since the Dharwad conference, I at least conferences have been held quite regularly. I moved to Madras in 1977, and Professor Kumbar used to come as an examiner and as selection committee member quite regularly. There were a couple of occasions when he came to my house. I visited Dharwad in connection with a UGC project. Professor Kumbar invited me to speak to his students and took me home for tea in the evening. Mrs. Kumbar was an excellent host. I spent several hours at the residence discussing professional issues with him. He had a very clear understanding of the problems affecting the profession. During my visit to his house, his brother came. If I recall correctly, he was Director General of Police of Goa. He invited me to visit Goa and that he would make all arrangements. I suppose hospitality and nice gestures run in the whole family. A thing which makes Professor Kumbar stand out is his bold decision to recognize associateship of the RTC and INSTOC and admits students to PhD program in Library and Information Science in Karnataka University. This was such a major decision, and stalwarts like G. Bhattacharya, M.A. Gopinath, Sita Rama, and many others obtained their doctoral degrees under his supervision. Professor Kumbar was affectionate to the students and was deeply loved by them. That his students and friends have come together to celebrate his centenary of this teacher speaks volumes of the respect they have for him. Professionals like Kumbar have left so much for the younger LIS professionals to emulate, follow, and adopt. Thank you very much.
Dear professionals, warm greeting. It is both a privilege and a deeply emotional moment to give a tribute on the occasion of the 100th birth centenary of Professor M.R. Kumbar, who is a legendary teacher and a guiding force and a torchbearer of library and information science education in India. Professor Kumbar is very well known for the innovations he did in teaching and in research in library and information science, and his command over the basic core areas like library classification as well as cataloging is unparalleled, and always his students talk about the mark he left on them as professionals. Professor Kumbar had a very rare personality, and he encouraged every student to achieve their goals. His vision and his engagement will be remembered for ages. On this occasion of the birth centenary of the doyen Professor M.R. Kumbar, I pay my respects and wish to remember his contributions and dedicate, and I call upon the professionals and the students and the researchers of LIS to follow the strong tenets that Professor Kumbar has laid down. I am also a very proud alumni of the Department of Library and Information Science, KUD, for which was fostered for a long time by Professor M.R. Kumbarji. Thank you very much.
Greetings to all the LIS professionals and others on this solemn occasion of celebrating the centenary year of our beloved teacher, Professor M.R. Kumbar. Why everyone remembers Professor Kumbar? Because he showered love and affection on every student who came in contact with him. But he was and he is special to me. Many of you have already talked and expressed through different media about his persona as a teacher, and a fine human being. In spite of many instances which I can recollect, my association with him, 4 specific instances are very important, and I recollect and talk about them here. He was, which has helped to shape my profession and the career and blessed me all through his life. The first one, he developed a lasting instinct and the impact on me on the study of library classification theory that has created in me a distinct alias identity in the profession, and I enjoy reading, writing, and discussing about the subject all the time. It has become my life mission. Second is my appointment to KREC Suratkal, which is now known as National Institute of Technology, Karnataka, Suratkal. It is a gift to me by Professor M.R. KUMBAR, and my services at KREC is a chapter in my professional career and in my life. From here, I was deputed to Instock for higher studies, and that paved my way to go to do my doctoral studies at Gulbarga University, Kalburgi. Second is my discussion about my PhD thesis with him. I spent the whole day following up from university to department, then to his home. He directed me to go to his home, that he will come around 7:30, and he came all the way from the university after the meeting. Then we had a dinner. He finished around 10:30, and we started discussing around 11:30 till 4 a.m. in that particular day. He was highly satisfied with my work. Then he told me that you earned your PhD. Go to sound sleep, and said that it is too late for me. I will not be able to meet you in the morning, and you can go back to Bangalore and write your thesis and submit it. And I happen to be the first PhD from Gulbarga University, Kalburgi, in Library and Information Science. The thesis was evaluated by a foreign library science expert in that particular subject, Professor Eric D. Crollier, who said that it is an excellent piece of study on the topic. And I earned my PhD in 1983. I owe my gratitude to my beloved teacher and the guide, Professor S.R. Gunjal also. The third point is, when I was doing my BLBC at Karnataka University, I met with an accident. Even though it was not a very serious accident, I was hospitalized at KMC Hubli. Professor M.R. KUMBAR, hearing the news, came all the way from Dharwad to Hubli, KMC, to see me. and my recovery and well-being. After the accident, we had a long study tour to Mysore, Bangalore, and Kerala. He advised my classmates not to allow me to carry my luggage, and all through my journey for nearly 21 days, my classmates stuck to the advice of our teacher, Professor Kumbar, and this shows a kind of love and affection that he has showered on me. There are only few glimpses of my close association with Professor Kumbar. On this occasion, I offer my heartfelt salutation to my beloved teacher and would ever relish and enjoy my association and love and affection he has showered on me. Thank you very much.
Dear professional friends, greetings from LIS Academy, Bangalore. I am Dr. Kunur, President of LIS Academy, Bangalore. The history of library and information science education in Karnataka would remain incomplete without paying tribute to the monumental contributions of Professor M.R. Kumbar, a visionary scholar and institutional builder who laid the foundation for modern librarianship in the region. Born on 16th April 1925, Professor Kumbar dedicated his life to knowledge dissemination, scholarly resource management, and the professionalization of library education in India. My own journey in the field of library and information science education was deeply influenced by Professor Kumbar, though I was neither his student nor his colleague initially. After serving the Department of Public Libraries for over 16 years, I had the golden opportunity to pursue bachelor's and master's degree in library science from Bangalore University, earning gold medals in both of them. In 1987, I was selected as a lecturer in library science at Gulbarga University, and a year later joined Department of Library and Information Science at Karnataka University, Dharwad. By then, Professor Kumbar had already retired and had gone to serve as a university librarian and HOD at Manipur University. Though I had heard much about him and Professor K.S. Deshpande during my years in service, I had not yet met him personally. However, Professor Karchidappa and Professor Sangam, both towering figures in the department, frequently spoke of him with immense admiration. Their anecdotes kindled in me a strong desire to meet and learn from him. Eventually, Professor Kumbar returned to Dharwad in the year 1989. From then on, I had a privilege of frequent interaction with him. I often used to take him to the Dharwad Gymkhana Club on my scooter and bring him back home. As an arrangement that soon grew into a close personal bond. Both he and Mrs. Kumbar Baswaneva embraced me like their own son. Professor Karchidappa used to jokingly remark as how fortunate you are to have earned such affection from Professor Kumbar. At the time, I was still building my teaching experience and approached every classes with meticulous preparation. However, department politics, as in any institution, posed its challenges. On one occasion, as I was about to enter the classroom after drinking a glass of water, a senior colleague remarked sarcastically, "You don't need to drink water here. The students will make you to drink it once you start teaching." Deeply hurt by this, I shared this incident with Professor Kumbar that evening. He affectionately used to call me Tamya and said, if that teacher tell you anything again like this, ask him to come and sit in your classroom. Your lecture will make him to drink water. That moment of encouragement and many such interactions shaped my confidence, teaching style and leadership skills. While I never had any godfathers in life, I was blessed with influential personalities like Professor P. Dasumurthy, Professor S.R. Gunjal and Professor M.R. Kumbar, who played a pivotal role in my growth. From library assistant to university librarian and a professor of library and information science, I may not believe in God, but I truly believe that such personalities embodied the divine through their guidance and selfless support. The darkest day in my life came on 23rd June 1993, the day Professor KUMBAR passed away. He had been my mentor, philosopher and friend. Though his physical presence is no more, his ideals, values and encouragement remains deeply etched in my heart and work. As we are celebrating the birth centenary of Professor M.R. KUMBAR, we are reminded of a life dedicated to the pursuit of knowledge, academic rigor and professional excellence. Across generations, academic institutions, librarians and students pay tribute to him, not merely as a scholar or a librarian, but as a visionary educator who profoundly shaped the landscape of LIS education in Karnataka and beyond. His legacy is reflected in remarkable success of his students, many of whom went on to serve in leading libraries across India, while some earned prestigious positions in institutions abroad, testaments and strength of his mentorship and the academic foundation he provided. Professor M.R. KUMBAR was embodiment of dedication, discipline and innovation, values that continue to guide and inspire library and information science education today. Beyond every great institution stands a visionary leader. For the Department of Library and Information Science, Karnataka University, Dharwad, that leader was Professor KUMBAR. A true pioneer in the field, he served not only as a distinguished academician but also as a mentor and guide to generations of library scholars. A true pioneer in the field, he served not only as a distinguished academician but also as a mentor and a guide to generations of LIS scholars. His legacy has helped elevate the visibility and status of LIS profession both nationally and globally. Thank you one and all.
ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಮಲ್ಲಿನಾಥ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ನಿವೃತ್ತ ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರು, ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ಮತ್ತು ಮಾಹಿತಿ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ವಿಭಾಗ, ಮೈಸೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ, ಮೈಸೂರು. ಈ ದಿನ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ M.R. ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತನಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನನಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಸಂತೋಷ ಮತ್ತು ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಾನು ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಅವರ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ಆಗದೇ ಇದ್ದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅವರ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳೆದಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅನೇಕ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರು, ಗ್ರಂಥಪಾಲಕರು, ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ನನಗೆ ಪರಿಚಯ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ, ನನಗೆ ಸಹಪಾಠಿಗಳಾಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ, ನನಗೆ ಅನೇಕ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರು ಆಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೆ, ಅವರನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದ್ದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಭೇಟಿಯಾಗುವ ಅವಕಾಶ ನನಗೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿತ್ತು. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ M.R. ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರನ್ನು ಪ್ರಥಮ ಬಾರಿಗೆ ನಾನು 1983-84ನೇ ಇಸ್ವಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಗುಲ್ಬರ್ಗಾ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದಾಗ ಅವರನ್ನು ನಾನು ಪ್ರಥಮ ಬಾರಿಗೆ ನೋಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ ಸಿಕ್ತು. ಅವರು ಅವಾಗ ನನಗೆ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮಿನರ್ ಆಗಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದರು. ಅವಾಗೆ ಮಾತನಾಡುವ ಅವಕಾಶ ಸಿಗದೇ ಇದ್ದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅವರನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದ್ದೆ. ನಂತರದಲ್ಲಿ 1984-85ರಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ MLIC ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಯಾಗಿ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡಾಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಅವರು ಎಕ್ಸಾಮಿನರ್ ಆಗಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದರು. ನನ್ನ ಗುರುಗಳಾದ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಸದಾಶಿವಮೂರ್ತಿ ಅವರು ಅವರನ್ನು ಪರಿಚಯ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಮಾತನಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ನೀಡಿದರು. ಸೊ ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಅವರನ್ನು ಭೇಟಿಯಾಗಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ದು ನನಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸೌಭಾಗ್ಯ ಅಂತಲೇ ನಾನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ನಂತರದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ಅನೇಕ ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಭೇಟಿಯಾಗುವ ಅವಕಾಶ ಸಿಕ್ತು, ಅವರನ್ನು ನೋಡುವ ಅವಕಾಶ ಸಿಕ್ತು, ಅವರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಮಾತನಾಡುವ ಅವಕಾಶ ಸಿಕ್ತು. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ M.R. ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಿಂದ MLIC ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಡೆಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದಿಂದ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೆ. ಆಗ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಅವಕಾಶಗಳು ಇಲ್ಲದೇ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅವರು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ VV ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಾಗ ಹೋಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದರು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೆ. ನಂತರದಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ VVಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರಾಗಿ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ವಿಭಾಗವನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿ ಆ ವಿಷಯವನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನವನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರಥಮ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಇವರ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನದಲ್ಲಿ, ಇವರ ಲೀಡರ್ಶಿಪ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಿರೋದು. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇವರನ್ನು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಚಳವಳಿಯ ಪಿತಾಮಹ ಅಂತ ಕರಿಬಹುದು. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇವರನ್ನು ಪಿತಾಮಹ ಅಂತ ಕರೀಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನನಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ನಂತರದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಅನೇಕ ವಿಷಯಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ಅವರ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಂದ ನಾನು ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. ಅವರು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಅವರನ್ನು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ನೆನೆಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಲೈಬ್ರರಿ ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಫಿಕೇಷನ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತುಂಬ ವಿಶೇಷ ಪರಿಣಿತಿಯನ್ನು ಪಡೆದಿದ್ದರು ಮತ್ತು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಹಾಗೆ ಅವರನ್ನು ಪ್ರೀತಿಸ್ತಿದ್ರು. ಅವರ ಮುಂದಿನ ಜೀವನಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ನೀಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ನೋಡಿ, ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಸಲ ಈಗಿನ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರನ್ನು ನೆನೆಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅವರನ್ನು ಭೇಟಿಯಾಗುವಂಥ ಅವಕಾಶಗಳು ಇತ್ತೀಚಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬ ಕಡಿಮೆ. ಹಾಗಿರುವಾಗ 100 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಅವರ ಹುಟ್ಟುಹಬ್ಬದ ಸಮಾರಂಭವನ್ನು ಏರ್ಪಾಡು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಅವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕು, ವಿಶೇಷ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಈಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ನೋಡಿ ತುಂಬ ಸಂತೋಷ ಮತ್ತು ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಈಗ ಅವರ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಎಮ್ ಆರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರ ಹೆಸರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಟ್ರಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಒಂದು ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಅವರ ಹೆಸರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರಿಗೆ, ಗ್ರಂಥಪಾಲಕರಿಗೆ, ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅವರ ಹೆಸರಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ತಿಳಿದು ಅನೇಕ ಅವರ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಾದಂಥವರು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಈಗ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಅವರ ಈ 100 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಹುಟ್ಟುಹಬ್ಬದ ಶತಮಾನೋತ್ಸವ ಆಚರಣೆ ಸಮಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನ ಮಾಡಿ ಅನೇಕ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಅವರು ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನನಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಖುಷಿ ಮತ್ತು ಸಂತೋಷ. ಅವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನನಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಎಮ್ ಆರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರು ಅನೇಕ ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೊಡ್ಡ ದಿಗ್ಗಜರು ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಕರೆಸಿಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ DRTCನಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅನೇಕ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಲೈಬ್ರರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತು ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅವರು PhD ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಅನೇಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕೆಲಸಗಳನ್ನು ಸೇರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಮತ್ತು ನಾನು ಕೂಡ ಅವರ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನದಲ್ಲಿ ಅನೇಕ ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನು ನಾನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈ ದಿನ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಎಮ್ ಆರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರು 100 ವರ್ಷಗಳು ಅವ್ರ ಹುಟ್ಟುಹಬ್ಬವನ್ನು ಆಚರಣೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅನೇಕ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಕೂಡ ಅವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ 2 ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಆಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ತುಂಬ ಸಂತೋಷವಾಗಿದೆ. ಈ ಅವಕಾಶಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಕೃತಜ್ಞತೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಚ್ಛೆಪಡ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು.
It is my privilege to talk Professor Mahadeva Gowda Rudragowda Kumbar. As all of you know, he was a pioneer in the field of library and information science in Karnataka. He was responsible for many, first in the field of library science education in our state. He relentlessly worked hard to get better status for library profession. I was happy to hear that library professionals is organizing his 100 years birth anniversary in many organizations in the field of library and information science. As head of the department Documentation Research Training Center, I came to know that DRTC many senior professors had got PhD from Professor M.R. Kumbar. DRTC was officially registered for the research program in Karnataka University. In order to perpetuate his memory, especially in the minds of young library professionals, Professor M.R. Kumbar Memorial Lecture Committee has been organizing many lectures in many places in Karnataka on April 16th. These lectures have so far been delivered at distinguished scholars who are held high esteem for their intellectual contribution to our profession and the society in general. The first 16th April 1995 lecture was delivered by Professor S. Parthasarthi on future of information professionals. It was preceded by Professor A. Neelamegan from DRTC. The second lecture on 16th April 1996 was delivered by Professor K. A. Isaac on future prospects for education in librarianship in India. It was preceded over by Professor G. Bhattacharya, again he is from DRTC. The third lecture on 16th April 1997 was delivered by Professor G. Bhattacharya on a revolutionary landmark in evaluation of subject indexing languages. It was preceded by Professor Dr. A.Y. Asundi. The fourth lecture on 16th April 1998 was delivered by H.A. Khan on issues in rural information needs. It was preceded by Dr. S.L. Sangam. The fifth lecture on 16th April 1999 was delivered by Professor N.M. Madwad on digital libraries and challenges of information professionals. It was presided over by the Dr. A. Ratnakar. The sixth lecture on 16 April 2000 was delivered by Dr. Abdul Rahman on challenges for the library and information professionals in the 21st century. It was presided by Dr. I.K. Ravichandra Rao. He was head of DRTC and head of ISI Bangalore. The seventh lecture on the 16th April 2001 was delivered by Dr. M.K. Bandi, who was a Mangalore University librarian. He gave a talk on internal marketing library service. It was presided by M.H. Jagirdar, who was a librarian at British Library, Bangalore. The eighth lecture on 16th April 2002 was delivered by Dr. C.R. Karishidappa on new curriculum in LIS, a platform for change, where I attended a lecture in Rajajinagar SRE LS in one of the wonderful academic environment. This is the beauty of Professor M.R. KUMBAR lecture series, where I attended many lectures and many DRTC head of the department but gave a talk, and it shows the commitment, how DRTC and how KUMBAR relationship was there in library and information science. I thank you and I wish you all this program should go in a very successful manner. Thank you very much.
Professor M.R. KUMBAR, a quintessential educator and visionary. Respected colleagues and distinguished members of the Library and Information Science fraternity, I am Dr. R.B. Gadgibat, retired University Librarian of Gulbarga University. On the solemn occasion of the centenary of Professor M.R. KUMBAR's birth, I am privileged to offer my respectful homage to a luminary whose contributions continue to shape our field and inspire successive generations of professionals and academicians. Professor KUMBAR's life was a paragon of honor, integrity, and intellectual excellence. He was widely acknowledged as a visionary and a committed leader, endowed with an unwavering spirit and the ability to inspire and galvanize those around him. His contributions and impact on the Department of Library and Information Science at Karnataka University, Dharwad is immeasurable and enduring. His pedagogical approach was remarkable. With clarity and finesse, he made complex subjects accessible, encouraged spirited academic discourse, and forged strong personal bonds with his students. His lectures, particularly on classification, canons of classification, and notation, were intellectually enriching and remain etched in memory. He possessed an exceptional insight into human potential and channeled that awareness into cultivating creativity and professional acumen among his students. Professor KUMBAR's steadfast commitment to academic rigor, curiosity, and critical inquiry left an indelible imprint on my professional life. Despite his towering stature, he remained deeply humble and approachable. I fondly recall his visits to our residence in Hyderabad during his travels to meet his daughter, the late Mrs. Nirmala, and son-in-law, Dr. S.L. Sangam, occasions that reflected his warmth and simplicity. As we commemorate his legacy, it is with pride that I affirm the strong educational foundation he established. It empowered many of us to advance as distinguished professionals, upholding the reputation of the Department of Library and Information Science of Karnataka University, Dharwad, both nationally and internationally. Let this centenary celebration serve as a reminder of the profound legacy Professor KUMBAR left behind an enduring testament to his life, scholarship, and unwavering dedication to the library and information science education and research. Thanks.
An illustrious legend, Professor M.R. Kumbar. It is said we need to take a step back, ponder, and then we realize how fortunate we are. This is my feeling as we ponder and celebrate the life of Professor M.R. Kumbar. What a privilege it is to experience the warmth of Professor M.R. Kumbar, and may I say we are the fortunate ones. I have known Sir for more than 3 decades. He was a man of infinite finest qualities. However, at this moment, I wish to state his outstanding 3 qualities: empathy, ethics, and excellence. These qualities resonate with his entity. A complete personality in his field, he was, and I admired his growth as a prominent teacher, profound researcher, and able administrator. It is quite different to be a master of all these 3 academic professional traits, but it is a God-given gift to people like Professor Kumbar. As his student during postgraduate degree days while studying Bilibesi, the bond was not yet formed. Whereas during my master's, that is MLibesi, the bond grew and I treasure that I became his strong disciple. A class, a small in number of students, was another fortune in disguise. Less the number of students, more was the interaction with Professor Kumbar. We must say we are lucky. His way of teaching impressed me enormously. I certainly say that he made me accept the position of visiting professor and university librarian at Mangalore University during my professional career. Every moment in my service tenure, I have breathed the principles imbibed from Professor M.R. Kumbar. On several occasions, we have experienced the father figure when he used to take the students to his house as if we were his children. Nostalgic are the memories of having sumptuous food and staying in his mansion overnight. On a personal note, he was very resourceful in helping me choose my dissertation topic and help complete it. In later stages, it helped me get registered for my Doctor of Philosophy. He brought me to Bangalore and placed me to work as a tutor under the able guidance of Professor Neil Megan, the Director of Documentation Research Training Center, Bangalore. As the head of the Department of Library Science, Dean, Syndicate Member, Academic Council, and Senate Member, he guided the department's activities and shared his valuable thoughts to Karnataka University. Failure is not the opposite of success. It is a part of success, was the lesson given by Professor M.R. Kumbar. As a professor, he trained many future library science teachers and prominent librarians. Many of his students have served as vice chancellors of state and central universities and as scientists in leading research institutes, example DRTC, INSDOC, NASDOC, ERNET, and as a director of national institutes in India. Professor Kumbar's career was truly inspiring. He taught us that nothing will work on its own. We make things work. In his career, he has not only managed library science department, but also steered directions for other departments in Karnataka University and several higher educational institutes in India. Professor Kumbar's simplicity, humility, and humane qualities reflect the symphony of his life, heralding his gracious presence and perfection in all aspects. He has left behind his footprints in the sand of time
for people to ponder. His life is a message which says that if the plan does not work, change the plan and not the goal. Hence, to conclude, wishing a heavenly birthday to the illustrious legend, Professor M.R. Kumbhar. From Dr. M.K. Bundy, retired University Librarian, Mangalore University, Mangala Gangotri, Mangalore.
It's a great pleasure for me to share some of my experiences with Professor M.R.K. during my study period of LIS at Karnataka University, Dharwad, and even after my education period. As a teacher, I have an excellent impression about Professor M.R. Kumbar. I have come across number of teachers in my education period, but very few of them are in my heart, whom I cannot forget in my lifetime. Why Professor M.R. Kumbar is special to me and made a great impression on me, my mind is because of number of issues. Basically, some of the issues which I can mention here is his teaching method and deep knowledge about the subject and subjects what he has taught during my BLIC and MLIC. They are not only help to learn library science, but equally they enrich my knowledge in other part of knowledge, understanding the required domain knowledge. The special impression in his teaching was the way how he used to convince the students with relevant examples from Veda, Upanishads to philosophical based ideas and Ramayana, Mahabharata, and also even sometimes a historical based evidences in the great history of India and elsewhere also. To a greater experience to all students, because of that, we could see and listen to most of the his lectures in a memorable way. And he used to conduct a good number of special lectures to students used to a great experience to all the students. Because of that, we could see and listen to almost all top personalities alive in India. It was a biggest advantage we had was a memorable to the all the students of Karnataka University during his regime. So also attending DRTC seminar was an unique and experience, and also it was an integrated part of the syllabus of the MBBSc. Through that, I learned lot of the knowledge, which was a greater help to my future course of my practice in the library life, schools and other things. And the study tours what he used to conduct, though it was a mandatory, and it gave a big experience. During this tour period, students of Karnataka University used to get very well treatment by the visiting libraries because of Professor M.R. Kumbar's academic contacts throughout the India and all parts of the libraries in India. The students' concern of Professor M.R. Kumbaram as a big advantage to the students' community. He used to that even of the admissions he or she used to take to the Department of LIS Education in Karnataka and Dharwad. Professor M.R. Kumbar used to take care of all the students till the end of the course. Not only end of the course, but also the placement of the students who are passing BLIC or even MLIC, their botheration also Professor used to take care and make their settlements soon after they're passing the concerned courses and other things. Usually, a mind to understand the student's need is the basic quality of the teacher, for which Professor M.R. Kumbar was a special one. making arrangements for students' placement, but equally, a trainee in the British Council or American Council libraries in India was a great benefit to the students during those days. His style of administration made me a big impression, and sometimes I used to surprise making use of his language in the administration of the LIS, not only in the department, but also in the administration system of the whole education and whole university. Sometimes it was very owed to the community people who used to feel that this hey tame tame ilbaro hogo, and it used to be very rough, but still he used to speak that language very lovely with love and affection was a major concern. To conclude, in brief, I can say is Professor MRK was a great soul, a great leader in LIS education after S.R. Ranganathan, a leader who wants nothing, a leader who was nothing having big balance during his service period, a, pre, a leader who is free from all greeds, a leader who is free from selflessness, a leader who served selflessly to the students community, a man who is an inspirer, a man who is a motivator, a man who is a supporter, a man who was a facilitator, a man who was a life path provider. Finally, I can say that a rare personality, a divine soul. Therefore, I love that soul in a great way with a great respect. Thank you.
Dr. H.R. Achyutarao, former University Librarian, Manas Gangotri, Mysore. I owe my librarianship to Professor KUMBAR. He was the chairman of the selection committee of the University Librarian at University Mysore. I owe in reference to him. I also owe my reference to Professor C.R. Karsidappa for guiding to get my doctorate in Library and Information Science. I thank you, Dr. Nagaragowda, for reaching me in this regard.
ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಎಂ.ಆರ್. ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರು ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ನಾತಕೋತ್ತರ ಪದವಿ ಗಳಿಸಿದ ನಂತರ ಬನಾರಸ್ ಹಿಂದೂ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ರೀಡರ್ ಹುದ್ದೆ ಅಲಂಕರಿಸಲು ಆಹ್ವಾನ ಬಂದರೂ ಅವರು ತಮ್ಮ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಸೇವೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಬೇಕೆಂಬ ಇಚ್ಛೆಯಿಂದ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇವೆಗೆ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡರು. ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರು ಸರಳ ಮತ್ತು ಸಜ್ಜನ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ಒಂದು ಸಂಗತಿ ಹೇಳಬೇಕೆಂದರೆ, ನಾನು ಯಾವುದೋ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆಂದು ನನ್ನ ಬಿಲಿಬಸಿ ಮುಗಿದ ನಂತರ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೆ. ಬಹುಶಃ ಆಗಸ್ಟ್ 1968 ಇರಬೇಕು. ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಸಾಧಾರಣ ವಸತಿ ಗೃಹದಲ್ಲಿ ಉಳಿದುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೆನು. ಅವರು ನಾನಿದ್ದ ಸ್ಥಳಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದು ನನ್ನೊಂದಿಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ನನ್ನೊಂದಿಗೆ ಉಳಿದುಕೊಂಡರು. ಅವರು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಹೋಟೆಲ್ದಲ್ಲಿ ಉಳಿದುಕೊಳ್ಳಬಹುದಿತ್ತು. ಮಾನ್ಯರು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಆದ ನಂತರ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಹೊಸ ದಿಕ್ಕನ್ನು ತೋರಿಸಿದರು. ಅಲ್ಲಿಯವರೆಗೆ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನದಲ್ಲಿ PhD ಅನ್ನುವುದೇ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಇಡೀ ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗ ಒಂದಿಬ್ಬರು PhD ಆದವರು ಇದ್ದರು. ಮಾನ್ಯ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಆದ ನಂತರ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ರಾಂತಿಯನ್ನೇ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಒಮ್ಮೆ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು ರಂಗನಾಥನ್ ಅವರು ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯದ ಪಿತಾಮಹ ಎನ್ನಿಸಿದರೆ, ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರು ಸಂಶೋಧನೆಯ ಹರಿಕಾರರೆಂದು ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ಅತಿಶಯೋಕ್ತಿಯೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಅವರ ಕಾಲ ಸುವರ್ಣಯುಗವೆಂದು ಹೇಳಬಹುದು. ಅವರು ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಂತಹ ಸನ್ನಿವೇಶ ಬಂದರೂ ಎದೆಗುಂದುವ ಸ್ವಭಾವದವರಾಗಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ಆಗುವ ಕೆಲಸ ಅಲ್ಲವೆಂದು ಕೆಲವರು ಅಂದರೂ ಅವರು ನೀವು ಸುಮ್ಮನಿರೋ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಮುನ್ನುಗ್ಗಿ ಆ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಬರುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಅವರು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಕ್ರೀಡಾಪಟುಗಳಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ಫುಟ್ಬಾಲ್, ಕ್ರಿಕೆಟ್ ಮತ್ತು ಹಾಕಿ ಅವರ ನೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಕ್ರೀಡೆಗಳಾಗಿದ್ದವು. ಅವರು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದಾಗ ಫುಟ್ಬಾಲ್ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಆಡಿದ್ದರೆಂದು ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಮಾನ್ಯರು 40-45ನೇ ವಯಸ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದೆರಡು ವಿಕೆಟ್ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ಅವರು ಮನೆಗೆ ಯಾರೇ ಬಂದರೂ ಊಟ ಮಾಡಿಸದೆ ಕಳಿಸಿಕೊಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಅವರ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಾಲಿಟಿಯನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಮೆಚ್ಚಿಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು.
ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರ ಸವಿನೆನಪು. ಪ್ರಾತಸ್ಮರಣೀಯರಾದ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಗೌಡ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ಹಾಗೂ ನನ್ನದು ಅವಿನಾಭಾವ ಸಂಬಂಧ. ನಮ್ಮಿಬ್ಬರ ಗುರು ಶಿಷ್ಯ ಸಂಬಂಧವು ನಮ್ಮ ತಂದೆಯವರ ಕಾಲದಿಂದಲೂ ಇತ್ತು. ಅಂದು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರ ತಂದೆಯವರು ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಧಾರವಾಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರಾಗಿದ್ದಾಗ ನಮ್ಮ ತಂದೆಯವರು ಅವರ ಶಿಷ್ಯರಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ಮುಂದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ತಂದೆಯವರು ಸಹ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರಾಗಿ ನಿವೃತ್ತರಾದರು ಎಂದು ಹೇಳಲು ನನಗೆ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತದೆ. ಅದರಂತೆ ನಾನೂ ಸಹ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರ ಪರಮ ಶಿಷ್ಯನಾಗಿದ್ದೆ. ಅವರ ಒಡನಾಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 28 ವರ್ಷ ಆನಂದದಿಂದ ಕಾಲ ಕಳೆದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. 1956ರಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂಚೆ ಖಾತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾಗಲೇ ಅವರಿಂದ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನದ ಪೂರ್ಣ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಪಡೆದುಕೊಂಡನು. ಆಗ ಅವರು ರೋಟರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದರು. ನಾನು ಬಿಲಿಬೆಸ್ಸಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಎಂಬಿಲಿಬೆಸ್ಸಿ ಕೋರ್ಸನ್ನು ಕಲಿಯಲು 1966-67ರಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಧಾರವಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರವೇಶ ಪಡೆದನು. ಬಿಲಿ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರು ಕುಲ್ಸಾ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಲೈಬ್ರರಿ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ದ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ನನ್ನ ಎಂಬಿಲಿಬೆಸ್ಸಿ ಗುರುಗಳೂ ಹೌದು. ಆಗ ಎಂಬಿಲಿಬೆಸ್ಸಿ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಆರ್ಕೈವ್ ಲೈಬ್ರರಿ, ಮ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ಕ್ರಿಪ್ಟ್ ಹಸ್ತಪ್ರತಿ, ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಪೇಪರ್ ನನಗೊಬ್ಬನಿಗೆ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲೇ ಕಲಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಅದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಇಂದಿಗೂ ಸ್ಮರಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಅವರು ಲೈಬ್ರರಿ ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಫಿಕೇಷನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಅಪಾರವಾದ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಹೊಂದಿದ್ದರು. ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ 2-3 ಗಂಟೆ ನಿರರ್ಗಳವಾಗಿ ಅವಿಶ್ರಾಂತವಾಗಿ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳ ಮನಮುಟ್ಟುವಂತೆ ಬೋಧಿಸಿದ್ದು ಇನ್ನೂ ನನ್ನ ಕಣ್ಮುಂದೆ ಕಟ್ಟುತ್ತದೆ. ಅಪರೂಪದ ವಿದ್ವತ್ ಮಣಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಗ್ರಂಥಪಾಲರು ಆಗಿದ್ದರು. ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಂದಾಲೋಚನೆ ಆಗ ದೂರದೃಷ್ಟಿ ಇತ್ತು. ಅವರದು ವಿಶಾಲ ಹೃದಯ. ದೇಶದ ನಾನಾ ಭಾಗಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದ ಗ್ರಂಥಪಾಲಕರಿಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಅಂದರೆ ಎಂಬಿಲಿಬೆಸ್ಸಿ ಹಾಗೂ PhD ಮಾಡುವಂತೆ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹಿಸಿದರು. ತಾನೇ ಸ್ವತಃ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶಕರಾದರು. ಅದಲ್ಲದೆ ನೂರಾರು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಲೈಬ್ರರಿ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಕಲಿಯುವಂತೆ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹಿಸಿ ಗ್ರಂಥಪಾಲಕರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಸಾಹೇಬರನ್ನು ನೆನೆಸುತ್ತಾರೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಪೂಜಿಸುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಮುಖದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಗುಳ್ನಗೆ, ನೀಟವಾದ ಡ್ರೆಸ್ಸು, ವಿಷಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಳವಾದ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಎದ್ದು ಕಾಣಿಸುತ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರನ್ನು ನನ್ನ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಹಾನ್ ಗುರುಗಳಾಗಿ ಪಡೆದ ನಾನು ನಿಜವಾಗಿಯೂ ಧನ್ಯ ಹಾಗೂ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಎಂದಿಗೂ ಚಿರಋಣಿಯಾಗಿ. ನನ್ನ ಜೀವನಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ರೂಪರೇಷೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟವರು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರು. ಅವರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಹೇಳಿದರೂ ಕಡಿಮೆಯಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ಸಾಗರದ ನೀರು ಬೊಗಸಲಿ ಹಿಡಿದಂತೆ ಆದೀತು. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
This is my respectful tribute to my favorite teacher, Professor M.R. Kumbar. We are celebrating centenary year of evergreen and inimitable Kumbar sir. By remembering his contributions and the services to the society in general and to LIS community in particular, He was doyen of professional librarianship and great LIS teacher. The evolution of librarianship and the library science as a professional and independent discipline in Karnataka owes a lot to the visionary leadership of Professor Kumbar. He himself, or through his students, laid foundation stone to library science education and research not only in Karnataka but in other states like Manipur, Maharashtra, Goa, Odisha, and other states as well. I am very happy to share cherishing memories of my guru, mentor, and leading light Professor Kumbar. He taught us classification theory in an easy and understandable way, especially the canons, the guiding principles for creating and evaluating classification systems, be it colon classification or duodecimal classification. He used to explain how the canon of notation helps the idea of breaking down complex subjects into multiple facets in a very convincing way. He used to cherish his extraordinary qualities manifested in his life on a daily basis during all his interactions, both during the classes as well outside. My pen and the words are not powerful enough to express the perfect picture of Kumbar sir. He was, and even today, is an embodiment of noble virtues including love, affection, joy, peace, and gentleness. During 1970s and 80s, among higher education institutes, Documentation Research and Training Center was recognized as the leader in high quality and the state of the art LIS education, research, and scholarly publishing as well. EDISC was much in demand for employment purpose by industries and the research institutions in those days. Interestingly, none of the universities recognized ADISC of DRTC as equivalent to MLISC for the purpose of recruitment or pursuing research leading to PhD. Thanks to Professor M.R. Kumbar, Karnataka University was the first to recognize ADISC. Very interestingly, DRTC luminaries like Professor G. Bhattacharya, Professor M.A. Gopinath, Professor S. Sitarama, and Professor F.J. Devadasan, and many other top LIS teachers and the professionals from other universities did their PhD under the guidance of Professor Kumbar. I would like to highlight my professional journey, which has been inspired and guided by Professor Kumbar throughout my career. It was by mere accident I embraced the librarianship as my career. During 1975, I was pursuing my MSc non-medical in human physiology at Karnataka Medical College, Hubballi, qualifying for a faculty position in medical school. While waiting for my MSc result, just to keep myself engaged, I casually applied for 3 PG courses, including Library and Information Science at Karnataka University. To my surprise, I was not selected for the pre-admission oral interview at DLIS. I was disappointed and met the faculty in charge of admission. He informed me that he did not select me as I did not attach copy of my MSc marks card. I argued with him to consider my BSc marks and for in which I was standing second. But he was not ready to budge. Professor M.R. Kumbar overheard my argument from his room and asked me why I am making so much noise, using in his own language other words, ಏನು ತಮ್ಯ ನಿನ್ನ ಗಲಾಟೆ ಏನು ನಡೆದಿದೆ. I explained him about my plight. When he verified and found that I was the second highest among the science graduates category. He advised the concerned faculty to give me interview letter. Yes, I was selected for BLIS course. The very first class was handled by Professor Kumbar. While welcoming us for the academic year, he asked me to stand up. I was really scared. Interestingly, to my surprise, he proposed my name for the post of secretary for our class for the academic year 1975-76. We were to organize National Librarians Day on August 12th to commemorate the birth anniversary of Dr. S.R. Ranganathan, the father of library science in India. Surprisingly, I heard his name for the first time. Professor Kumbar advised me to read some books about life and works of Dr. Ranganathan. Luckily, I could put my hands on Professor P.N. Kaula edited two first script volumes brought out in honor of Dr. Ranganathan in Karnataka University Library itself. Dr. Ranganathan's life, seriousness, and the commitment inspired me to choose career in librarianship over the faculty position in medical school. Later, Professor Kumbar and Professor C.R. Karisiddappa advised me to pursue DRTC course after BLIS. In fact, Kumbar sir took me to DRTC and introduced me to Professor A. Neelamagan, then its director, who readily admitted me to ADIS course. I would like to mention one extraordinary and heart-touching incident I witnessed in Professor Kumbar's life sometime during 1980s. His only daughter, Nirmala, passed away in Hyderabad due to pregnancy-related complications. We could not find service of a Purohit to perform last rites of Nirmala. Even in such a situation, he took help of Dr. Ravi Gadakimat and did all formalities including performing puja and reciting mantras necessary for such a situation. We were just dumbstruck in witnessing this heart-touching scene. Much before joining DRTC, I was already married to Leela, a postgraduate. For me, it was a question of keeping her engaged for 1 year of my DRTC course. We met Professor Kumbar at his residence and explained our problem. As usual, he not only provided a nice lunch to us, but assured a seat of BLIS to my wife. We had an opportunity of having Kumbar sir for lunch many times, either in Hyderabad or Chennai, etc. Benevolence was a great quality of Kumbar sir, benefiting hundreds of his students in particular and public in general. My views are just a subset of endless list of memories and the qualities of him that are ethereal experience that go beyond my words. Once again, I express my sincere respect to my Guru, Professor Kumbar sir. Thank you. This is Dr. I.R.N. Gowder, ex-scientist G and head ICAST, NAL, Bangalore. Thank you.
Hello, greetings from United States of America, Denver, Colorado. I'm Dr. T.A.V. Murthy, retired library professional from India. I'm trying to meet you through this channel today, the 8th of August 2025. We are now celebrating the great event of the first birth centenary of our beloved MRK, most remarkable, knowledgeable person of our library education scenario in India. He has strived so hard in setting up of the Center of Excellence at Dharwad University, Department of Library Science, ever since he graduated from University of Delhi in 1961. About 3.5 decades, he dedicated work towards uplifting, trying to find out the students of potential nature who could be of great help in innovation and renovation and also rejuvenation of the entire scenario. That is the time the rapid changes were taking place across the Indian Union by the government of India in setting up of several universities and 70,000 colleges. All of them were badly in need of qualified library professionals. That challenge with modern bent of mind and looking forward nature, he has taken up the challenge and he picked up the cream from all across the Hampi Vijayanagara borders, and he went all the way up to Imphal and Sambalpur and built up the network of 50 universities. He is a great born teacher, and his innovation, his finding out resolution solutions for problem is remarkable. I do vividly remember he gave me the roots and wings and trusted me and pushed me to the gateway of library information sciences to fly the flag of Karnataka University, Dharwad. So friends, all the distinguished people who have been taking the march forward of his flag happens to be Professor Karsidappa Asundi, Dr. Osunde, Dr. Konor, Dr. Ravi Gadgimat, Dr. Mutaya Konganor, and Dr. Kaul, Dr. Majid Patan, and Dr. Ratnakar Raut, and Dr. Singh, and many, many others are in the list. All these people have been the dedicated soldiers of Dr. MRK. Mahadeva Gowda, Rudradev Gowda, Kumbar Saab is not an ordinary man. He relied quite greatly on the timeless fellowship of the journal, which he has used it as a powerful tool for communicating and making people to cite his writings. We are so grateful to you, sir. We always cherish, and you have always crafted your lectures with bristling ideas, innovation, and things, and research-oriented applications. We are thankful to you, sir, and we would like to take this mission forward. Thank you.
As I remember Professor M.R. Kumbar, a tribute. I am O.M. Patil, retired librarian of Raman Research Institute, Bangalore. I came in contact with Professor M.R. Kumbar when I enrolled for course in library science in the Department of Library and Information Science, Karnataka University, Dharwad, during 1971-72. He taught us library classification systems, which is rather a tough subject, and he made things easy for us to understand. He was a renowned library science teacher and lectured in many universities across the country. We entered the library science profession during post-Ranganathan era, where Professor M.R. Kumbar, who mentored and guided us in shaping our professional development. He was a scholarly person and was teaching for graduate and postgraduate degrees. As head of the Department of Library Science, he introduced doctoral programs in 1975 and guided more than 15 students for PhD. At one time, Karnataka University was leading with highest number of PhDs in the country. During centenary celebration of library science education, Best Teacher Award bestowed on him. He was also a member of numerous national and international organizations. He had contributed immensely to the library science profession in the form of research and other publications. Professor Kumbar was a great humanitarian and extended a helping hand to anyone who approached him for help and guidance. After I joined TA for Radio Astronomy Center, Ooty, I happened to visit the department, and Professor B.B. Hunugund introduced me to Professor Kumbar and informed about me joining service in TAFR. He was extremely happy about his students joining TAFR and felt proud about it. He encouraged me to do further studies and work hard with sincerity, devotion, and utmost honesty. In addition to holding post of professor and head of the Department of Library Science, he was actively involved in university administration by holding prestigious posts like Dean, Academic Council, Senate, and Syndicate member. The library community will ever remember Professor M.R. Kumbar for his human service in the cause of teaching and research and his contribution to the library profession. Thank you.
Hi friends, I am Baswaraj Kurhatti, retired Head Scientific Information Resource Center at the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, Mumbai. As you all know, Professor M.R. Kumbar's centenary celebration is being observed. He was an outstanding teacher in the field of library science. I was his student for 2 academic years, 1975-76 and 1976-77. When I did my B.Lib.Sc and M.Lib.Sc respectively. While Professor Kumbar was sharing his professional knowledge to all his students, he was also a guiding factor for students to take up challenges and was fully supportive to them. I narrate one such instance which happened in the year 1976-77 when I was doing MLBSc. As a partial fulfillment of the degree course, each student had to was required to prepare a dissertation on a given topic. An exclusive time period was given to complete the assignment. Just before when the topics were being discussed, Professor Kumbar received from Bangalore University Library Science Department a thesis for assessment. I still remember the name of the student. It was Hashmathara. She had prepared a trend report on aromatic compounds which is essentially used in the preparation of perfumes. Professor was very much impressed by that work. He called me and asked me to prepare a trend report for my dissertation. Since it was an order from my guru, I agreed. After some topic discussions, the topic finalized was on vegetable edible oils. Since I had chemistry background, I also considered it as apt. Professor Kumbar advised me to seek guidance from Professor Badami, who was the head of the Department of Chemistry at that time, and he was also an expert in the concerned field. Initially, I did some literature survey in Karnataka University Library and also University of Agricultural Sciences. Later, I approached Professor Badami, who advised me to refer to their departmental library. I steadily started looking at the available literature. When I went deep into the subject, I was rather bewildered by the vast amount of literature published in the field. Well, my problem was how to codify this in the form of a report. However, I kept working on it relentlessly. The work involved was so much that I could not visit the department to report the progress of the work. Professor Kumbar was a little bit concerned about it, and one day he inquired with Professor Rajshekar, who happened to be my neighbor, in Kannada. He asked, Yellidanu Tamya? Tamya means he was fondly used to address all his Kannada students, which means younger brother. Professor Rajshekar, amazingly replied, ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ sir. But in reality, I was actually sitting in his house, sometimes till late in the night, and working with his guidance. Only a few days before the deadline, I could complete the work, The volume itself ran into 400 plus pages, including the annotated bibliography. I then went to the department to meet Professor. After seeing me, he looked very furious, and there were a barrage of questions. Where were you? Why you did not turn up all these days? Where is your dissertations? All others have already submitted theirs. I just took out all the volumes and kept them on his table. He instantly cooled down. He took a copy of the dissertation and glanced at it, and he was very happy with the work. Later there was Vivavos, and Professor Jakati was the external examiner. The first question that he asked me was, should I award you marks looking at the volume of the dissertation? Professor Kumbar, who was sitting next to him, said, it is up to you. However, everything went well in the Viva. The moral of the story is that Professor wanted his students to do the hard work to be successful in a future career. Although I had to do the voluminous work, I could meet the challenge which was expected of me from my guru. Also, at the same time, I had a great satisfaction of fulfilling his desire. In fact, the work done then actually helped me in shaping my PhD thesis later in my career. I considered the dissertation work itself as a tribute to that legend. Thank you.
Namaste. A good teacher embodies many core qualities, including patience, empathy, adaptability, and mutual respect. All these, in addition to classroom management, continuous learning, communication skill, critical thinking, creativity, good listener, student-centered approach, patience to hear, free of bias, self-reflection, and goal-driven. I vouchsafe Professor Kumbar had all these qualities in abundance. Thank you.
Remembering my Professor Kumbar, I had the great fortune and privilege of being a student of this remarkable Professor Kumbar during my bachelor's degree in library science in 1973-74. Whatever I have been able to achieve in my professional life and reach in my career today is largely due to his blessings and guidance. I first knew him as an ordinary student, then as a library science student, and later as a library professional. During my undergraduate years, 1970-72, I stayed in a room opposite his house. His room was on the first floor, and distinguished academicians like Professor Ijari, Professor Arshi Patil, and others were frequent visitors. The discussion often continued late into the night, sometimes until 2 or 3 a.m. Yet by 8 a.m., his Fiat car, MEW 3240, would leave for the university without fail. Initially, I was simply curious about these gatherings. Gradually, I realized they were intense academic discussions. Observing these interactions and the scholars who visited him slowly inspired me to develop a deep interest in library science, leading me to set aside my original plan of pursuing an MSc in chemistry. At that time, admission to library science was highly competitive with limited seats and a challenging entrance examination. My preparation for the Film and Television Institute of India, Pune, entrance exam proved to be beneficial, and I secured admission to the BLVC program after the Viva. I still remember an incident when my landlady, who was also the professor's sister, tried to recommend me, he responded firmly, "The boy doesn't need any influence. He has topped the entrance exam." This reflected his integrity and straightforward nature. After completing my BLBC, I was searching for a job. On 25th August 1974, around 3 p.m., the professor called me to his house. He handed me an application form for USIS Madras internship and asked me to return it after filling it out. In September, I received a letter from USIS asking me to join immediately. Before leaving, I went to seek his blessings. His words remain etched in my memory. Be honest, sincere, and work hard. Earn a good name for the department and the university. This moment became a turning point in my career. The Professor Kumbar was immensely helpful to everyone. One notable example was how he supported Sri B. Rajshekhar from Kolhapur University Library. He accommodated his family in his own outhouse rent-free, provided financial assistance, and helped him secure a tutor position in the department. He and his family cared for Rajshekhar's family as their own. He introduced study tours to major libraries across the country, which were exceptionally well organized and provided invaluable practical exposure to large and specialized libraries. He possessed deep knowledge of all facets of library science with a special fondness for classification and prolegomena. He always ensured that his staff kept updating their knowledge and exposure. I consider Professor Kumbhar the father of library and information science education in India, in Karnataka. He initiated library science courses in 1962 at Karnataka University and was instrumental in establishing BLBC, MLBC, and PhD programs in a very short time. He held the Documentation Research and Training Center, DRTC, and its faculty in the highest regard and frequently spoke about the excellence of their courses. He regularly took students and faculty to DRTC annual seminars and conferences, ensuring broader exposure to the latest developments in the field. Thanks to his persistent efforts, Karnataka University became the first university to recognize DRTC and in-stock courses for PhD programs, despite initial opposition. This enabled scholars like Professor Bhattacharya, Professor Gopinath, Professor Sitaramma, and Professor Devadasan to complete their doctoral studies. Professor Kumbar was humble, humane, and selfless. He never sought recognition, awards, or honors for himself. Yet, he always encouraged and recommended his students for such accolades. Even after his retirement, he continued contributing to academia by serving at Marathwada, Sambalpur, and Manipur universities. His students went on to occupy prestigious positions in universities and research institutions, carrying forward his spirit, values, and knowledge. Professor Kumbar was not just a teacher, but a guiding light, a mentor, and an institution in himself. His legacy lives on through his students and the countless lives he shaped. He will always remain a timeless professor in our hearts. Thank you.
This is Chikkamalaya, retired librarian of Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore. I know Professor Kumbar for a long period. I had an opportunity to meet him few times and I have interacted with him. He had a lovable, attractive, friendly personality. He has helped many people during his life. He has made significant and meaningful contribution for library profession. His contribution for professionally qualified, dedicated library manpower was significant. Many of his students occupied higher position in the field of library science, and they have made significant and meaningful contribution. He has served in various responsible positions in the Department of Library Science and many professional policy making organizations of Karnataka University. He has made a significant and meaningful contribution wherever he was associated. He has served as an advisor for many library science departments and professional bodies in India. He was a member of many national and international organizations. He has, to his credit, many awards from national and international organizations. I wish the function all success.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ನಾನು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸಂಗಯ್ಯ ಎಸ್ ಹಿರೂರ್ಮಠ್, ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಲೈಬ್ರರಿಯನ್, ಡಿಫೆನ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಡ್ವಾನ್ಸ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ, ಡೀಮ್ಡ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ, ಪುಣೆ. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಎಂ.ಆರ್. ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಗುರುಗಳ ಶತಮಾನೋತ್ಸವದ ಈ ಪವಿತ್ರ ಮತ್ತು ಐತಿಹಾಸಿಕ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಉನ್ನತ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವ ಹೊಂದಿದ ಈ ಗುರುಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಮನದಾಳದ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರೊಂದಿಗೆ ಹಂಚಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲು ನನಗೆ ಅಪಾರ ಸಂತೋಷವೆನಿಸುತ್ತದೆ. 2025ರಲ್ಲಿ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ಮತ್ತು ಮಾಹಿತಿ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದ ದಿಗ್ಗಜರು ಭಾಗ 1 ಎಂಬ ಈ ಕೃತಿಯನ್ನು ಕನ್ನಡ ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ರಚಿಸಿ ಪ್ರಕಟಿಸುವ ಸದಾವಕಾಶ ನನಗೆ ದೊರೆಯಿತು. ಈ ಕೃತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ಮತ್ತು ಮಾಹಿತಿ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದ 10 ಗಣ್ಯ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳ ಜೀವನ ಚರಿತ್ರೆ, ಅವರ ಸಾಧನೆಗಳು, ಅವರ ಚಿಂತನೆಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ನೀಡಿದ ಅಪಾರ ಕೊಡುಗೆಗಳ ಕುರಿತು ಸವಿಸ್ತಾರವಾಗಿ ಬರೆಯಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರ ಕುರಿತು ಮಾಡಿದ ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ನನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದ ಅನುಭವವನ್ನುಂಟು ಮಾಡಿತು. ಅವರೊಂದಿಗೆ ನಡೆಸಿದ ಮಾತುಕತೆಗಳು, ಅವರ ವೃತ್ತಿ ಮಿತ್ರರ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯಗಳು, ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳ ಸ್ಮರಣೆಗಳು ಇವೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಕ್ರೋಢೀಕರಿಸಿ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಅವರು ಕೇವಲ ಒಬ್ಬ ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೇರಣೆಯ ಪ್ರತಿರೂಪ ಎಂಬುದು ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಯಿತು. ಇಂದು ನಾವು ಸ್ಮರಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಿರುವ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವವು ಕೇವಲ ಒಬ್ಬ ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರದ್ದಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಒಂದು ಚಿಂತನಾ ಪರಂಪರೆಯ ಸಂಕೇತ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ಮತ್ತು ಮಾಹಿತಿ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರವನ್ನು ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ, ದಾರ್ಶನಿಕ ಮತ್ತು ವೃತ್ತಿಪರ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ರೂಪುಗೊಳಿಸಿದ ಮಹನೀಯರು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಎಂ.ಆರ್. ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರು. ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನದ ಪಿತಾಮಹರೆಂದು ಗೌರವಿಸಲ್ಪಡುವ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಎಸ್.ಆರ್. ರಂಗನಾಥನ್ ಅವರ ದಾರ್ಶನಿಕ ಪರಂಪರೆಯನ್ನು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಳವಡಿಸಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಜನಪರ ಚಳುವಳಿಯನ್ನಾಗಿ ರೂಪಿಸಿದವರು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರು. ಈ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳುವುದರಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಅತಿಶಯೋಕ್ತಿಯಲ್ಲ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಂಗನಾಥನ್ ಅವರ 5 laws ಆಫ್ ಲೈಬ್ರರಿ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಎಂಬ ತತ್ವಗಳನ್ನು ಅವರು ಕೇವಲ ಪಠ್ಯ ವಿಷಯವಾಗಿ ಬೋಧಿಸಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಅವನ್ನು ಜೀವನ ಮೌಲ್ಯಗಳಾಗಿ ಅಳವಡಿಸಿಕೊಂಡರು. ಅವರ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯವು ಮುಚ್ಚಿದ ಅಲಮಾರಿನಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳ ಸಂಕಲನವಾಗಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಜೀವಂತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಕೇಂದ್ರ. ಅವರು ಸದಾ ಒತ್ತಿ ಹೇಳುತ್ತಿದ್ದ ಮಾತು, ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯವೆಂದರೆ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಹಂಚುವ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞೆಯ ಮಂದಿರ. ಜ್ಞಾನ ಕುರಿತು ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ವಿವೇಕಾನಂದ ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದ ಮಾತು ನನಗೆ ನೆನಪಾಗುತ್ತಲಿದೆ. ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಮ್ಯಾನಿಫೆಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಪರ್ಫೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಇನ್ ಮ್ಯಾನ್. ಈ ಚಿಂತನೆಗೆ ಸಮಾನವಾಗಿ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳ ಒಳಗಿನ ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯವನ್ನು ಹೊರತೆಗೆದ ಮಹಾಗುರು. ಅವರು ಬೋಧನೆ ಮಾಡುವುದರೊಂದಿಗೆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವವನ್ನು ರೂಪಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಅವರ ಗರಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳೆದ ಹಲವಾರು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಇಂದು ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಉತ್ತಮ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವವನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿರುವರು. ಅವರ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದ ಯಶಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿಯಾಗಿದೆ. ಅವರು ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ಮತ್ತು ಮಾಹಿತಿ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನವನ್ನು ಕೇವಲ ತಾಂತ್ರಿಕ ತರಬೇತಿಯ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಉಳಿಸಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯವೆಂದರೆ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳ ಭಂಡಾರವಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಸಮಾಜದ ಬೌದ್ಧಿಕ ಹೃದಯ. ಜ್ಞಾನವು ಸಮಾಜದ ಪರಿವರ್ತನೆಗೆ ಮೂಲ ಶಕ್ತಿಯೆಂದು ಅವರು ನಂಬಿದ್ದರು. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಅವರು ರೂಪಿಸಿದ ಪಠ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ತಾಂತ್ರಿಕ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯಗಳ ಜೊತೆ ನೈತಿಕತೆ, ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಹೊಣೆಗಾರಿಕೆ ಮತ್ತು ಮಾನವೀಯ ಮೌಲ್ಯಗಳಿಗೆ ಸಮಾನ ಮಹತ್ವ ನೀಡಿದರು. ಮಾಹಿತಿ ನೈತಿಕತೆ, ಜ್ಞಾನ ಸಂಘಟನೆ, ವರ್ಗೀಕರಣ, ಸೂಚೀಕರಣ ಮತ್ತು ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ಆಡಳಿತ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರ ಸಂಶೋಧನೆಗಳು ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶಕವಾಗಿವೆ. ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಯುಗ ಬರುವ ಮುನ್ನವೇ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯವನ್ನು ಪರಿವರ್ತಿಸಲಿದೆ ಎಂಬ ದೂರದೃಷ್ಟಿ ಅವರದ್ದಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾದಂತೆ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿಯೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚುತ್ತದೆ ಎಂಬ ಅವರ ಹೇಳಿಕೆ ಇಂದಿನ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಸ್ಫೋಟದ ಯುಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಅರ್ಥಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿದೆ. APJ ಅಬ್ದುಲ್ ಕಲಾಂ ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಮಾತು ನೆನಪಾಗುತ್ತಲಿದೆ. ಲರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಗಿವ್ಸ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟಿವಿಟಿ, ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟಿವಿಟಿ ಲೀಡ್ಸ್ ಟು ಥಿಂಕಿಂಗ್, ಥಿಂಕಿಂಗ್ ಪ್ರೊವೈಡ್ಸ್ ನಾಲೆಜ್, ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಮೇಕ್ಸ್ ಯು ಎ ಗ್ರೇಟ್. ಈ ಶ್ರೇಣಿಯನ್ನೇ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರು ತಮ್ಮ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳೆಸಿದರು. ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಪರಿಸರದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರ ಮಗನಾಗಿ ಬೆಳೆದ ಅವರ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದ ಮಹತ್ವವನ್ನು ಬಾಲ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಅರಿತುಕೊಂಡರು. ಬದುಕಿನ ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆಯ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಪದವಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಪೂರ್ಣಗೊಳಿಸುವ ಅವರ ಪರಿಶ್ರಮ ನಿಜಕ್ಕೂ ಪ್ರೇರಣಾದಾಯಕ. ನಂತರ ದೆಹಲಿ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ನಾತಕೋತ್ತರ ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ನಡೆಸಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ SR ರಂಗನಾಥನ್ ಮತ್ತು S ದಾಸ್ಗುಪ್ತಾ ಸೇರಿದಂತೆ ವಿದ್ವಾಂಸರ ಸಾನ್ನಿಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಜ್ಞಾನವನ್ನು ವಿಸ್ತರಿಸಿಕೊಂಡರು. ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ನಾಲೆಡ್ಜ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮುಂತಾದ ಗಂಭೀರ ವಿಷಯಗಳ ಕುರಿತು ನಡೆದ ಬೌದ್ಧಿಕ ಸಂವಾದಗಳು ಅವರ ಆಳವಾದ ಚಿಂತನೆಗೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ನೀಡಿದವು. ನಂತರ ಅವರು ಧಾರವಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಮರಳಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯವನ್ನು ಆಧುನಿಕ ಮಾದರಿಯನ್ನಾಗಿ ರೂಪಿಸಲು ಶ್ರಮಿಸಿದರು. ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ಮತ್ತು ಮಾಹಿತಿ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣವನ್ನು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಿತವಾಗಿ ಪ್ರಸಾರ ಮಾಡಿದ ಮುಂಚೂಣಿ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಪ್ರಮುಖರು. ಸಾವಿರಾರು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ತರಬೇತಿ ನೀಡಿ ಅವರನ್ನು ದೇಶಾದ್ಯಂತ ವೃತ್ತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಥಿರಪಡಿಸಿದ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶಕ ಗುರುಗಳು. ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಶೇರ್ಡ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಮಲ್ಟಿಪ್ಲೈಡ್ ಎಂಬ ಅವರ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಕೇವಲ ಮಾತಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಅವರ ಜೀವನ ಸಾಧನೆ. ಕಠಿಣ ಪರಿಶ್ರಮ, ಶಿಸ್ತು, ಪ್ರೀತಿ, ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಮತ್ತು ಗುರಿ ಸಾಧನೆಯ ಛಲ ಇವುಗಳೇ ಅವರ ಸಾಧನೆಯ ಮೂಲ ಶಕ್ತಿಗಳು. ಇಂದು ನಾವು ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಸ್ವಯಂಚಾಲಿತ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತನಾಡುತ್ತಿರುವಾಗ ಅವರು ಬಹಳ ಹಿಂದೆಯೇ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಸಾಧನ, ಮಾನವೀಯತೆ ಗುರಿ ಎಂದು ಸಾರಿದ್ದರು. ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಲ್ಬರ್ಟ್ ಐನ್ಸ್ಟೀನ್ ಅವರ ಮಾತು ನೆನಪಾಗುತ್ತಲಿದೆ. ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಷನ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ನಾಲೆಡ್ಜ್, ದ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಈಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರು ಈ ಅನುಭವ ಆಧಾರಿತ ಜ್ಞಾನವನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ನೀಡಿದರು. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ MR ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರು ಕೇವಲ ಒಬ್ಬ ವಿದ್ವಾಂಸರಲ್ಲ, ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಚಿಂತನಾ ಪರಂಪರೆ. ಅವರು ರೂಪಿಸಿದ ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ಜಾಲತಾಣ, ಬೆಳೆಸಿದ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳ ಪೀಳಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ತೋರಿದ ಹಾದಿ ಇವೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಇಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದಿರುವ ದೀಪಸ್ತಂಭಗಳಂತಿವೆ. ಈ ಶತಮಾನೋತ್ಸವವು ಕೇವಲ ಸಂಭ್ರಮವಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಸಂಕಲ್ಪ. ಅವರ ಆದರ್ಶಗಳನ್ನು ಅನುಸರಿಸಿ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ಮತ್ತು ಮಾಹಿತಿ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರವನ್ನು ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಮಾನವ ಕೇಂದ್ರಿತ, ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಸಜ್ಜಿತ ಮತ್ತು ಸಮಾಜಮುಖಿಯಾಗಿಸೋಣ. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರ ಜೀವನ ನಮಗೆ ಕಲಿಸುವ ಮಹತ್ವದ ಪಾಠವೆಂದರೆ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯವು ಸಮಾಜದ ಬೌದ್ಧಿಕ ಹೃದಯ. ಅದನ್ನು ಸಜೀವವಾಗಿಡುವುದು ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ. ಅವರ ಆದರ್ಶಗಳು ನಮಗೆ ದಾರಿದೀಪ. ಅವರ ಪರಿಶ್ರಮ, ನಿಷ್ಠೆ ಮತ್ತು ಜ್ಞಾನ ಸೇವೆಯೇ ಪರಂಪರೆಯನ್ನು ಮುಂದುವರಿಸುವುದು ನಮ್ಮ ಹೊಣೆಗಾರಿಕೆ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
Good morning. Namaste, friends. This is Sulochana Ravi. Just wanted to share few words, few meetings with Professor Kumbar. This was back in 1970s. Just a little background how I met Professor Kumbar. I finished my BSc in chemistry and zoology from KCP Science College, Bijapur, and wanted to do my master's in either zoology or chemistry, but unfortunately, or should I say fortunately, I didn't get in the program. I didn't get the seat. Someone suggested that I apply for a Bachelor's of Library Science, which I had never heard of, and I was very skeptical and not very enthusiastic about it. But anyway, I did apply, and I found out that I was last on the waiting list to get in for the interview. So someone suggested you apply for a master's in Hindi. So I did that too, just in case. Somehow my luck that I was called for the interview for library science. 7 to 8 or maybe 10 selection committee members. It was overwhelming and scary. But that's the first time I met Professor Kumbar. He was in the selection committee, but at that time I didn't know who Professor Kumbar is. After he started taking classes and all that, I found out, oh, that was Professor Kumbar. So I got in the program, and that was my stepping stone for my future library career as well as my future life. Thank you, Professor, for selecting me. I owe it to you. From then on, I enjoyed my classes of library science. That 1 year went off like anything, so quickly. Beautiful campus, beautiful university, and very well structured classes, and very good professors. Somehow, professors and teachers, our interaction was limited only to the classroom. We were kind of respectfully scared to interact much with teachers or Professor Kumbar. We'll see him in the hallway and just say, "Namaste sir, namaste sir, namaste sir," that's all. And highlight of I thoroughly enjoyed my classes, and just the whole year was wonderful. The highlight of the program was our tour of libraries, the various library visits. We went to Chennai, we went to Bangalore, we went to Hyderabad. So we also in Bangalore, we also met Professor Ranganathan in his house at Malleshwaram, and that was the best part. So Professor Gunjal was our tour guide at the time, and finished my library science and went on to look for different jobs and worked at some small college libraries, and then thought, why don't I apply for DRTC program, which I had heard about. So I applied, and again, fortunately, I got selected. So we were only 10 students at that time. So finished the DRTC course, joined prestigious National Aerospace Laboratory Library in Bangalore, worked there for 10 years, moved on to US after getting married in 83, and worked there at again another prestigious institute called Battelle Memorial Institute in Columbus, Ohio, USA. Worked there for almost 25 years, retired from there and came back to our hometown, Bangalore. So when I was in Bangalore, working at NAL, my house was right across from the DRTC hostel then. So whenever Professor Kumbar visited DRTC, and he stayed at DRTC hostel right across from my house, somehow whenever he came, he found out that I am living so close by. He was missing his morning tea, and he will knock on our door and say, "Chaha madava, chaha kodti hai na, chaha kodava." So this happened like couple times, and I was so fortunate to spend some time with him then. Least did I expect that professor of his level would come down to this student's house and have a cup of tea. We had a wonderful conversation then. Sometimes, if he had time, he would come for breakfast. Some other friends also joined in, and we would discuss so many other things, like music and so many other things. And he was, I think he was learning, or he learned sitar, if I remember right. So he would discuss and compare Carnatic music and Hindustani music. So that went on for a couple times, maybe 5-6 times, I don't remember exactly. Those days we didn't have phones, we didn't have cameras, and didn't even think about taking pictures with him or anything. But then I moved on to US in 83. After that, I totally lost touch with him. I wish I had kept in touch with him. Somehow our life, got busy with so many other things, and never got around to keep in touch with him. I feel sad now. We miss him. We miss you, sir. I wish I had kept in touch with you. He was a very good administrator, very visionary, down-to-earth person, very affectionate. People of his kind are very rare, His selecting me for library science course was a stepping stone for me, for my future life. I did what I did in my life because of you, sir. I owe it to you. I know he would have made so many other changes and brought so many new things in library science field and Karnataka University. Miss all my past professors. They were so wonderful, I thank God for sending such wonderful people in my life. So, sir, we miss you. We remember you. To all my gurus, namaskaram. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Thank you.
I am Mallikarjun Garpnal, formerly serving as Library Officer at Central Manufacturing Technology Institute, Bangalore. During my tenure, the institute played a significant role as a specialized information center under the National Information System for Science and Technology, contributing to the advancement of India's machine tool and manufacturing sectors. CMTI functioned as National Information Center for Machine Tools and Production Engineering, facilitating the dissemination of critical technical knowledge to industries and researchers across the country. I superannuated from service on 31st December 2019, presently settled in Dharwad. At the outset, I offer my salutation through the revered sloka Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, which reminds us of the supreme role of teacher in shaping lives. With deep respect and pride, I recall my association as a student of Bachelor of Library and Information Science during 1984-85 under the esteemed guidance of Professor M.R. Kumbhar, who served as the chairman, head of the department, and university librarian. Professor Kumbar was a man of integrity, discipline, and unwavering commitment to his profession. One remarkable incident reflects his extraordinary professional excellence. When a professor approached him with an incomplete reference query, he undertook a meticulous search through numerous books without even pausing for lunch and successfully identified the source within the promised time. This demonstrated not only his perseverance but also his adherence to the professional ethics in library service. Beyond his scholarly excellence, he was a compassionate mentor who inspired students to serve readers with dedication. I fondly cherish the proud moment when I had the honor of garlanding him during a departmental function. Professor Yamhar Kumbhar remains an enduring source of inspiration. His values, teachings, and lifelong contribution to library and information science continue to guide and motivate generations.
Start.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ನಾನು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮಹೇಶ್ ಧರ್ಮಪ್ಪ ಹೊರಕೇರಿ, ಪ್ರಾಚಾರ್ಯರು ಗುಡ್ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ವೆಲ್ಫೇರ್ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಕಲಾ ಹಾಗೂ ವಾಣಿಜ್ಯ ಪ್ರಥಮ ದರ್ಜೆ ಮಹಾವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಕಲಘಟಗಿ. ಇಂದು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ M.R. ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರ ಜನ್ಮ ಶತಮಾನೋತ್ಸವದ ಈ ಮಹತ್ವದ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವು ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಹಂಚಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲು ನನಗೆ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಸಂತೋಷ ಮತ್ತು ಹೆಮ್ಮೆಯಾಗುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ವಿಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ನಿಷ್ಠೆ, ಶ್ರದ್ಧೆ ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕತೆಯಿಂದ ಸೇವೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿದ ಮಹಾನ್ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ತಜ್ಞರು. ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಸಣ್ಣ ನೌಕರಿಯಿಂದ ಮತ್ತು ತಮ್ಮ ಪರಿಶ್ರಮ, ಶಿಸ್ತಿನ ಜೀವನ, ಜ್ಞಾನಾಸಕ್ತಿಯಿಂದ ಉನ್ನತ ಮಟ್ಟದ ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರಾಗಿ ಬೆಳೆದದ್ದು ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಅವರ ಅನುಪಮ ಸಾಧನೆ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಎನಿಸಿದೆ. ನಾನು ಅವರ ನೇರ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ಅಲ್ಲದಿದ್ದರೂ ನಿವೃತ್ತಿಯ ನಂತರವೂ ಅವರು ವಿಭಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಾಗ ಬಂದು ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರೊಂದಿಗೆ ಆತ್ಮೀಯವಾಗಿ ಮಾತನಾಡಿ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ನೀಡಿ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಅಧ್ಯಯನದ ಹುರುಪು ಮತ್ತು ಆತ್ಮವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ತುಂಬುತ್ತಿದ್ದ ಕ್ಷಣಗಳು ಎಂದಿಗೂ ಮರೆಯಲಾಗದು. ಅವರ ಜೀವನವೇ ಒಂದು ಸಂದೇಶ. ಪರಿಶ್ರಮ, ವಿನಯ ಮತ್ತು ಜ್ಞಾನ ಹಂಚುವ ಮನೋಭಾವವೇ ನಮಗೆ ನಿಜವಾದ ಮಹತ್ವವನ್ನು ತಂದು ಕೊಡುತ್ತದೆ. ಈ ಜನ್ಮ ಶತಮಾನೋತ್ಸವದ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ M.R. ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಭಕ್ತಿಪೂರ್ವಕ ನಮನಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅವರ ಆದರ್ಶಗಳು ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ದಾರಿದೀಪವಾಗಿರಲಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಸದಾ ಅವರನ್ನು ನಾವು ಸ್ಮರಿಸುತ್ತಾ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
It is a matter of joy to all of us. He will be a source of inspiration and guidance to all the budding librarians in this part of the country. Starting his career in this infant of Karnataka University, Dharwad, he planned and designed the growth of university library on a systematic basis. Each dimension of a Karnataka University library bears the imprint of his knowledge and experience. Every bricks of library building speaks about him. ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಮತ್ತು ಮಾಹಿತಿ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಹಾಗೂ ಸಂಶೋಧನೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಅವರ ಕೊಡುಗೆ ಸಂಸ್ಮರಣೀಯವಾಗಿದೆ. ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಲವು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ಶೋಧಕರು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರ ಸಮರ್ಥ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಶೋಧನೆ ನಡೆಸಿ PhD ಪದವಿಗಳನ್ನು ಪಡೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಅಂಶದಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಕೂಡ ಇಷ್ಟು ಪದವೀಧರರನ್ನು ತಯಾರಿಸಿದ ಪ್ರಥಮ ಶ್ರೇಯಸ್ಸು ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸಲ್ಲುತ್ತದೆ. ಅವರು ತಮ್ಮ ಕ್ರಿಯಾಶೀಲತೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಅರ್ಪಣಾ ಮನೋಭಾವಗಳಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ವಿಭಾಗವು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ತನ್ನದೇ ಆದ ಘನತೆ, ಗೌರವಗಳನ್ನು ಗಳಿಸಲು ಅವಿರತವಾಗಿ ಶ್ರಮಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರು ಭಾರತೀಯ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಉತ್ಸಾಹಭರಿತ ಪ್ರತಿಪಾದಕರು ಪ್ರಚಾರಕರು ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಿರಿಯರಾದ ಹಾಗೂ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕಲಿಸಿದ ಗುರುಗಳು ಆದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ SR ರಂಗನಾಥನ್ ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ S ದಾಸಗುಪ್ತಾರವಂಥವರಿಂದ ಸ್ಫೂರ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಪಡೆದವರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸ್ವತಃ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕನ ಮಗನಾದ ಅವರು ತಮ್ಮ ಹೃದಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೋಧನೆಗೆ ಪ್ರಥಮ ಸ್ಥಾನವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಅವರ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಅವರನ್ನು ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ವರ್ಗೀಕರಣ ಮತ್ತು ಸೂಚೀಕರಣಗಳ ನಿರೂಪಣೆಗಾಗಿ ಈಗಲೂ ನೆನೆಸುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಅನೇಕ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯಗಳೊಡನೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಸಮಿತಿಗಳೊಡನೆ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ನಿಕಟವಾದ ಸಂಬಂಧವನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿದ್ದರು. ಅವರು ಒಬ್ಬ ಸ್ನೇಹಜೀವಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದರು, ಸದಾ ಹಸನ್ಮುಖಿಗಳಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ಅವರು ನನ್ನನ್ನು ತಮ್ಯ ಅಂತ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಆತ್ಮೀಯತೆಯಿಂದ ಕರೆಯುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ನಾನು ಯಾವಾಗಲಾದರೊಮ್ಮೆ ಅವರ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋದಾಗ ಬಂದವರಿಗೆ ಚಹಾ ಕೊಡದೆ ಕಳಿಸುತ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ನಾಚಿಕೆಯಿಂದ ಬೇಡ ಸರ್ ಅಂದರೆ, ಸುಮ್ಮನಿರೋ ಮಾರಾಯ, ನಿನ್ನಿಂದ ನನಗೂ ಒಂದು ಕಪ್ಪು ಚಹಾ ಸಿಗುತ್ತದೆ ಎಂದು ಹಾಸ್ಯ ಚಟಾಕಿ ಹಾರಿಸಿದ್ದು ಉಂಟು. ನೀವು ಬಡ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಗ್ರಂಥಪಾಲಕರೆಲ್ಲ ಮುಂದೆ ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಹುದ್ದೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೋಗುವವರು, ಅಸಿಸ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ವರೆಗೆ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ನೀವು ಈಗಿನಿಂದಲೇ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಓದಿ ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ ಮಾಡಿರಿ ಎಂದು ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಅದೂ ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಫಿಕೇಷನ್ ಸಹ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ವೇಳೆಯೇ ಪರಿವೆಯೇ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಇರುತ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. 2 ರಿಂದ 3 ತಾಸಿನವರೆಗೂ ಬಿಟ್ಟೂ ಬಿಡದೆ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಆಡು ಮುಟ್ಟದ ಗಿಡವಿಲ್ಲವೆಂಬಂತೆ ಜಾಕ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಲ್ ಟ್ರೇಡ್. ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಷಯಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಆಳವಾದ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಭಂಡಾರವೇ ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ಇತ್ತು. ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಈ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಗೆ ಬರಲು ಲಕ್ಷಗಟ್ಟಲೆ ಪೆನ್ಷನ್ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಿರುವುದು ಅವರ ಪುಣ್ಯದಿಂದಲೇ ಎಂದರೆ ತಪ್ಪಾಗಲಾರದು. ದಿನಾಲೂ ಅವರನ್ನು ನೆನೆಸಿ ಊಟ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ದೇವರು ಅವರ ಆತ್ಮಕ್ಕೆ ಶಾಂತಿ ನೀಡಲೆಂದು ಸದಾ ನೆನೆಯುತ್ತಿರುತ್ತೇನೆ. ವಂದನೆಗಳು. ಶಂಕರ್ ಮುತ್ನಾಳ್.
Myself, Sadanand Tigadi, retired librarian, PC Javin Science College, Hubli, student of 1971 batch of Library Science Department. Professor Kumbar sir was not only imparting knowledge but also inspire and motivate students to achieve their goals. He was not only teacher but also mentor, friend and guide who helped me to build my career. Professor Kumbar sir has an ability to connect with students and understand their strength and weakness in the subject. He encouraged us to develop set of skills that would be valuable in our professional career. Professor Kumbar sir encouraged us to participate in extracurricular activities. He provided me an opportunity to participate in the USS workshop in 1972. He often used real-world examples and practical applications to help students to understand complex concepts, and he was a source of inspiration for students. During 1972, due to great efforts and vision of Professor Kumbar, first time in India, UGC sanctioned summer school to our library science department. During 1972, I was working as a librarian in SSMS College, Athni. Professor Kumbar sir provided me an opportunity to attend the summer school for a period of 1 month. Professor Kumbar sir helped me to get the scholarship during my student days. Because of sincere efforts and vision of Professor Kumbar sir, the library profession was recognized and the teacher status was granted to the library professionals in all aspects. Especially the pay scales were brought on par with teachers. This was all possible because of his strong association with Professor Ranganathan. I always cherish the memories of my student life under Professor Kumbar sir's guidance. I am grateful to Professor Kumbar sir for his kind guidance and help during my student days and professional career. I pray God to grace his soul with eternal peace.
ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ MR ಗುರುಗಳಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಅನಂತ ವಂದನೆಗಳು. ನಾನು ಸೋಮನಗೌಡ ಪಾಟೀಲ್, ನಿವೃತ್ತ ಗ್ರಂಥಪಾಲಕ, JT ಕಾಲೇಜು ಗದಗ, 1970ನೇ ಸಾಲಿನ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ವಿಭಾಗದ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರದು ಬಹುಮುಖ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವ ಅವರು ನಮಗೆ ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಕಲಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಅವರ ಬೋಧನೆ ವಿಧಾನ ಸ್ಫೂರ್ತಿದಾಯಕವಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಅವರು ಕೇವಲ ಗುರುಗಳಾಗದೆ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ಮತ್ತು ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳ ನಾಡಿ ಮಿಡಿತ ಅರಿತು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ತಕ್ಕಂತೆ ಬೋಧನೆ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಅವರ ಶಿಷ್ಯಂದಿರು ದೇಶ ವಿದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾರ್ಯ ಮಾಡಿ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕೀರ್ತಿ ತಂದಿದ್ದಿರಿ. ಅವರ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನದಲ್ಲಿ ಶ್ರೇಷ್ಠ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮಂಥವರಿಗೆ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ನನ್ನ ವೃತ್ತಿನಿರತ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ವಿಭಾಗ ಏರ್ಪಡಿಸಿದ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಮತ್ತು ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನ ಮತ್ತು ವಿಚಾರಕೂಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಲು ಅನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದರು. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮತ್ತು ದೂರದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದಲೇ ನಮ್ಮ ವೃತ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಗುರುತಿಸಲಾಯಿತು ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಥಾನಮಾನಗಳನ್ನು ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರ ಸಮಾನವಾಗಿರುವಂತೆ ಮಾರ್ಪಡಿಸಲಾಯಿತು. ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಬಳವನ್ನು ಸಹಿತ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರ ಸಮಾನದ ಆಗಲು ಅವರು ಕಾರಣೀಭೂತರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾದದ್ದು ಅವರ ನಿಕಟ ಸಂಪರ್ಕ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಂಗನಾಥನ್ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಇದ್ದ ಕಾರಣ. ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ವಿಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಲಭ್ಯ ಇರುವುದೆಂದು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಂಗನಾಥನ್ ಅವರು ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯವಿತ್ತು. ಇದರಿಂದ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವ ಪರಿಚಯವಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಅವರು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ಮತ್ತು ತಮ್ಮ ಮಾನವೀಯ ಗುಣಗಳಿಂದ ಶ್ರೇಷ್ಠ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಗುರುತಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದರು. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ವಿಭಾಗ ಹೆಮ್ಮರವಾಗಿ ಬೆಳೆದು ದೇಶ ವಿದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಸರು ಮಾಡಲು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರೇ ಕಾರಣ. ನನ್ನ ಜೀವನ ಸುಗಮ ಮತ್ತು ಸಂತೋಷವಾಗಿರಲು ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದಿಸಿದ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಅನಂತ ಸಾಷ್ಟಾಂಗ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು. ನನಗೆ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ಮತ್ತು ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡಿದ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಅನಂತ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರ ಅಮರ ಆತ್ಮಕ್ಕೆ ಶಿರಶಾಂತಿ ದೀಪಾಲಿಸಲೆಂದು ದೇವರಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಮುಗಿತು.
ನಾನು ಅನಿಲ್ ಧಾರವಾಡ್ಕರ್, JSS ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ನಿವೃತ್ತ ಗ್ರಂಥಪಾಲಕ. ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಶ್ರೀ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರ ಕೊಡುಗೆ ಅಪಾರ. ಅವರೊಬ್ಬ ಶ್ರೇಷ್ಠ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರಾಗಿದ್ದರು, ಸಂಶೋಧಕರಾಗಿದ್ದರು, ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶಕರಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ಎಲ್ಲಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಅವರೊಬ್ಬ ಸ್ನೇಹಜೀವಿಗಳಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ಚಿಕ್ಕವರೇ ಇರಲಿ ದೊಡ್ಡವರೇ ಇರಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ಮರ್ಯಾದೆಯಿಂದ ಕಾಣುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಅವರು ನೋಡಲು ಗಾಂಭೀರ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಕಂಡರೂ ಮೃದ ಹೃದಯದವರಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ಅವರ ಮನೆ ಮಂಜುನಾಥ್ಪುರದ ಕಿರಿ ಗುಡ್ಡದ ಮೇಲೆ. ಸುಂದರ ಮನೆಯ ಸುತ್ತಲೂ ಗಿಡಮರಗಳು. ಅದನ್ನು ದಾಟಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋದರೆ ಮಹಡಿಯ ಮೆಟ್ಟಲು. ಆ ಮೆಟ್ಟಲುಗಳನ್ನೇರಿ ಒಳಹೊಕ್ಕರೆ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಶೆಲ್ಫುಗಳ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆತ್ತದ ಆರಾಮ ಕುರ್ಚಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಳಿತುಕೊಂಡು ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಡಿದ ಪುಸ್ತಕವೊಂದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಗ್ನರಾಗಿರುವ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯೇ ಶ್ರೀ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರು. ಸದಾ ಮುಗುಳ್ನಗೆಯಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲರೊಡನೆ ಬೆರೆತು ಮಾತನಾಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಅವರ ಮನೆಯೇ ಪಾಠಶಾಲೆಯಾಗಿರುತ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಂದ ತುಂಬಿರುತ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಅವರು ಎಂದೂ ಬೇಸರಿಯದೇ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ತಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಸಹ ಪಾಠ ಹೇಳಿಕೊಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಅವರೊಬ್ಬ ಅದ್ಭುತ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ಅವರ ಹಲವಾರು ಲೇಖನಗಳು ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಮನ್ನಣೆಯನ್ನು ಪಡೆದಿವೆ. ಅವರ ಶಿಷ್ಯವರ್ಗ ದೇಶ ವಿದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಭೂ ನಕ್ಷತ್ರಗಳಂತೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಮಿನುಗುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಶ್ರೀ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರು ಶಿಷ್ಯ ವಾತ್ಸಲ್ಯಗಳಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ಯಾರೇ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಅವರ ಮನೆಗೆ ಬಂದರೂ ಅವರ ಶ್ರೀಮತಿಯವರು ಚಹಾ ಕೊಡದೆ ಕಳಿಸುತ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನೂ ಒಬ್ಬ. ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಸಾಹೇಬರ ಮನೆ ಅತೀ ಹತ್ತಿರದಲ್ಲಿವೆ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ನಮಗೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಕುಟುಂಬ ಸ್ನೇಹವಿತ್ತು. ನನ್ನ ತಂದೆ ಹಿರಿಯ ಸಾಹಿತಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಾಯ ಧಾರವಾಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಸಿಂಡಿಕೇಟ್, ಸಿನೇಟ್, ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಕ್ ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲ್ ಹೀಗೆ ಹಲವಾರು ಸಮಿತಿಗಳ ಸದಸ್ಯರಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ಅದೇ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರು ಸಹ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಹಲವಾರು ಸಮಿತಿಗಳ ಸದಸ್ಯರಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ಇಬ್ಬರದೂ ಭೇಟಿ ಮೇಲಿಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಗುತ್ತಿತ್ತು. ನನಗೆ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ. BSc ಮುಗಿಸಿದ ನಂತರ ನಾನು ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಎಂಬ ವಿಚಾರದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾಗ ನಮ್ಮ ತಂದೆ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಸಾಹೇಬರ ಜೊತೆ ಚರ್ಚಿಸಿದಾಗ ಅವರು, ಏನೂ ಮಾಡಬೇಡ್ರಿ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಗನನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಪದವಿಗೆ ಸೇರಿಸಿರಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಾಗುತ್ತದೆ ಎಂದು ಅಂದರು. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಸಾಹೇಬರ ಪ್ರೇರಣೆಯಿಂದಲೇ ಹಾಗೂ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದದಿಂದಲೇ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ವಿಭಾಗ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡು B.Lib ಸೈನ್ಸ್, M.Lib ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡೆನು. ಆ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಪದವಿ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾಗ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ, ಸಹಾಯ ಎಂದೆಂದೂ ಮರೆಯಲಾಗದು. ಅವರ ಸಹಾಯದಿಂದಲೇ ನಾನು ಪದವಿ ಮುಗಿಸಿ ಗ್ರಂಥಪಾಲ ಎಂದು ನೇಮಕಗೊಂಡು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ವೇತನ ಪಡೆದು ಈಗಲೂ ಸಂತೋಷದಿಂದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ನಾನು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಅವರ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲೇ ಇರುತ್ತಿದ್ದೆ. ಹಲವಾರು ಸಲ ಊಟವನ್ನು ಸಹ ಅವರಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡಿರುತ್ತಿದ್ದನು. ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ತಂದೆಯ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಆತ್ಮೀಯತೆಯಿಂದ ಹೇಳುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು, ನಾನು ಹಾಗೂ ನಿಮ್ಮ ತಂದೆ ಅಣ್ಣ ತಮ್ಮ ಇದ್ದ ಹಾಗಿದ್ದೇವೆ, ಅತೀ ಸ್ನೇಹದಿಂದಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾರುಗಳ ನಂಬರುಗಳು ಸಹ. ನಿಮ್ಮದು 3241 ನಂಬರ್ ಇದ್ದರೆ ನನ್ನ 3240 ಇದೆ ಎಂದು ಖುಷಿಯಿಂದ ಹೇಳುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಶ್ರೀ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರ ಯಶಸ್ಸು ಹಾಗೂ ಸಜ್ಜನಿಕೆಗಳ ಹಿಂದಿನ ಶಕ್ತಿಯಾಗಿ ಎಲೆಮರೆಯ ಹೂವಿನಂತೆ ಇದ್ದವರವರ ಧರ್ಮಪತ್ನಿ. ಯಾರೇ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳು ಮನೆಗೆ ಬರಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಉಪಚಾರ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಇಂಥ ಮಹಾನ್ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯ ಶತಮಾನೋತ್ಸವ ಈ ವರ್ಷ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತಿದೆ. ನಮಗೆ ಆಶೀರ್ವದಿಸಿ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನವನ್ನು ತೋರಿಸಿದ ಹಿರಿಯ ಗುರುಗಳಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಸದಾ ಚಿರಋಣಿ.
ನನ್ನ ವಿದ್ಯಾಗುರುಗಳು ನಾನು ಗೌರವಯುತವಾಗಿ ಬದುಕಲು ಕಾರಣೀಭೂತರಾದ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಎಂ.ಆರ್. ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರ ಜನ್ಮ ಶತಮಾನೋತ್ಸವದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನುಡಿನಮನಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸುವುದು ನನ್ನ ಭಾಗ್ಯವೆಂದು ನಾನು ತಿಳಿದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಿ ಹೋದ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ಜೀವನಾಡಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಎಂ.ಆರ್. ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರು ಮುಖ್ಯರು. ವಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವ, ಸ್ವಪ್ರತಿಭೆಯ ಪ್ರತೀಕವಾಗಿದ್ದವರು ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ, ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ಸೇವೆ ಕುರಿತು ವಿಗತವಾಗಿ ದುಡಿದರಲ್ಲದೆ ಪ್ರತಿಭಾವಂತ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯದ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪಡೆಯನ್ನೇ ಅವರು ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಅರ್ಪಿಸಿದರು. ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳಂತೆ ಪೋಷಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಅವರ ಸುಖ ದುಃಖಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಲ್ಗೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಅವರನ್ನು ಮೇಲಿಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ನೆನೆಯುವುದೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಸೌಭಾಗ್ಯವೆಂದು ನಾನು ಭಾವಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಯಾರು ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರ ಏಳಿಗೆಯನ್ನು ಬಯಸುತ್ತಾರೋ, ಯಾರು ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರ ಏಳಿಗೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಶ್ರಮಿಸುತ್ತಾರೋ ಅಂಥವರು ತಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರದಂತೆ ದೊಡ್ಡ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳಾಗುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಇದು ಭಗವಾನ್ ಬುದ್ಧ ಹೇಳಿದ ಮಾತು. ಈ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಬಹುತೇಕ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅಂತವರು ಕುರಿತೇ ಹೇಳಿದಂತಿದೆ. ಆತ್ಮಪ್ರಶಂಸೆ ಆಗಲಿ, ಪರನಿಂದೆ ಆಗಲಿ ಅವರ ಸಮೀಪ ಸುಳಿಯಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಪರೋಪಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂತೋಷಪಟ್ಟ ಮಹಾ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯವರು. ನನ್ನ ಅನುಭವಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಂತೆ 1991 ಸಾಲಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಡಿಪ್ಲೊಮಾ ಇನ್ ಲೈಬ್ರರಿ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಅಂದರೆ JOC ಕೋರ್ಸು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭವಾಗಲು ಅನುಮತಿ ಸಿಕ್ತು. ಗ್ರಂಥಪಾಲನ ಕೆಲಸ ಮತ್ತು ಈ JOC ಕೆಲಸ ಎರಡೂ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿಗಳನ್ನು ಹೊತ್ತುಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಲು ನನಗೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವೇ, ಅದನ್ನು ನಾನು ನಿಭಾಯಿಸಬಲ್ಲೆನೆ ಎಂಬ ಆತಂಕ ನನಗೆ ಕಾಡಲಕತ್ತು. ಕೂಡಲೇ ನಾನು ಧಾರವಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಎಂ.ಆರ್. ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಭೇಟಿಯಾಗಿ ನನ್ನ ಆತಂಕವನ್ನು ಅವರ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೇಳಿದೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲೇಜಿಗೆ ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ದು ಭಾಳ ಸಂತೋಷ, ಏನೂ ಭಯಪಡಬೇಡ, ಡೋಂಟ್ ವರಿ, ಐ ಆಮ್ ವಿತ್ ಯು ಎಂದು ನನ್ನ ಬೆನ್ನು ತಟ್ಟಿ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹದ ನುಡಿಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದದಿಂದ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭಗೊಂಡ ಕೋರ್ಸು ಸುಸೂತ್ರವಾಗಿ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತಲ್ಲದೆ ಸುಮಾರು 500ಕ್ಕೂ ಮೇಲ್ಪಟ್ಟು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಡಿಪ್ಲೊಮಾ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಮುಗಿಸಿದರಲ್ಲದೆ 100 ಜನ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಅಸಿಸ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಲೈಬ್ರರಿಯನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ಇಲಾಖೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇರಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸಲ್ಲಬೇಕಾದ ಒಂದು ಗೌರವವೆಂದೇ ನಾನು ಭಾವಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಅವರೊಬ್ಬ ನಿಷ್ಠಾವಂತ ಕರ್ಮಯೋಗಿ. ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳನ್ನು, ಸಹೋದ್ಯೋಗಿಗಳನ್ನು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಹುರಿದುಂಬಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದನ್ನು ಆಲಿಸುವಲ್ಲಿ, ಓಲೈಸುವಲ್ಲಿ ಖುಷಿಪಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಈ ಮಾತಿಗೆ ನಿದರ್ಶನವೆಂಬಂತೆ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಸಂಗವನ್ನು ನಾನು ತಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೇಳಬಯಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಅದೇನೆಂದರೆ 1988ರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ನೆಗಚಾಟಿಕೆ ಎಂಬ ಒಂದು ಪುಸ್ತಕವನ್ನು ಆ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಸುಮಾರು 500 ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಫೈಡ್ ಜೋಕ್ಸ್ ಅಂತೀವಲ್ಲ, ವರ್ಗೀಕೃತ ಜೋಕ್ಗಳ ಸಂಕಲನ. ಆ ಪುಸ್ತಕದ ಪ್ರತಿಯನ್ನು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಮೂಲಕ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ದೆ. ಆಗ ಅವರು ಮಣಿಪಾಲ್ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಗ್ರಂಥಪಾಲಕರಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ಆ ಪುಸ್ತಕವನ್ನು ಓದಿ ಖುಷಿಪಟ್ಟು ಅವರು ಬರೆದಂಥ ಪತ್ರವನ್ನೇ ತಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಓದಲು ಬಯಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಅದು ಈ ರೀತಿ ಇದೆ. ಮೈ ಡಿಯರ್ ಪಂಡಿತ್, I am in receipt of your book entitled Negativique, which is quite useful for me here, where we don't see Kannada books at all. At the same time, my wife is using it quite much often. At the same time, I congratulate both of you for bringing out the useful reference work. This is the beginning, and I expect you to bring out of about 5,000 such sayings with annotations and reference to context, which is going to be a model among the reference books in Kannada language and literature. Anyway, I am coming in October last week, and let us anyway, I am coming to Dharwad in the last week of November to Dharwad, and I hope to meet you and discuss about this future plans for the publication etc. More in person. Please convey my best wishes to Professor MP also. Yours affectionately. ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಅವರ ಬರೆದ ಪತ್ರದ ಸಾಲುಗಳು ನನಗೆ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದವನ್ನು ತಿಳಿದು ಈವರೆಗೂ ಆ ಪತ್ರವನ್ನು ನಾನು ಜೋಪಾನವಾಗಿ ಕಾಯ್ದಿರಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ M.R. ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರ ಜನ್ಮ ಶತಮಾನೋತ್ಸವದ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಹೃದಯ ತುಂಬಿದ ಭಕ್ತಿಪೂರ್ವಕ ಗೌರವಗಳನ್ನು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅರ್ಪಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಏನೇನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಎಡಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ.
Respected dignitaries, distinguished guests, teachers, and my dear professionals. It is a great honor and privilege for me to speak on this auspicious occasion of the centenary celebration of Professor M.R. Kumbar, a distinguished scholar and a former professor of library and information science at Karnataka University, Dharwad. I had the privilege of being a student of Professor Kumbar during the academic year 1982-83, which remains a memorable period in my academic life. Professor Kumbar was a dedicated academician, an inspiring teacher, and a true pioneer in the field of library and information science. Through his teaching, research, guidance, he made immense contributions to the development of library, education, and library service in Karnataka and beyond. During his tenure at Karnataka University, Dharwad, he played a vital role in shaping and strengthening the Department of Library and Information Science. Under his guidance, many students developed into respected librarians, educators, and information professionals who continue to carry forward his vision, values, and commitment to the profession. Professor Kumbar strongly believed that libraries are not merely storehouse of books, but vibrant centers of knowledge, learning, and intellectual growth. He inspired students to view libraries as a dynamic institutions that support education, research, and the dissemination of knowledge across society. On this special occasion, on his centenary celebration, we remember with deep gratitude his dedication, scholarship, and commitment to education. His remarkable contributions continue to inspire generations of librarians, scholars, and information professionals. Let us pay our heartfelt tribute to Professor M.R. Kumbar and our commitment to the noble values of knowledge, learning, and service that he so strongly upheld. Thank you.
ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ನಾನು ಸೋಮನಗೌಡ ಗುರುಪಾದಗೌಡ ಬಿರಾದಾರ, ನಿವೃತ್ತ ಗ್ರಂಥಪಾಲಕರು, ಬಂಗೂರು ನಗರ್ ಕಲಾ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಹಾಗೂ ವಾಣಿಜ್ಯ ಮಹಾವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ದಾಂಡೇಲಿ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಹಾಗೂ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ವಿಭಾಗ ಹಾಗೂ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ M.R. ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರ ಸೆಂಟೆನರಿ ಸೆಲೆಬ್ರೇಷನ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಅವರು ಏಪ್ರಿಲ್ 16 ಮತ್ತು 17ರಂದು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರ ಸ್ಮರಣಾರ್ಥವಾಗಿ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನವನ್ನು ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಅನಿಸಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನನಗೆ ಅತೀವ ಸಂತೋಷವಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ ನಾನು ಕಂಡಂತೆ M.R. ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರು, ನಾನು ಮೂಲತಃ ಬಿಜಾಪುರ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯ ಮನಗುಳಿ ಪಟ್ಟಣದವನು, ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಕುಟುಂಬದಿಂದ ಬಂದವನು. ನನ್ನ SSLC ಆದ ನಂತರ ನಾನು ಧಾರವಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಅಭ್ಯಾಸಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಬಂದೆ. ನಮಗೆ ಮೇನ್ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಇದ್ದದ್ದೇನಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರೂ ಒಂದು ಗ್ರ್ಯಾಜುಯೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಒಂದು ಹೈಸ್ಕೂಲಲ್ಲೇ ಮೇಸ್ಟ್ರ್ ಆಗಬೇಕನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಉದ್ದೇಶದಿಂದ ಬಂದವನು. 1969ರಿಂದ 1973ವರೆಗೆ ಧಾರವಾಡದ ಕಿಡ್ಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜಲ್ಲಿ BSc ಪದವಿಯನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡೆ. ಆ ನಂತರ ನನಗೆ ಅವಾಗ ಸುಮಾರು ಒಂದು 2-3 ಹೈಸ್ಕೂಲಲ್ಲೇ ನಾನು ಸಂದರ್ಶನಕ್ಕೂ ಹಾಜರಾಗಿದ್ದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಜಾಬ್ ಅವಕಾಶ ಸಿಗಲೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಕೊನೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಪಾಸಾಗಿರೋದು BSc ದ್ವಿತೀಯ ದರ್ಜೆಯಲ್ಲಿ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ನನಗೆ MSc ಸೀಟ್ ಸಿಗೋ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಆವಾಗ ನನಗೆ ತಿಳಿದು ಬರೋದು ಏನಂತಂದರೆ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಲೈಬ್ರರಿ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇದೆ, 1 ವರ್ಷದ ಕೋರ್ಸು. ಆ ಕೋರ್ಸನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಜಾಬ್ ಅಪಾರ್ಚುನಿಟೀಸ್ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯಿತು. ಆ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ ನಾನು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಲೈಬ್ರರಿ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ BLib ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಅರ್ಜಿಯನ್ನು ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೆ. ಆವಾಗ ಎಂಟ್ರೆನ್ಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಎಂಟ್ರೆನ್ಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮದೇ ಊರಿನವರಾದಂಥ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ AK ಬರ್ಡೋಲ್ ಅವರು ಆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಲೈಬ್ರರಿ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ಲಿ ಟ್ಯೂಟರ್ ಆಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ಅವರು ನನಗೆ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದ ಕೋಚಿಂಗನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ನಾನು ಆ ಎಂಟ್ರೆನ್ಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ದಲ್ಲೇ ನಾನು ಪಾಸಾದೆ. ಆದರೆ ನನಗೆ ಏನಾಯಿತು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಪ್ರಥಮ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಭಾಳ ನಿರಾಶೆ ಆಯಿತು. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನನಗೆ ಜಾಬ್ದು ಎಸೆನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಇತ್ತು. ಕಾರಣ ಅಂತಂದರೆ 1972-73ರಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಜಾಪುರ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಬರಗಾಲ ಬಂದು ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಸಂಕಷ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದೇ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಕೊನೆಗೆ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ M.R. ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರ ಸಂಬಂಧಿಕರು ನಮ್ಮ ಊರಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ದರು. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಈ ವಿಷಯನ ತಿಳಿಸಿದಾಗ ಅವ್ರು ಏನಂತ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಇಲ್ಲ ನಾನೇ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ಧಾರವಾಡಕ್ಕೆ. ಅವರೇ ಸ್ವತಃ ನನ್ನ ಧಾರವಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರನ್ನು ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ನನಗೆ ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದರು. ಆವಾಗ ಅವರು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದರು ಏನಂತಂದರೆ, ನೋಡು ತಮ್ಮ, ನೀನು ಈಗ ನಾಳೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಕೂಡ ವಸೀಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ಇನ್ಫ್ಲೂಯೆನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಡ ಅಂತಂದರು. ಸರ್ ನನಗೇನಿಲ್ಲ, ನೀವು ಬರೀ ಸೀಟ್ ಅಷ್ಟು ಕೊಡಿ, ನಾನು ಸ್ವಪ್ರಯತ್ನದಿಂದ ನಾನು ಪಾಸ್ ಆಗ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂತಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ನಾನು. ಅದೇ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಅವರು ನಮಗೆ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳ ವರ್ಗೀಕರಣ ಅಂದರೆ ಕ್ಲೋನಲ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಫಿಕೇಷನ್ನು ಅವರು ನಮಗೆ ಟೀಚ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು ನಮಗೆ BLib ಸೈನ್ಸ್ದಲ್ಲೇ. ಅವರು ಇಷ್ಟು ಸರಳವಾಗಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ಮನದಟ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು. ಅವಳ ಪಾಠ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಇಷ್ಟ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಕ್ಲಾಸನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಿಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಅವರು ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳ ಜೊತೆ ಒಂದು ಸೌಹಾರ್ದಿತವಾಗಿದ್ದರು, ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಒಂದು ಸಂಬಂಧವನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರು. ಸೊ ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಅವರು ನಾವು BLibನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಪಾಸ್ ಆದೀವಿ. ಪಾಸ್ ಆದ ನಂತರ ನನಗೆ ಒಂದೇ ಸಲ ಬಿಜಾಪುರದ ಸಿಕ್ಯಾಬ್ ವುಮೆನ್ಸ್ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಮತ್ತು ಚಡ್ಚಾಣದ ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಕಾಲೇಜಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಗ್ರಂಥಪಾಲಕ ಅಂತ ಹುದ್ದೆ ಸಿಕ್ತು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನನ್ನ ಅನುಕೂಲಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಬಿಜಾಪುರನ ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡೆ. 1 ವರ್ಷ ಅಂದರೆ 74ರಿಂದ 75ರವರೆಗೆ ಬಿಜಾಪುರದಲ್ಲೇ ನಾನು ಸೇವೆಯನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿದ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಈ ಅಫಿಲಿಯೇಟೆಡ್ ಕಾಲೇಜಲ್ಲಿ ಅತಿ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠವಾದಂಥ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಅಂದರೆ ದಾಂಡೇಲಿ ಕಾಲೇಜ್, ದಾಂಡೇಲಿ ಪದವಿ ಮಹಾವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ 1975ರಲ್ಲಿ ಗ್ರಂಥಪಾಲಕರಾಗಿ ಹುದ್ದೆ ನನಗೆ ಸಿಕ್ತು. ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ 1975ರಿಂದ 2005 ಸುದೀರ್ಘವಾದ 30 ವರ್ಷ ಸೇವೆಯನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿ ನಿವೃತ್ತಿ ಹೊಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಸೊ ಈ ರೀತಿ ನಾನು ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಬಡ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಎಂಬಾರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರು ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಹಾಗೂ ಅವರ ಹಿತೈಷಿಗಳು ದೇಶ ವಿದೇಶಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಪಸರಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಒಂದು ಹುದ್ದೆಗೆ ಬರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣರಂತ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಚಿರಋಣಿಯಿಂದ ಆಗಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಸೊ ನನ್ನಂಥ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಬಡ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಅವರು ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಅವರ ಸ್ಮರಣಾರ್ಥ ಈ ಏನು ಏಪ್ರಿಲ್ 16 ಮತ್ತು 17ರಂದು ಏನು ಒಂದು ಸೆಂಟೆನರಿ ಸೆಲೆಬ್ರೇಷನ್ ಯಾವುದು ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣವನ್ನು ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಕಮಿಟಿಯವರು ನನಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಒಂದೆರಡು ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ತುಂಬ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಸೊ ಈ ಏಪ್ರಿಲ್ 16 ಮತ್ತು 17ರಂದು ನಡೆಯುವ ಈ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹಾರೈಸಿದೆ ನನ್ನ 2 ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
ಮಹಾಗುರುಗೆ ನುಡಿ ನಮನ. ಮಾನ್ಯರೇ, ನನಗೆ ನನ್ನ ವಿದ್ಯಾಗುರುಗಳಾದ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ CR ಕರ್ಸಿದ್ದಪ್ಪ ಸರ್, ದಿವಂಗತ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ MR ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಎಂಬ ಮಹಾಗುರುವಿನ ಕುರಿತು ಕೆಲವು ಅನಿಸಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳಲೇಬೇಕೆಂದಾಗ ನನಗೆ ಸಂತೋಷವೂ ಮತ್ತು ಭಯವೂ ಕೂಡ ಆಯಿತು. ಸರ್ ಮಾತಿಗೆ ಒಲ್ಲೆ ಎನ್ನುವ ಮಾತೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇನ್ನು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ MR ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಸರ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುವ ಮಾಹಿತಿಯೂ ಕೂಡ ಅತ್ಯಲ್ಪ. ಕೂಡ ಕತ್ತಲಲ್ಲಿ ಆನೆ ಮುಟ್ಟಿದಂತೆ. ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ರಿಫ್ರೆಷರ್ ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಶಿಬಿರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿರಿಯ ಗ್ರಂಥಪಾಲಕರು ಮತ್ತು ಅವರ ಶಿಷ್ಯರು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ MRK ಅವರನ್ನು ನೆನೆದು ತಮ್ಮ ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸವನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಯಾರನ್ನೇ ಕೇಳಲಿ MRK ಅವರ ಗುಣಗಾನ ಮಾಡಿಯೇ ಅವರನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮ ಮನದಲ್ಲಿ ನೆನೆಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಅಂಥ ಗುರುವಿನ ಗುರು ಈ ಮಹಾಗುರುವನ್ನು ನಾನು ಒಮ್ಮೆಯೂ ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲವಲ್ಲ, ಅವರ ದರ್ಶನ ನನಗೆ ಸಿಗಲಿಲ್ಲವೆಂಬುದಕ್ಕೆ ನನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಷಾದವಿದೆ. ಅಂಥ ವಿವಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಓದಿ ಕೆಲಸಕ್ಕೆ ಸೇರಿದ ನನಗೂ ನನ್ನಂಥವರೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಅವರು ದಾರಿದೀಪವಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಎಂದು ಭಾವಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಲು ನನಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಸಂತೋಷವೆನಿಸುತ್ತದೆ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ MR ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ನನಗೆ ದೇವರ ಸಮಾನವೆನಿಸಿದ್ದರು. ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ವಿವೇಕಾನಂದರು ಹೇಳುತ್ತಾರೆ, ಮನುಷ್ಯನ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದಿಂದ ಬಯಲಿಗೆ ಬರುತ್ತದೆ. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ MRK ಅವರ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯಶಸ್ಸು ಅವರ ಮಡಿಲಿಗೆ ಬಿದ್ದಿತ್ತು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ಪಟ್ಟ ಪರಿಶ್ರಮ, ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಕೂಡ ಇದೆ. 1949ರಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಕಿರಿಯ ಗುಮಾಸ್ತರಾಗಿ ಸೇವೆಗೆ ಸೇರಿ ಗ್ರಂಥಪಾಲಕರಾಗಿ ವಿಭಾಗದ ಮುಖ್ಯಸ್ಥರಾಗಿ ಬೆಳೆಯುವಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರ ಸ್ವಂತ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮತ್ತು ಕಠಿಣ ಪರಿಶ್ರಮ ಇದೆ. ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯದ ಸಮಗ್ರ ಕೆಲಸಗಳನ್ನು ತಾವೇ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ 10ರಿಂದ ಸಂಜೆ 5ರವರೆಗೂ ನಿರ್ವಹಿಸಿದ್ದಲ್ಲದೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿ ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋದರೂ ಇವರು ಮಾತ್ರ ಚಿಮಣಿ ದೀಪ ಹಚ್ಚಿಕೊಂಡು ದೀಪದ ಬೆಳಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ನಿರ್ವಹಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದುದನ್ನು ಒಮ್ಮೆ ಸಿನೆಟ್ ಸದಸ್ಯರೊಬ್ಬರು ರಾತ್ರಿ ಊಟ ಮುಗಿಸಿ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಮೈದಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಟಾಡುತ್ತಿರುವಾಗ ಇವರ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಸೂಚಿಸಿದ್ದರು. ವಿವಿ ಕಟ್ಟಲು ಇಂಥವರು ಬೇಕೇ ಬೇಕೆಂದು ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ ನೀಡಿದ್ದರು. ಅವರು ಹಂತ ಹಂತವಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಲೇ ಉನ್ನತ ಅಧಿಕಾರಕ್ಕೇರಿದರು. ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಆ ಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಗೌರವವನ್ನು ತಂದುಕೊಟ್ಟರು. ಅವರು ಕೆಲಸಕ್ಕೆ ಕೂತರೆಂದರೆ ಸಮಯ ನೋಡುತ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಮುಗಿಯುವವರೆಗೂ ಹಗಲು ರಾತ್ರಿಗಳನ್ನದೇ ಮಾಡಿ ಮುಗಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು ಎಂದು ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ 1980 ಮತ್ತು 71ರಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ರಮವಾಗಿ ಸ್ನಾತಕ ಮತ್ತು ಸ್ನಾತಕೋತ್ತರ ಕೋರ್ಸುಗಳನ್ನು ತೆರೆದು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿವಿ ಹೆಸರನ್ನು ರಾಜ್ಯ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ, ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ, ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಸರು ಬರಲು ಕಾರಣೀಕರ್ತರಾದರು. ಇಂಥವರು ತಾವು ಬೆಳೆಯುವುದರ ಜೊತೆಗಿದ್ದವರನ್ನು ಬೆಳೆಸಿದ ಕೀರ್ತಿ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಎಂ.ಆರ್. ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸಲ್ಲುತ್ತದೆ. ಅವರ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಗುಣ ಎಂದರೆ ಲಿಂಗಾಯತ ಸಂಪ್ರದಾಯದ ದಾಸೋಹ ತತ್ವಗಳನ್ನು ನಡೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಗಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಜ್ಞಾನದಾಸೋಹ, ಅನ್ನದಾಸೋಹ ಆಶ್ರಯ ನೀಡಿ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳನ್ನು ತನ್ನ ಕರುಳ ಬಳ್ಳಿಗಳಂತೆ ಸಾಕಿ ಸಲುಹಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಬರಲು ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಬಡ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳನ್ನು ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡು ವಿದ್ಯಾಭ್ಯಾಸ ಮಾಡಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ನೊಬೆಲ್ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ವಿಜೇತೆ ಮಲಾಲಾ ಯೂಸುಫ್ಜೈ ಹೇಳುತ್ತಾರೆ, ಒಂದು ಮಗು, ಒಬ್ಬ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕ ಅಥವಾ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕಿ, ಒಂದು ಪೆನ್ನು ಮತ್ತು ಒಂದು ಪುಸ್ತಕಕ್ಕೆ ಜಗತ್ತನ್ನೇ ಬದಲಿಸಬಲ್ಲಷ್ಟು ಶಕ್ತಿ ಇದೆ ಎಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ ಮಾತು ಅಕ್ಷರಶಃ ಎಂ.ಆರ್. ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊಂದಾಣಿಕೆಯಾಗುತ್ತದೆಂದು ಭಾವಿಸಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಅವರ ಶಿಷ್ಯರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಇಂಥ ಅನೇಕ ಕಾರ್ಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ತೊಡಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಚುಟುಕು ಕವಿ ದಿನಕರ ದೇಸಾಯಿ ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಚುಟುಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಹಚ್ಚಿದರೆ ದೀಪ ಹಚ್ಚು, ಬೆಂಕಿ ಹಚ್ಚಬೇಡ, ಆರಿಸಿದರೆ ಬೆಂಕಿ ಆರಿಸು, ದೀಪ ಆರಿಸಬೇಡ ಎಂದು ಹೇಳಿದಂತೆ ಆ ದೀಪ ಇಂದಿಗೂ ಮುಂದುವರೆದಿದೆ. ಆ ಬೆಳಕು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಜ್ಞಾನದ ದೀಪ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಒಬ್ಬ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕ ಹೇಗಿರಬೇಕು ಎನ್ನುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ವಿಲಿಯಂ ಆರ್ಥರ್ವಾರ್ಡ್ ಎಂಬ ಆಂಗ್ಲ ವಿದ್ವಾಂಸರು ಹೀಗೆ ಹೇಳುತ್ತಾರೆ, ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಎಂ.ಆರ್. ಕುಂಬಾರ ಅವರ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವಕ್ಕೆ ಇದು ಕನ್ನಡಿ ಹಿಡಿಯುತ್ತದೆ. ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕ ಹೇಳುತ್ತಾನೆ, ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕ ವಿವರಿಸುತ್ತಾನೆ, ಅತ್ಯುತ್ತಮ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕ ಪ್ರಾತ್ಯಕ್ಷಿಕ ಮೂಲಕ ವಿವರಿಸುತ್ತಾನೆ. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರು ಇಂಥ ಮಹಾ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರಾಗಿದ್ದರು, ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಸ್ಫೂರ್ತಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದರು ಎನ್ನುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರ ಕುರಿತು ಆಚರಿಸುತ್ತಿರುವ ಶತಮಾನೋತ್ಸವ ಸಮಾರಂಭ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿಯಾಗುತ್ತದೆ ಎಂದು ಭಾವಿಸಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿವಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದುಕೊಂಡು ಅನೇಕ ವಿದ್ವಾಂಸರಿಗೆ ಅವರು ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶಕರಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ಅವರ ಶಿಷ್ಯರನೇಕರು ದೇಶದ ನಾನಾ ವಿವಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ, ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ, ಉನ್ನತ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇವೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿರತರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ವಿವಿ ಕುಲಪತಿ ಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೇರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಅನೇಕ ಉನ್ನತ ಸ್ಥಾನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ರಾಜ್ಯ ಮಟ್ಟದ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಮಟ್ಟದ, ರಾಜ್ಯ ಮಟ್ಟದ ಅನೇಕ ಉನ್ನತ ವ್ಯಾಸಂಗ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ IIT, IIC, ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸ್ಟಡೀಸ್ ಮುಂತಾದ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಮಟ್ಟದ ಅನೇಕ ಉನ್ನತ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇವೆಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಎಂದು ಕೇಳಿ ತಿಳಿದುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಅವರು ಸತ್ತು ಸ್ವರ್ಗ ಸೇರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸ್ವರ್ಗದಲ್ಲಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಶಿಷ್ಯೋತ್ತಮರನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಖುಷಿ ಪಡುತ್ತಿರುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಇಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಯ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಿರುವ ಅವರ ಶಿಷ್ಯ ಬಳಗಕ್ಕೆ, ಅಭಿಮಾನಿ ಬಳಗಕ್ಕೆ, ವಿದ್ವಾಂಸ ಬಳಗಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಗುರುನಮನವನ್ನು ಈ ಮೂಲಕ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸುತ್ತಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ದೀರ್ಘದಂಡ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳೊಂದಿಗೆ ಅಲೆಕ್ಸಾಂಡರ್ ಮಹಾಶಯ ಹೇಳಿದಂತೆ, ನಾನು ಬದುಕಿರುವುದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನನ್ನ ಅಪ್ಪನಿಗೆ ಋಣಿಯಾಗಿರುತ್ತೇನೆ, ಆದರೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬದುಕುತ್ತಿರುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ನನ್ನ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರಿಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಋಣಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದೇನೆ ಎನ್ನುತ್ತಾ ನನ್ನ ನುಡಿ ನಮನವನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಲಿ. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಶುಭಾಶಯ ಹೇಳುತ್ತಾ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತು ಮುಗಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರರು 1969-70ರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ಮತ್ತು ಮಾಹಿತಿ ವಿಭಾಗದ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾಗ ನನ್ನ ಗುರುಗಳಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ನಾನು ಆಗ ತಾನೇ ಮೈಸೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಸೆಂಟ್ ಫಿಲಮ್ನಾ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ BSc ಪದವಿ ಪಡೆದು ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ಸೇರಿದ್ದೆನು. ಕಾರಣ ಆಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಬಳ್ಳಾರಿ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯ ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳಪಟ್ಟಿದ್ದವು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಧಾರವಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದು ಸೇರಿದೆನು. ಆ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರರು, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಗುಂಜಾಳರು, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಪಾಟೀಲರು, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಹಿಜಾರಿ ಮುಂತಾದ ಘಟಾನುಘಟಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಗುರುಗಳಿದ್ದರು. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ ಅವರು ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಸ್ಥರಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರರು ಆಗಿನ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಂದುಳಿದ ಜನಾಂಗದಿಂದ ಬಂದ ಒಬ್ಬ ಧೀಮಂತ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಪಡೆಯುವುದೇ ಕಷ್ಟ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವರು ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಉನ್ನತ ಪದವಿಯನ್ನು ಪಡೆದು ಆ ಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದರು. ಇವರು ಆಗಿನ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಸ್ಥರಾಗಿದ್ದ ಶ್ರೀ ND ಬಗರಿಯವರ ಸಹಪಾಠಿಗಳೂ ಆಗಿದ್ದರು. ಹಾಗೂ ಶ್ರೀ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ದೇಶಪಾಂಡೆ ಆಗಿನ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಗ್ರಂಥಪಾಲಕರೂ ಆಗಿದ್ದರು. ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಇವರ ಸಹಪಾಠಿಗಳಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರರು ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನದ ವಿಭಾಗದ HOD ಆಗಿ ಸೇವೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸುವಾಗ ಕೆಲವು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯಗಳು ಆಗ ತಾನೇ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಗಳನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭಿಸುವ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದವು. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರರು ಈ ವಿಷಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾವೀಣ್ಯತೆ ಪಡೆದ ಕೆಲವೇ ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬರಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ಇವರು ಆಗಿನ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರಲ್ಲಿ ಇವರ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವ ತುಂಬ ಗಂಭೀರ ಮತ್ತು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಸೂಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಗೆ ಬರುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಅವರ ಬೋಧನಾ ವಿಷಯಗಳು ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ಆಡಳಿತ, ವರ್ಗೀಕರಣ, ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಸೇವೆ, ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸೇಷನ್. ಇದು ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಅವರು ಸಂಗೀತ ಪ್ರಿಯರಾಗಿದ್ದರು ಮತ್ತು ಕಲಾವಿದರೂ ಆಗಿದ್ದರು. 1969-70ರಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಲಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲದ ಅವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಿತ್ರ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಕರಿಸಿದ್ದಪ್ಪ ಇವರು ನಂತರ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಯ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನದ ವಿಭಾಗದ ಮುಖ್ಯಸ್ಥರು ಆಗಿದ್ದರು. ಶ್ರೀ ಮಾರನ್ ಬಸರಿ, ಶ್ರೀ ಪಾಟೀಲು, ಶ್ರೀ ಕಲ್ಮಡಿ ಮುಂತಾದವರು ನನ್ನ ಸಹಪಾಠಿಗಳಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ನನ್ನ ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರ ಸಂಪರ್ಕ ಅಷ್ಟರಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಇತ್ತು. ಆಗ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೇ PG ಕೋರ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಪಡೆಯುವುದು ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಸುಲಭವಾಗಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಒಂದು ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠೆಯ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರು, ಸುಂದರವಾದ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪಸ್, ಇಲ್ಲಿಯ ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ ಮಾಡುವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಅದೃಷ್ಟವೆಂದು ಭಾವಿಸಿದ್ದ ಕಾಲ ಅದು. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ OBC ಕ್ಯಾಟಗರಿಯವರು MSc, MCom, BSc ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಸಿಗುವುದು ತುಂಬ ಕಷ್ಟದ ಸಮಯವಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಇಂತಹ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಇತಿಮಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ ಸಾಗಿತ್ತು. ನಾನು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಕರಿಸಿದ್ದಪ್ಪ ಮತ್ತು ಮಾರನ್ ಬಸರಿ ಆಗಾಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಗುರುಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಪ್ರಶಂಸೆ, ಟೀಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡುವುದು ಸಹಜವಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಆದರೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಬ್ಯಾಚಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಪದವಿಗಳನ್ನು ಪಡೆದು ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರು ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ಇತರೆ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಹುದ್ದೆಗಳನ್ನು ಪಡೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಕೂಡ ಆ ಪದವಿಯನ್ನು ಪಡೆದ ನಂತರ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ಇಲಾಖೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಯಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ನಂತರ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕನಾಗಿ ಸೇವೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಒಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರರ ಶಿಸ್ತುಬದ್ಧ ಜೀವನ ಮತ್ತು ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನು ಆಳವಾದ ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ ಅವರ ಬೋಧನಾ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಸೂಕ್ತವಾಗಿ ಕಂಡದ್ದು. ನಮ್ಮ ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ ಕೂಡ ತುಂಬ ಸಹಕಾರಿಯಾಗಿ ಆಗಿದ್ದವು. ಅವರ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ಮತ್ತು ನಿರಂತರ ದಾರಿದೀಪವಾಗಿ ಇರುತ್ತದೆ.
Timeless professor. Chinese saying goes, mountains and rivers remain forever. To add to this, we cannot forget our teachers and thoughts which shape our life and career. It is rightly said, teachers are social engineers who nourish our society and future of the country. I had my college education in Dharwad, then stepped to study library science at my alma mater, Karnataka University, Dharwad, in 1970s. The department was headed by Professor M.R. KUMBAR, a renowned scholar, very friendly spoken, inspiring teacher, and a lovely person. He always loved to teach colon classification, his favorite subject, and engaged our classes for 2 to 3 hours. He used to hold the classroom under his thumb under the magic of PMEST, rounds and levels, etc. Sometimes he also spoke on Dr. S. Ranganathan, very emotionally in depth, and his devotion to study and research. He had associated with DRTC, a brainchild of Dr. S. R. Ranganathan, and every year he led the students and faculty members to the annual seminars to learn about the trends and developments and research current in the field. We had the occasion to attend Prixty seminar in 1974, and another occasion we also attended DJ Foskett lectures on social science information management in Asha buildings on Residency Road. Professor KUMBAR had earned name and fame in the field to teach and guide young minds through length and breadth of the country. He served as a member of faculty in more than 15 universities, north to south, east to west, and guided 16 PhDs in library and information science. He also published articles in Timeless Fellowship and served as its managing editor. He also left behind a band of professional youngsters to continue a dedicated team to build new generation in the field. Whenever I remember my university days, the metallic voice of our beloved professor ring in my ears, and while I look at his portrait in my album, tears well up in my eyes. Heart is wet, time is short, a noble soul has left us forever. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Sangana Varashi, retired Chief Librarian, Department of Public Libraries, Government of Karnataka. I am very happy to learn that Professor M.R. KUMBAR centenary year is being celebrated. I take this opportunity to express my gratitude to late Professor M.R. KUMBAR. I came in contact with KUMBAR, librarian, head of the Department of Library Science, Karnataka University, Dharwad, in 1966 when I joined BLPC course as a student. He taught us library classification, one of the most difficult subjects in the field of library science. He used to change his teaching techniques and also used simple words including Kannada words many a times so that students of different background understand the subject very easily. He used to give more importance to time and punctuality. He used to quote some relevant Kannada idioms and also quote proverbs like no pains, no gains. Work is worship. Library is a temple of learning. library is more important than a university because library can function without an university, whereas a university can't function without a library. Many a times he used to create jokes in class to contain attentiveness of students. He was a great scholar, excellent orator, hard worker, serious but kind hearted, good administrator, cooperative, peaceful man, man of sympathy, man of farsightedness, and what not. Many of the students trained under Professor M.R. Kumbar have already proved their efficacy working as vice chancellors, registrars, heads of the department in universities, chief library information officer in research centers, industries like HAL, NAL, IISc, etc. in Bangalore. He was in touch with other teachers and friends like Padma Shri, S.R. Ranganathan, father of library movement in India, Professor P.N. Mangala, Professor Dasgupta, Professor P.N. Kaula, and used to discuss important matters relating to library science. Professor Kumbar was associated with many high-level learned institutions like universities, research centers, DRTC, library associations, learned institutions, Rotary clubs, etc. in different capacities. He guided more than 15 students for their PhD. He also served as UGC visiting professor. As we know already that any common isolate is attachable to any main class in the system of colon classification of Dr. S.R. Ranganathan. Hence, Professor Kumbar's life may be compared with this common isolate, as he used to live even with a common man, irrespective of his class, creed, and sex, for the healthy atmosphere in the society. My wife Srimati Shobha was also the student of Professor Kumbar for her BLBSc course in 1972 and 73, who served in the Department of Public Libraries and retired as a chief librarian. I thank the authorities for giving me this opportunity to express my Nudi Namana to my beloved teacher, late Professor M.R. Kumbar.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಶರಣಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ M.R. ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರ ಜನ್ಮ ಶತಮಾನೋತ್ಸವದ ಆಚರಣೆಯ ಅಂಗವಾಗಿ ಅವರ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ಶಿಷ್ಯಂದಿರು ಹಾಗೂ ಬಳಗದವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರಿ ಒಂದು ಅಭಿನಂದನಾ ಗ್ರಂಥ ಹಾಗೂ ಕ್ಲಿಪ್ಪಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನು ತರುವ ವಿಷಯ ನನಗೆ ತಿಳಿದು ಬಹಳ ಸಂತೋಷವಾಯಿತು. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ M.R. ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಅಧ್ಯಯನಶೀಲರು, ಸದಾ ವಿಷಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಿಡಿತವನ್ನು ತುಡಿತವನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡಂತಹ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ಅವರು ಬಹಳ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ, ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿನಿಯರಲ್ಲಿ ಆಸಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಮೂಡಿಸುವುದರಲ್ಲಿ, ಕೆರಳಿಸುವುದರಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ಸಂತೋಷವನ್ನು ಪಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಅವರು ಸದಾ ನಮಗೆ ಚಿಲುಮೆಯ ಬುಗ್ಗೆಯಾಗಿ ಕಾರ್ಯನಿರ್ವಹಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಕ್ರಿಯಾಶೀಲರು, ಸದಾ ಕ್ರಿಯಾಶೀಲರಾಗಿಯೂ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಯಿಂದ ಕೂಡಿಯೂ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಕೆಲಸಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ನಿರಂತರವಾಗಿ ಅವರು ಸಮಾಜ ಸೇವೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಸಾಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಕ ಸೇವೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡುತ್ತಿರುವುದು ನಮ್ಮ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದು ಬಹಳ ಸಂತೋಷವಾಗುತ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಹಾಗೂ ಧಾರವಾಡದಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಕೂಡ ಬಹಳ ಜನಮುಖಿಯಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ನಿರ್ವಹಿಸುತ್ತಾ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿನಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಸಹಾಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡುವುದಲ್ಲದೆ ಅವರಿಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನೌಕರಿಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡಿಸುವ ಕಾರ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಕೂಡ ತೊಡಗಿ ಬಹಳ ಉಪಕಾರಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದರು. 1971-72ನೇ ಸಾಲಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ಪದವೀಧರರಿಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಬೇಡಿಕೆ ಇದ್ದಿತ್ತು. ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಪದವೀಧರರ ಆದವರನ್ನೇ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕೆಂದು ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಆದೇಶವೂ ಕೂಡ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಅದಲ್ಲದೆ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಗ್ರಂಥಪಾಲಕರ ಸಂಬಳವನ್ನು ಸಮೀಕರಣ ಮಾಡಿದ ಸುದ್ದಿ ಪೇಪರ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದರಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ಪದವೀಧರ ಆಗಬೇಕೆಂಬ ತುಡಿತ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭವಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಅದರಂತೆ ನಾನು ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ದಿವಸ ಅರ್ಜಿ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿ ಅದರ ಇಂಟರ್ವ್ಯೂಗೆ ಲಿಖಿತ ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಆದ ನಂತರ ಇಂಟರ್ವ್ಯೂಗೆ ಹಾಜರಾಗಿದ್ದು, ನಾನು ಕೊಠಡಿಯ ಒಳಗೆ ಸಂದರ್ಶನಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗುವಾಗ ಭಯಭೀತನಾಗಿಯೇ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೆ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ನನಗೆ ಅದು ಮೊದಲನೆಯ ಸಂದರ್ಶನವಾಗಿತ್ತು. ನಾನು ಒಳಗಡೆ ಹೋದಾಗ ಟ್ರಿಮ್ ಆಗಿ ಸೂಟು ಬೂಟುಗಳಿಂದ ಅಲಂಕರಿಸಿದ್ದ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ M.R. ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರು ಆಸೀನರಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ನಾನು ಕೈ ಮುಗಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಕುಳಿತುಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಎಂದು ಸೂಚಿಸಿದರು. ಆಗ ಅವರು ಮೊಟ್ಟ ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ನನಗೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಹೆಸರೇನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರು. ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಊರು ಯಾವುದು ಅಂದರು. ಮೂಟೆಬೆನ್ನೂರು, ಬ್ಯಾಡಗಿ ತಾಲೂಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಪ್ಪ ಏನು ಮಾಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಎಂದು ಕೇಳಿದರು. ನಮ್ಮ ತಂದೆಯವರು ಒಕ್ಕಲತನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದೆನು. ಹಾಗಾದರೆ ನೀನು ಮೊದಲು ಹೋಗಿ 2 ಚೀಲ ಜೋಳವನ್ನು ಮಾರಿ ಫೀಸ್ ಕಟ್ಟಿ ಬಾ ಹೋಗು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟರು. ಆಗ ನನಗೆ ಒಂದು ಥರ ಮೈ ಜುಮ್ಮೆಂದಿತು. ಈ ನಮೂನಿ ಇಂಟರ್ವ್ಯೂ ಆದಾಗ ನನಗೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಸಂತೋಷದಿಂದಲೇ ಆಯಿತು ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸಿ ನಾನು ಹೊರಗೆ ಬಂದೆನು. ಮುಂದೆ ಅವರನ್ನು ಕಂಡಿದ್ದು ತರಬೇತಿಯ ಕೊಠಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರು ಬಹಳ ಪರಿಣಾಮಕಾರಿಯಾಗಿ ಬೋಧನೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಅವರ ಪಾಠವನ್ನು ಕೇಳುತ್ತಿರುವಾಗಲೇ ಮಂತ್ರಮುಗ್ಧರಾಗಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಆಗಿಬಿಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದೆವು. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರು ಪದೇ ಒಂದು ಬಸವಣ್ಣನವರ ವಿಶ್ವಮಾನವಾದಿ ಬಸವಣ್ಣನವರ ವಿಶ್ವಗುರುವಾದ ಬಸವಣ್ಣನವರ ಈ ವಚನವನ್ನು ನಮಗೆ ಹೇಳುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಜಗದಗಲ ಮುಗಿಲಗಲ ಮಿಗೆಯಗಲ ನಿಮ್ಮಗಲ, ಪಾತಾಳದಿಂದ ಅತ್ತತ್ತವೇ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಶ್ರೀಚರಣ, ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಾಂಡದಿಂದ ಅತ್ತತ್ತವೇ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಶ್ರೀ ಮಕುಟ, ಅಗಮ್ಯ ಅಗೋಚರ ಅಪ್ರತಿಮ ಅಪ್ರಮಾಣ ಲಿಂಗವೇ ಕೂಡಲ ಸಂಗಮ ದೇವ, ನನ್ನ ಕೈಗೆ ಬಂದು ಚುಡುಕಾದಿರಯ್ಯ ಎಂದು ಹೇಳುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಇದರ ಅರ್ಥ ಏನಂತಂದರೆ, ಇಡೀ ಜಗತ್ತನ್ನು ಅವರು ಹೇಗೆ ಲಿಂಗುವಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಾಗ ಅದರ ಪರಿಜ್ಞಾನವನ್ನು ಅದರ ತಿಳಿಯಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತಿದೆ, ಹಾಗೆ ಇಡೀ ನಮ್ಮ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಾಂಡದಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಇರುವ ವಿಷಯವನ್ನು ಹಾಗೂ ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನು ಅದನ್ನು ಗೊತ್ತು ಹಚ್ಚಿಕೊಂಡು ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಕೈಗೆ ಚುರುಕಾಗಿ ಬಂದಾಗ ನೀವು ಅದನ್ನು ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕೆಂದು ನಮಗೆ ಹೇಳುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಬಹಳ ಸರಳವಾಗಿಯೂ ಸುಂದರವಾಗಿಯೂ ಪರಿಣಾಮಕಾರಿಯಾಗಿಯೂ ವರ್ಗೀಕರಣ ಮತ್ತು ಸಿದ್ಧಾಂತಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳುತ್ತಿರುವುದು ಕೇಳಿ ನಮಗೆ ಈಗಲೂ ಮೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಗುಮಿಗುಡುತ್ತದೆ. ಇಂತಹ ಅವರ ಶತಮಾನೋತ್ಸವದ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಈ ಅವಕಾಶವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟದ್ದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ MR ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
And also, he used to invite the great luminaries of library and information science and introduce them in our classes. And they used to share their experiences to the students. He was always, we never felt at a distance. One day I remember we were staying in the hostel and it was a holy festival. Likewise, we thought of splash color on Professor Kumbar. Many hesitated, naturally. And somehow we made it a point to go to his house and splash colors. When we went there, he had already had his bath. But doesn't matter, he came out and openly played holy with us. And he made it a point to tell his wife Srimati, Professor Kumbar, these are all my students. You prepare holy for them and feed them. See, such was his attitude. Then I joined, before joining public library, I was working as a college librarian at KL Society, Law College, Bangalore. Whenever he used to pay a visit to Bangalore, he used to call me. Do you know the place where we used to meet? He always used to stay in Professor V.G. Talwar's room at Malleshwara. There also, he used to talk only about the profession, nothing else. While interacting, once I expressed my desire, sir, I want to continue my studies for MLIC, because ours was a evening college. We used to work from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. and during the day we were idle. I expressed my desire. He was so overwhelmed. Actually, he was to go back to Dharwad. Because of me, he stayed. The next day, he took me to Bangalore University and introduced me to the HOD Bangalore University. Fondly, he said, he is my student, he is my product. He wants to continue his studies for MLISC. And he recommended my name. Such was the power of his word. Ultimately, after some days, I applied and I got a seat, and also I completed my MLISC. Not only me, I remember he used to give recommendation letters to so many passed out students. Many got appointment in various colleges, in the universities, in research libraries, in public libraries. I remember once S.D. Bagri, the then state librarian, paid a visit to our department. Jokingly introduced, here is a man, he is a consumer of the products produced by Professor M.R. Kumbar. It's not a joke. Really, it was a fact. 80% of the staff working in public libraries, we are the products of Karnataka University Library and Information Science. Thus, he always helped, especially the poorer students. I still remember. Really, it is a befitting thing that we are celebrating the birth centenary of such a great icon and a great mentor of the professionals. The same legacy was continued at that time through the great luminaries, academicians like Dr. C.R. Karsidappa, B.V. Rashekar, Dr. Ijari, and none else, Professor B.D. Kumbar. We are glad that our department and the disciples of Professor Kumbar produced two great Vice Chancellors. One, Dr. Vijay Talwar, who went on to become Vice Chancellor of Mysore University, and at present, Professor B.D. Kumbar, Vice Chancellor of Davangere University. Really, it is a proud moment to see both of them occupying the highest positions. Really, we are all happy that we are celebrating this occasion on 16th and 17th April 2026. We will all meet, we will all share our erstwhile memories and also participate in this great occasion happily. I personally would like to see all the professionals, most of them of our colleagues are retired. It's an occasion to meet. So friends, let us meet and join together in the celebration, centenary birth celebration of our beloved Professor M.R. Kumbar on that day. Thank you all.
I am Deputy Librarian Sushama from Trivandrum. I came to Dharwad in 1980s, and after coming there, I got fever, loose motion, etc. Change of food, because of change of food. Then professor came and arranged some help to me. He went to some other Malayali persons who were doing PhD in that university and requested them to give food to me. They are having food because one Malayali cook was there, and professor gave a tiffin box to them and they asked them to give food to me. Some problems thus solved. But again, another problem came to me, language. Because of language barrier, I know only Malayalam and English. They cannot talk English too much. Again, the problem came in the hostel too. No one is there to talk with me. Professor asked one girl who know English very well and asked her to be my roommate. Then she came and again the problems settled by professor. Some days later, we went to study tour. During study tour, a train accident occurred. All my family members were afraid that I am also included in that accident. Again, this professor called my father, my parents, and told, she is safe, no problem is there. When we returned to the class, professor arranged these 13 students, study tour students, to go to a temple and arrange a big puja. All the 13 went to the temple to do the puja. Professor, who knows everything, and each and everything he helped me, not only free, complete students. Whenever some problems came, he himself will come and help us. Thus, I can't remember all these things. And whenever problems came, he will be there and help us. Not as a HOD, but as an uncle. He is helping me a lot. Thus I cannot forget them even after 40 years. I am helpful to them and especially Professor.
Dear library and information science professionals, I am here to put forth my sincere regards to Professor M.R. Kumbar on account of his birth centenary year. Friends, we are all aware that Professor M.R. Kumbar was a multifaceted personality. It was his vision and academic leadership that resulted in the initiation of various levels of library and information science courses at Karnataka University, Dharwad. His most noteworthy contribution is the establishment of doctoral research program at this university. Professor M.R. Kumbar was a passionate teacher, an ardent orator, inspiring research guide, a helpful friend, and above all, a great human being. I am happy to join Professor M.R. Kumbar's disciples to express my gratitude to this eminent personality of library and information science. Thank you.
Distinguished veterans of the library and information science profession, honored guests, and esteemed colleagues. I am Vijay Kumar, formerly of the Department of Library and Information Science, University of Kerala, Trivandrum. It is with deep respect that I join you today to pay tribute to the late Professor M.R. Kumbar, a towering luminary of our profession. First of all, let me thank Professor C.R. Karisudappa for giving me an opportunity to be part of the birth centenary celebrations of Professor Kumbar. We in Kerala have just celebrated the centenary of Professor K. Isaac, our revered guru in Kerala, in 2025 with a number of programs. You may know that Professor Isaac laid the foundation of LIS education and the professional librarianship in Kerala. I have often felt that 1925 was a landmark year for library and information science profession because of the year witnessed the birth of a number of LIS professionals, including Eugene Garfield, the foremost information scientist at the global level. In fact, I heard about Professor Kumbar in 1985 when we were planning to give a fitting farewell to Professor Isaac on his superannuation. Then I remember to have seen an announcement from Dr. K.N. Prasad on behalf of the Professor M.R. Kumbar Felicitation Committee. Then I found that Professor Kumbar also is completing 60 years. I should confess that even though I happened to hear more about Professor Kumbar and his contributions to the profession afterwards, I never had an opportunity to interact with him in person. Almost all the contemporaries of Professor Isaac who excelled in the profession in the 1970s and 80s used to visit our department with one assignment or the other. Professor P.K. Patil, for example, of Mysore University, another luminary in Karnataka, Professor D.B. Krishna Rao of Madurai Kamaraj University, Tamil Nadu, and Professor Gangadhar Rao of Madras University, Professor P.N. Kaula of Benares Hindu University were the frequenters to the department or to the university. One reason I can guess for missing him was that Professor Kumbar was busy in organizing the Department of Library and Information Science in Manipur University in the 1980s. I feel that itself is a recognition for him, especially for a man from South India to be invited to form a department in the far-off northeastern state of Manipur. And it also has to be remembered that Manipur was a state university in 1986 when the department was formed. Later I came to know much about Professor Kumbar from my dear friend Dr. I.R.N. Gowder, former scientist G of National Aerospace Laboratory, Bangalore. He used to speak eloquently about Professor Kumbar. Also, he was vociferous about the role played by the professor in shaping his professional destiny. I also had the opportunity to hear much about the compassion and helping demeanor of Professor Kumbar from many of my professional friends in Karnataka. Here I don't want to narrate the achievements of the professor as an institution builder and his other contributions, since you are much aware of them. The very fact that he was instrumental in carving out the top-notch personalities in the profession, like Professor G. Bhattacharya, Professor M.A. Gopinath, Professor Sitarama, Professor S.J. Devadasan, Professor Ijari, Dr. K.N. Prasad, Professor Talwar, Professor Lahiri, and others, bears testimony to his contributions to the growth and development of the profession in the country. In this context, I am just reminded of the need for compiling a volume incorporating an objective evaluation or assessment of the professional contributions of stalwarts of library and information professionals at the national level in the model of the American Library Association directory. I have seen only one attempt in this direction in our country. That is the work entitled Pioneers of Library Movement in India, edited by Professor Jagtar Singh of Punjabi University, Patiala, and the volume was published by Punjab Library Association. And I feel that there is a need for much more volumes to know more about the legacy left behind by the predecessors. Finally, I wish the centenary celebrations under the leadership of Professor Karisiddappa, all success. Namaskar.
I have the great pleasure in presenting my heartfelt tribute to Professor Mahadeva Gowda Rudra Gowda Kumbhar. I had the great opportunity to meet Professor Kumbhar for the first time at the Department of Library and Information Science, Karnataka University, when I was admitted as a student in MLIS class in the year 1977-78. Being a student from Odisha, I sought his permission to meet him and express my gratefulness. He immediately responded to my request with a smiling face and made all arrangements to provide me an accommodation at the university hostel. At that moment, I felt as if I am meeting with a fatherly personality who looked after my comfortable stay in an unknown place like Dharwad. This was my first impression that has been imprinted in my mind till date. His positive approach to life has given us a direction to solve our problems easily in our day-to-day life. We were totally 8 students, out of which 6 were from outside of Karnataka, namely Odisha, Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, Maharashtra and Tamil Nadu. Thus, India came together at Karnataka University exhibiting the spirit of brotherhood among Indians having different cultural background. This has happened because of the wide heart and greatness of Professor Kumbhar that has converted Karnataka University as a center of national integration where students from different states learned how to study together with a spirit of unity, integrity and diversity. As a teacher of par excellence, he taught us classification theory and universe of knowledge that has impressed our mind, and we were able to grasp the subjects to the fullest extent. He was also pioneer and mentor of library and information science research in India, under whose guidance eminent professors like Ganesh Bhattacharya, Gopinath, Sitarama, Devadasan and P.F. Patel got PhD. His able guidance to these scholars and students in respect of teaching and research made the profession a unique and excellent one by which all his students could instill library consciousness among the public in the respective states, introducing and implementing library legislation. Being a teacher, having family affinity, he was to invite students of other states to his residence weekly, where homely food were served through his wife, who was very much affectionate, having motherly attitude during our stay at Dharwad, so that no students feel homesick. Professor Kumbhar, while he was one of the subject experts in an interview for the selection of lecturer at Sambalpur University, where I was a candidate, but could not be selected because of the local pressures. Next day, he accompanied with me to Puri Jagannath temple, and before Lord Jagannath, he said that you could not be selected by me because Lord Jagannath wants something to be done by you in your university. This assurance had inspired me to start the Department of Library and Information Science single-handedly at Utkal University, and I got the opportunity to be the founder teacher, having retired as a professor and head of the department at Utkal University. Since that date, he was my mentor, guide, and philosopher in respect of teaching and research. Thus, I have in all respects followed the footprint of Professor KUMBAR and struggled hard to maintain his legacy. This spirit has further engaged me to build a band of library professionals to serve the cause of librarianship in all nook and corner of the country. This is the finest and greatest job satisfaction I have inherited and derived from Professor KUMBAR. As a teacher of par excellence, though he is not present physically with us, but to our mental satisfaction, he is very well present with us for all times to come. On the auspicious occasion of his centenary celebration year, we pray his noble soul to rest in peace. We also wish and pray before Lord Jagannath to shower heaven's choicest blessings on his departed soul for salvation. Thanking you all.
I am privileged and honored to be a part of Professor M.R. KUMBAR's centenary celebration. We all know that he was a towering figure in the field of library and information science in India and a teacher of teachers. In Manipur University, he can be aptly described as the father of library and information science department. He joined Manipur University in 1986 as librarian and established the Library and Information Science Department. When he started training the existing staff for teachership and guided them for PhD program. These teachers form the nucleus of the present department in the Manipur University, and it is due to his mentorship and nurturing that the department has attained its present status. Over and above his academic achievements, he was a very kind-hearted person and maintained a warm relationship with everybody. I am proud to say I was his student.
I had the privilege of knowing Professor M.R. KUMBAR personally. He was a wonderful person and he had the knack of making everybody feel at home. When I stayed in Dharwad for about 1 month, I came in close personal contact with him. He was very knowledgeable and well versed in different topics. When we attended a wedding ceremony in Hubli, he explained to me all about the local customs. Also, he took us around Dharwad in different places, and on his advice, we went on a trip to Goa. He also explained about the legacy of Bhimsen Joshi, Girish Karnad in the context of Dharwad. About the thesis of my wife, Madhuri Devi, he not only corrected it painstakingly, he also arranged for the binding, typing, and all the other paraphernalia before the submission of the thesis. While coming back from Dharwad, we had plans of visiting Tirupati Devasthanam and offering prayers there. Sir kindly arranged for one of his students to wait at the railway station and also to take us to the main temple. While at Dharwad, we'll never forget his hospitality. I wish that I had known him for a longer period of time. No compliment to Professor Kumbar would be complete without a mention of Madame Kumbar. She was very kind, elegant, and a motherly lady. She taught Madhuri about the different recipes of Kannadiga cooking and also introduced her to the art of Rangoli making. May God grant Sir and Madam eternal peace.
It is a wonderful opportunity on the occasion of celebration of 100th birth anniversary of our genius Professor M.R. Kumbar sir to express gratitude, deep respect, appreciation, admiration, my experience and heartfelt feelings. Sir is my guru, mentor, motivator and a holy sir. What I am today, the status, recognition, all my academic achievements, awards and rewards received, I humbly dedicate to my most beloved, highly respected and godlike teacher, Professor M.R. Kumbar sir. He is not just a teacher, but a visionary and a role model. I am a proud product of this department, being ably led by dedicated and committed Professor Kumbar sir, accompanied by excellent and experienced teachers. My memory goes back to 1978-79 when I was a student of MLVSC, and right from my admission till I completed the course, sir immensely helped me and used to give guidance, inspiration and encouragement how to cope up with the MLVC course. Besides taking all sorts of my personal problems since I have come from a long distance. I can never forget his fatherly love and affection. Sir sometimes invited us to his house to teach universe of knowledge and advanced classification theory for hours together, followed by excellent lunch. Even he readily spares his own car for our pleasure travel in the city. Teacher like Kumbar sir come once in a lifetime. He is a true guru who teaches from heart, but not just the books. May his legacy continue to inspire generations to come. I am ever grateful to Sir, other faculty members and the department, which laid a strong, solid foundation base on which I built my successful career in higher studies and in teaching profession. I wish a very successful 100th birthday ceremony of Professor Kumbar sir.
Respected Sir, Madam, I stand before you today with a deep sense of honor and emotion. I am Dr. N. Vidyavati Devi, Assistant Librarian, NIT Manipur, and the daughter of and Dr. Giridhari Singh, National Awardee, and former Chief Librarian of Queens. Today I have the privilege to presenting a tribute that was originally written and preserved by my father, dedicated to his revered teacher and the research supervisor, the late Professor M.R. Kumbar. It is both a personal and emotional moment for me to read and share these lines, which reflects not only academic respect but also deep affection and gratitude to Mr. M.R. Kumbar. A tribute to Professor M.R. Kumbar. It is with deep respect and heartfelt emotion that I dedicate these few lines to the memory of Professor M.R. Kumbar, an eminent professional visionary leaders and one of the foremost pioneer of the library and information science in Manipur. His contributions to academic development, research advancement, and public library movement in the state remain unparalleled and continue to inspire generations. Professor Kumbar's association with Manipur University marked a transformative era in the history of library education in the region. As a librarian of Manipur University and the latter as professor and the head of the Department of Library and Information Science, he undertook the monumental task of establishing and shaping the department in 1986, at a time when the discipline was still in its formative stage in the state. His foresight, dedication, and tireless efforts laid a strong and enduring foundation. It was not merely an administrator, but a true academic leader who believed in building institutions that would nurture knowledge, innovation, and professional excellence. Under his leadership, the department grew steadily in stature, attracting students who would later become professionals and scholars in their own right. One of Professor Kumbar's most significant contribution was the strengthening of research culture within the department. Between 1990 and 1996, he actively introduced and expanded research and PhD programs, thereby elevating the academic standards of the institutions. His commitment to fostering inquiry and critical thinking created an environment where research could flourish. As a dedicated research supervisor, he guided several scholars with patience and intellectual depth. Among those who benefited from his mentorship were Dr. N. Giridhari Singh, National Awardee of RIMS, Dr. T.H. Khomdon Singh of Manipur University, Dr. T.H. Madhuri Devi of Manipur University, and Dr. A.K. Swarnalata Devi of RIMS. These scholars stand as a testament to his academic excellence and his unwavering commitment to nurturing future generations. Professor Kumbar's vision extended far beyond the confines of the university. He was deeply involved in the development of public library services in Manipur and played a crucial role in strengthening the Manipur Library Association Mala. As an advisor and active member, he was instrumental in shaping the direction of the library movement in the state. One of his most remarkable achievements was key role in drafting the Manipur Public Libraries Bill in 1988. The landmark initiative reflected his deep understanding of the importance of accessible knowledge and the organized library system in societal development. The bill was passed by Manipur State Assembly on 1st August in 1988 and with the assent of the Honorable President of India became the Manipur Library Act on 9th June 1993. This historic milestone remains one of the cornerstones of public library development in Manipur. In addition, under his guidance, the Manipur Library successfully organized the first state-level seminar on the movement and the standards of libraries in Manipur on 11 and 12 August in 1987 at the RIMS Seminar Hall, Imphal. This event brought together scholars, professionals, and policymakers, creating a platform for meaningful dialogue and setting standards for the growth of library in the state. While his professional achievements are indeed remarkable, what truly set Professor Kumbar apart was his humanity. He was a man of humanity, kindness, and deep compassion to his students. He was not just a teacher, not a mentor and guide who cared deeply about their growth and well-being. On the personal note, I consider myself immensely fortunate to have shared a close and meaningful relationship with him. Our bond was not limited to that a teacher and student. It was akin to that of a father and son. His guidance shaped my academic pursuit, while his wisdom and values influenced my life beyond the classroom. His encouragement, support, and unwavering belief in me remain among the greatest blessings of the life. As we reflect on his life and legacy, we are reminded that true greatness lies not only in achievements, but in the lives one touches and the values one imparts. Professor M.R. Kumbar's legacy lives on in the institution he built, the policies he helped save, and the countless individuals he mentored. In remembering him, we do not merely look back with nostalgia, but also forward with a sense of responsibility to carry forward his vision, uphold his ideas, and continue his mission of advancing knowledge and service through libraries. May his soul in eternal peace, and may his legacy continue to guide and inspire us all. From Dr. N. Giridhari, former Chief Librarian, LIMS. When we received, I want to add some moment with Father about our Sir Professor M.R. Kumbar. When we received the sad news of the demise of the Professor Kumbar, my father returned from home with heartbroken. In his grief, he told my father, my mother as a marked respect in the morning, we should observe our Meitei culture practices. He said that we would not eat fish or any non-vegetarian food for some days, and that all utensils should be clean according to our tradition. During this period, we followed strictly vegetarian diet as is customary in our culture while observing mourning. My father was deeply emotional at the time. My mother stood by him and with full support and understanding. As a child, I did not fully grasp the depth of that moment, but today I understand that it was the expression of immense love, respect for a mentor who was like a father to him. This incident has remained in my heart as a powerful reminder of the kind of person Professor Kumbar was, someone who inspired not only intellectual growth but also deep human connection. Such relations are very rare. They go beyond formal academic boundaries and become part of one's life and identity. Today, as I stand here, I feel proud to carry forward that legacy, both as a professional in the field of library information science and a daughter who witnessed the profound impact of great teacher on her father's life. Thank you all.
Namaskara. My name is Peripaidi Govardhan Kumar. I am son of late Professor Peripaidi Kamaya Garu. Today we are talking about eminent Professor Kumbar sir on the event of centennial ceremony of sir. We want to tell about the association with the eminent Professor Kumbar sir to our family, how he inspired our family, and since how many decades we know him. We will brief. This is the occasion to recollect the memories of eminent Professor Kumbar sir. Myself, since childhood, I know Kumbar sir, but my father before my birth, he knows Kumbar sir because my father, he did his diploma in library science around 60s in Dharwad University. Later in 70s, he did MLIC. Later in 80s, he did a PhD under eminent Professor Kumbar sir. So that's why we are closely associated with Kumbar sir and his family. Many occasions, because before birth itself, my dad is very, he feel that if my grandfather, Mr. Ankireddy, give birth to my father, then Kumbar sir, he give the life of my father. He is remembering throughout life. We also we have many occasions, because as a part of my father education, he used to travel frequently from initial days Tirupati to Dharwad, later from Anantapur to Dharwad for doing his masters and PhD. During the course, he is closely associated with eminent Professor Kumbar sir and his family, and they also coming to Anantapur Sri Krishna Devara University as a part of academics, and they used to come to our house and they used to spend with us. We learn many things from them. In fact, we are because today we are in a decent position. This is one of the reason of the path, the trail path given by eminent Professor Kumbar sir to my father. From there, by seeing my father and Professor Kumbar sir, we are grown up. So he cultivated our lives. He given a direction, because today we are in a decent position. I am working for one of the United Arab Nations government organization. I am working in another country. Getting the job is not easy, but we got that job because of only the path which is generated by, which is given by my father. Again, it is for my father. The path is given by eminent Professor Kumbar sir. This is what I want to explain about him, and we want to. Since eminent Professor Dr. Karsidappa sir has intimated this about this centennial ceremony of eminent Professor Kumbar sir. So we recollect, and I am very thankful to all the people who, because today to discuss about, we almost spent 3-4 hours to discuss, recollect about Kumbar sir and his family, why they came, when they came, if they come, where they visited, what my parents they help to take them to visits, local visits. We all grow like a family, because my father never treat him as a professor, or he treat him like his father. He always feel gratitude, and the same thing he used to tell us, and we grown up in the same way. This eminent Professor Kumbar sir is inspiration for many generations. That's what I feel. And now I ask my mother, Srimati Munirajamma Garu. She will explain in Telugu what the memories she have with eminent Professor Kumbar sir and his family. Amma, no explanation.
నమస్తే ప్రొఫెసర్ కుమార్ సార్ మాకు ఎప్పటి నుంచో ఆయన ప్రొఫెసరు, ఆయన గైడు, ఆయన తండ్రిలాగా చూసుకునేవాడు. అందువల్ల మాకు ఆయనతో అనుభవాలు, అనుభూతులు కలిసి మేమంతా వాళ్ళ ఫ్యామిలీ, మా ఫ్యామిలీ కలిసిపోయి కొన్ని గుళ్ళు, గోపురాలు, పుణ్యక్షేత్రాలు అన్నీ చూసేవాళ్ళము. మాతో బాగా ప్రొఫెసర్ గారు బాగా కలిసిపోయి, వాళ్ళ భార్య మిసెస్ కుమార్ మాతో బాగా మాలోనే కలిసిపోయి ఉండేది. ఎప్పుడు ఆమెకి మేమన్నీ.
A tribute to an inspirational mentor, Professor M.R. Kumbar. Remembering Professor Kumbar is not merely recalling a distinguished academician, but honoring a devoted teacher, mentor, and guide who influenced countless lives. I had the privilege of knowing him as a student later as a colleague, and eventually as a member of his extended family. Deeply influenced by his teachers, Professor Ranganathan, Dr. Dasgupta, and Dr. D.B. Krishnarao, he embodied an exceptional pedagogic qualities. His classroom presence was calm and composed, and his marathon lectures were structured, analytical, and intellectually stimulating. Whether teaching classification theory or universe of subjects, he introduced the concepts systematically, analyzed them logically, and connected them to practical library work. As students of Bachelor degree of Library Science at Karnataka University in the early 70s, we experienced his remarkable teaching. He often began with Ranganathan's normative principles and demonstrated their interrelationship with the entire domain of library science. For him, librarianship was a service discipline guided by scientific methods and ethical responsibilities. He emphasized that in classification, errors in classification or indexing were not merely technical lapses, but failures to serve users effectively. His teachings of classification theory, supported by the examples from colon classification, enabled students to grasp complex concepts and terminology with clarity. He encouraged as a He encouraged us to study fundamental texts of some celebrated authors deeply, while also inspiring us to develop our own professional identities rather than imitate him. Professor Kumbhar was not only an excellent teacher, but also a visionary who played a crucial role in advancing library science education and research. His contributions to Department of Library and Information Science at Karnataka University were transformative. Under sustained efforts, the programs evolved into a bachelor's degree in 1965-66, followed by a master's degree in 70-71, initially designed for working librarians. This attached this attracted professionals from across India, enhancing their knowledge and leadership skills. The department soon became a hub of LIS education, drawing students from various states. In fact, during his time, our master's degree class was like a mini India. His commitment to research led to the introduction of PhD program in 1974-75, a pioneering initiative in the region. He also worked towards recognizing the courses from DRTC and INSDOC as equivalent to the master's degree of Karnataka University, a move that influenced many universities across India. Through these efforts, he ignited a strong research culture within the LIS community. In 1972, he organized a summer school for college librarians, which was first of its kind, long before the concept of continuous professional development gained prominence. With the support of University Grants Commission, he invited experts from across India and international institutions. The program proved immensely beneficial, helping librarians update their knowledge and skills. He also believed in recognizing academic excellence and instituted gold medals for outstanding students. Even after retirement, his contributions continued. At Manipur University, he played a key role in developing the university library and initiating library science education program. During his tenure, he strengthened library systems in the region and contributed to broader initiatives such as the Public Library Act and the State Gazetteer. His work significantly impacted LIS development in Northeast India. Beyond his professional achievements, Professor Kumbar was a deeply compassionate individual. He cared for his students, especially those from disadvantaged groups, offering guidance and sometimes financial support. He believed professional education was a means of social upliftment and took a personal interest in his students' growth. In my own life, his guidance was transformative. It was his suggestion that led me to pursue master's degree program after bachelor's degree, and his encouragement shaped my academic journey further. His mentorship extended beyond academics into personal life decisions, always marked by warmth and genuine concern. His personal qualities like integrity, discipline, and humility made him truly exceptional. Even when he faced professional setbacks such as losing his position as head of the department due to the Amendment of Common Universities Act, he remained dignified and continued his work without bitterness. His humility was evident when he willingly undertook organizational responsibilities during conferences, believing firmly in the dignity of labor. At Manipur University, he even assisted in physically moving books, leading by example rather than authority. His compassion was profound. During a critical illness in my life, his concern and prayers reflected the depth of his kindness. Despite personal tragedies, including the loss of close family members, he displayed remarkable strength and composure. Despite his many achievements, he remained simple and self-effacing, never seeking recognition for his contributions. He found joy in encouraging others and celebrating their success. To me, he has always been a guiding light, a North Star, whose values continue to shape my professional and personal life. Remembering him is not an act of nostalgia, but an acknowledgement of a rich intellectual and moral legacy. He taught us the librarianship is not merely about managing collections, but about organizing knowledge with precision and serving society with integrity. His life continues to inspire commitment to the core values of library and information science. Legends like Professor Kumbar never fade away. They live on through the institutions they build, the students they nurture, and the values they leave behind. On the eve of this centenary celebration and remembering this noble soul, I repeat my prayer: Gurur Brahma, Gurur Vishnu, Gurur Devo Maheshwaraha, Gurur Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Sri Guruve Namaha.
ದಾರಿದೀಪ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಎಂ.ಆರ್. ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಕಾಕಾ ಅವರು. ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ಕಾಕಾ ಅವರನ್ನು ನೆನಪಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ ಮರದ ನೆನಪಿನಾಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಹುದುಗಿದ ಸವಿಸವಿ ನೆನಪುಗಳ ಬುತ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಇಂದು ಬಿಚ್ಚಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಇಡಲು ಮನಸ್ಸು ಭಾವುಕವಾಗುತ್ತಲಿದೆ. ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಸಮಾಜ ಜೀವಿ. ಕೆಲವರು ತಮ್ಮ ಹಿಂದೆ ಸಂಪತ್ತನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗುತ್ತಾರೆ, ಕೆಲವರು ನೆನಪುಗಳನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಆದರೆ ಅಪರೂಪದ ಕೆಲವರು ಮಾತ್ರ ಒಂದು ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಪರಂಪರೆಯನ್ನೇ ನಿರ್ಮಿಸಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಕುಟುಂಬಕ್ಕೂ ಸಮಾಜದ ಅನೇಕ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ವೃತ್ತಿಪರರು ಹಾಗೂ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರಿಗೂ ಪ್ರೇರಣೆಯಾಗಿದ್ದವರು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಎಂ.ಆರ್. ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರು. ಅಂಥ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವದ ಅವರು ನಾನು ಪ್ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ಕಾಕಾ ಎಂದು ಕರೆಯುತ್ತಿದ್ದೆನು. ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ಮತ್ತು ಮಾಹಿತಿ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಒಬ್ಬ ವಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ತಜ್ಞರು ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರವರ್ತಕರು. ಆದರೆ ನನಗೆ ಅವರು ಕೇವಲ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರಲ್ಲ, ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ಕುಟುಂಬದ ಹಿರಿಯರು, ಸ್ಫೂರ್ತಿದಾಯಕ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶಕರು ಮತ್ತು ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಮಮತೆಯ ಅಜ್ಜರಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ಅವರ ನೆನಪುಗಳು ನನ್ನ ಬಾಲ್ಯದ ದಿನಗಳಿಂದಲೇ ಆರಂಭವಾಗುತ್ತವೆ. ಧಾರವಾಡದ ಮಾಳ್ಮಡ್ಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದ ಹೊರಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಬಾಲ್ಯದ ಅನೇಕ ಕ್ಷಣಗಳು ಕಳೆದಿವೆ. ಹಣ್ಣು ಮತ್ತು ಹೂವಿನ ಮರಗಳಿಂದ ಆವರಿಸಲ್ಪಟ್ಟ ಆ ವಿಶಾಲ ಮನೆ ನಮಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸಂತಸದ ಲೋಕವಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಆ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಆಕರ್ಷಣೀಯ ಸ್ಥಳವೆಂದರೆ ಮೊದಲ ಮಹಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದ ಅವರ ಓದುವ ಕೋಣೆ. ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳಿಂದ ತುಂಬಿದ ಕಪಾಟುಗಳು, ಕಾಗದದ ರಾಶಿಗಳು, ಹಸ್ತಪ್ರತಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಟಿಪ್ಪಣಿಗಳಿಂದ ತುಂಬಿದ ಆ ಕೋಣೆ ಜ್ಞಾನದ ಲೋಕದಂತಿತ್ತು. ಆ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದರ ಮಹತ್ವ ನನಗೆ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಅರ್ಥವಾಗುತ್ತಿದ್ದರೂ ಜ್ಞಾನದ ಮೇಲಿನ ಅವರ ಅಪಾರ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ನನ್ನ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಆಳವಾಗಿ ಮೂಡಿತ್ತು. ನಾನು BA ಮುಗಿಸಿ ನಂತರ ಮುಂದಿನ ದಾರಿಯ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕುಟುಂಬದಲ್ಲಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆರಂಭವಾಯಿತು. ಆ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಅತ್ತೆ ಮತ್ತು ಕಾಕಾ ಅವರ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹದಿಂದ ನಾನು ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ನಾತಕೋತ್ತರ ಪದವಿ ಪಡೆಯಲು ನಿರ್ಧರಿಸಿದೆ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ಮತ್ತು ಮಾಹಿತಿ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ವಿಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಮಾಡುವ ಅವಕಾಶ ನನಗೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿತು. ನನ್ನ ಜೀವನದ ಮಹತ್ವದ ತಿರುವು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭವಾಯಿತು. ಅವರ ತರಗತಿಗಳು ಕೇವಲ ಪಾಠಗಳಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಪ್ರೇರಣೆಯ ಕ್ಷಣಗಳಾಗಿದ್ದವು. ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಅವರು ಕೋಲನ್ ವರ್ಗೀಕರಣ ಮತ್ತು ಅದರ ಮೂಲಭೂತ ವಿಭಾಗಗಳಾದ PMEST ಬಗ್ಗೆ ವಿವರಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದ ರೀತಿ ಇಂದಿಗೂ ನನ್ನ ನೆನಪಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿದೆ. ಅವರ ಬೋಧನೆಯ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟತೆ ಮತ್ತು ಆಳ ಅನೇಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳ ಜೀವನ ದಿಕ್ಕನ್ನು ರೂಪಿಸಿತು. ಅವರೊಂದಿಗೆ ಕೈಗೊಂಡ ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ಪ್ರವಾಸಗಳು ಮರೆಯಲಾಗದ ಅನುಭವಗಳು. ದೆಹಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ಉತ್ತರ ಭಾರತದ ವಿವಿಧ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿದ ರೈಲು ಪ್ರಯಾಣಗಳು ಕೇವಲ ಪ್ರವಾಸಗಳಲ್ಲ, ಅವು ಕಲಿಕೆಯ ಚಲಿಸುವ ತರಗತಿಗಳಾಗಿದ್ದವು. ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ನಿಲ್ದಾಣ, ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಸ್ಥಳದ ಹಿಂದೆ ಇರುವ ಇತಿಹಾಸವನ್ನು ಅವರು ಕಥೆಯಂತೆ ಹೇಳುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಆ ಪ್ರಯಾಣಗಳು ಜ್ಞಾನ, ನಗು ಮತ್ತು ಸ್ನೇಹದಿಂದ ತುಂಬಿದ ಅಮೂಲ್ಯ ಕ್ಷಣಗಳಾಗಿದ್ದವು. ನನ್ನ ಜೀವನದ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಮಹತ್ವದ ಹಂತವಾದ ವಿವಾಹದಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಕಾಕಾ ಪ್ರಮುಖ ಪಾತ್ರ ವಹಿಸಿದ್ದರು. ಅವರ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬರೊಂದಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ವಿವಾಹವನ್ನು ಅವರು ಏರ್ಪಡಿಸಿದರು. ನಂತರ ನನ್ನ ಪತಿಯು ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನವನ್ನು ಬೋಧಿಸುವ ವೃತ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಆರಿಸಿಕೊಂಡರು. ಈ ಮೂಲಕ ಕಾಕಾ ತಮ್ಮ ಪರಂಪರೆಯನ್ನು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಮತ್ತು ಕುಟುಂಬದಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಮುಂದುವರಿಸಿದರು. ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದ ಹೊರತಾಗಿಯೂ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರೀಯ ಸಂಗೀತದ ಮೇಲೆ ಅಪಾರ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಇತ್ತು. ತಬಲಾ ಕಲಿಯುವ ಆಸೆಯನ್ನು ಅವರು ಜೀವನ ಪೂರ್ತಿ ಉಳಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದರು. ತಮ್ಮ ಕುಟುಂಬದವರನ್ನು ಮತ್ತು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳನ್ನು ಸಂಗೀತ ಕಚೇರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಕರೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಸಂಗೀತ, ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಮತ್ತು ಜ್ಞಾನ, ಈ ಮೂರೂ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಗಳ ಮೇಲಿನ ಅವರ ಆಸಕ್ತಿ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಪ್ರೇರಣೆಯಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಅವರ ಸಮಯ ಪಾಲನೆ ಮತ್ತು ಶಿಸ್ತಿನ ಪ್ರತಿರೂಪವಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ಆದರೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ವಿಷಯಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ಅವರ ಹೃದಯ ತುಂಬಾ ಮೃದುವಾಗಿತ್ತು. ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನು ಅವರು ನಿಜವಾದ ಅಜ್ಜನಂತೆ ಪ್ರೀತಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಅವರ ಹಾಸ್ಯಭರಿತ ಮಾತುಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಸಣ್ಣ ತಮಾಷೆಯ ಗದರಿಕೆಗಳು ಕುಟುಂಬದ ಕ್ಷಣಗಳನ್ನು ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಹರ್ಷಭರಿತವಾಗಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದವು. ಇಂದು ಹಿಂದಿರುಗಿ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಕಾಕಾ ಅವರನ್ನು ನೆನಪಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವುದು ಒಂದು ವಿಭಿನ್ನ ಯುಗವನ್ನು ನೆನಪಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಂತೆ ಭಾಸವಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಶಿಸ್ತು, ಪಾಂಡಿತ್ಯ, ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಮತ್ತು ಗಾಢ ಕುಟುಂಬ ಬಂಧನಗಳ ಯುಗವೇ ಅವರಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ನನ್ನ ಜೀವನದ ದಿಕ್ಕನ್ನು ರೂಪಿಸಿದ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯಾಗಿ ಅವರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನನಗೆ ಸದಾ ಕೃತಜ್ಞತೆ. ಅವರ ಜೀವನವು ಕೇವಲ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕ ಸಾಧನೆಯ ಕಥೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಅನೇಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಕುಟುಂಬ ಸದಸ್ಯರ ಜೀವನವನ್ನು ಸ್ಪರ್ಶಿಸಿ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಮತ್ತು ಮೌಲ್ಯಗಳ ದಾರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರನ್ನು ಮುನ್ನಡೆಸಿದ ಪ್ರಕಾಶಮಾನವಾದ ಪರಂಪರೆ. ಇಂದು ಅವರನ್ನು ನೆನಪಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವುದು ನನ್ನ ಜೀವನದ ಒಂದು ಸುಂದರ ಅಧ್ಯಾಯವನ್ನು ಮರು ಓದಿದಂತಾಗಿದೆ. ಕಾಲದ ಪಟಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಚ್ಚಿದರೂ ಅನೇಕ ಹೃದಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ಜೀವಂತವಾಗಿರುವ ಒಂದು ಅಮೂಲ್ಯ ಸ್ಮರಣೆಯಾಗಿದೆ.
Friends, today we celebrate the centenary of Professor M.R. Kumbar. It is with great respect and affection. He was a visionary, scholar, and institution builder who laid the foundation of modern librarianship in India. Professor Kumbar has been a beacon of intellectual curiosity and academic excellence. His teaching in the subject classification theory, systems and specials, library legislation are commendable, explaining in multiple ways, inordinately clear fashion to help students grasp the concepts. Professor Kumbar's contribution to LIS profession are significant. His research on universe of subjects has been widely recognized and his work has inspired countless others. His legacy is not in the knowledge he imparted, but also in the many students he has mentored and inspired to make their own mark on the world. Professor Kumbar was a faithful student of Dr. Ranganathan. Without taking his name, he never used to complete the class. For him, Ranganathan means library science and library science means Ranganathan. DRTC was very close to his heart, recognized its course, faculty, and research output. He made Elias Department of Karnataka University as Ranganathan School of Thought. Elias Department of Karnataka University don't achieve acclaim because of its historical beautiful building, heavy funding, or celebrity alumni. It has become great because of its outstanding faculty like Professor Kumbar. He was very kind, patient, helpful, and truly care about Elias' profession and students. For me, he was, until his death, advisor, mentor, and a father in many respects. Still, he is guiding spirit for me. As we celebrate Professor Kumbar centenary, let us remember his dedication, his passion, and the profound impact he has had on all of us. We are forever grateful for his guidance and mentorship. His contributions to LIS profession is commendable, should never be forgotten. May his legacy continue to inspire future generations. Let him fill our souls with thy love and wisdom. Thank you.
Namaste. I am T.S. Kumbar, currently working as advisor for Library and Institute Archives at IIT Gandhinagar. I am one of those fortunate students who were taught and given a foothold in library science by Professor M.R. Kumbar. It's indeed a proud moment to share about my revered teacher on the occasion of his centenary celebrations organized by his beloved students at my alma mater. As I travel back in time, a good 40 years, I can recollect my days as a student. I met Professor M.R. Kumbar when I took admission for MLISC at Karnataka University, Dharwad. Having completed my BLISC from Karnataka University PC Center at Gulbarga, I was new to Dharwad and Karnataka University became my home for the next 12 months. We were just 7 students in the batch. Among the noted faculty members, Professor Kumbar stood out for his excellent teaching and humane qualities. Coming from a rural background, I was deeply influenced by his lectures and discussions on classification theory. These interactions enriched our understanding and I enjoyed them thoroughly. His instant connect with the students and larger than life image due to his magnanimity has stayed with me forever. A narrow classroom overlooking the sports ground is what I remember distinctly. Being a sports person, he used to peep through the window and look at the ground, especially when the hockey matches were on. He would pick the best examples from the sports and connect to the discussions. Professor Kumbar, while teaching advanced classification, would sometimes stand at the window gazing outside and then used to pace up and down in the small passages between the rows, explaining the concepts. His mastery or classification were supplemented with amazing references to Dr. Ranganathan's philosophy and principles, including PMST, the faceted scheme, etc. I can never imagine preliminary classification without Professor Kumbar's classes. Drawing from his experience of being a student of Dr. Ranganathan, his lecture sessions were quite fascinating. It is amusing to recollect that a few teaching sessions were a combination of BLISC and MLIC students, and Professor Kumbar used to handle such classes with great ease. While lecturing, he would point at senior students and say, "What I am explaining now is for you." Then continue speaking at a later time, point to the juniors and mention the next part of the explanation is for them. The natural flow of lecture would never be disturbed despite two sets of students of different batches sitting in the same class. There were times when we were summoned to his room and the lectures were held in his office room itself, as we were just 7 of us. As a senior professor in the university, Professor Kumbar used to invite professors from other departments to teach us the universe of knowledge and formation of different subjects. It is because of him we had the opportunity of learning from the faculty members from DRTC, as some of them were pursuing their PhD under the guidance of Professor Kumbar. He encouraged us freshers to go out to the institutions with the strong recommendation letters and work as a trainees, have a better experiences and learn the best practice in the profession. Professor Kumbar gave me a letter of recommendation to the American Central Library and in fact to all my batchmates for different institutes. It goes without saying that this gesture opened a window to a successful career most of us. Two of us had come from Gulbarga to pursue masters in library science, Dr. Amrit Sherikar and myself. Dr. Sherikar was quite bold, occasionally took me to Professor Kumbar's house. Madam Kumbar would hold us back for lunch and serve us with a great love and affection. I particularly remember the attendant, Mr. Adueppa, who would bring in tea and do small errands in the department. Professor Kumbar was dependent on him for everything. This taught us to respect every person who rendered their service to the department in various capacities. The smiling face of Professor M.R. Kumbar with a small dot of chandan on his forehead and the mustache stays intact in my memory. There's so much that I can talk about what we learned from Revered Professor Kumbar. It was not just library science and classification, it was much more. Passion for work we take up, sincerity, genuine concern, addressing challenges bravely, and handling life as it comes. He made us see the bigger picture of librarianship, introduce the values of profession, and the meaningful roles we can play in contributing to higher education and society. I remain ever grateful to this noble soul for whatever little I have achieved today in the profession. Thank you.
Hello, I'm honored to share a few thoughts on the centenary celebration of Professor M.R. Kumbar, a legend in the family I am blessed to be born into, and a stalwart to look up to in the profession of library and information science, which I chose to pursue. Interestingly, close-knit families of small communities are in an advantageous position when it comes to grooming the children in the immediate and extended family and friends circle. I might fit the bill perfectly for this tenet. Having parents who have achieved a respectable position in the field of library science through grit, determination, and perseverance, made it more difficult for me to follow their footsteps. To top it, a grandfather who was the proverbial godfather of all in the family made it a Herculean task to get a foothold for myself in the Elias world, except for the fact that I share the surname with him. It's obvious that I had no experience of interacting with him at the professional front, as I had not even completed undergraduation when we lost him. But the professional reverence for him stems from the respect and adoration my parents had for Professor Kumbar. On the other side, the awe factor comes from nearly 2 decades of being associated as a family through events, social celebrations, and some happenings, good and not so good. Watching Professor M.R. Kumbar, simply Pranaja for us, was just a partial exposure. Some of the faint memories are that of his interactions with his contemporaries and students, namely Professor Binwal from Shillong, Professor Isaac from Kerala, Jadhav uncle, Chakati uncle from Kolhapur, Kamaya uncle from Andhra Pradesh, Padi uncle, Raut uncle from Odisha, Rama auntie from Andhra again, Miss Madhuri Devi and Miss Purnima Devi from Manipur. It was like all states of India were represented through his friends and students. The true strength of a teacher, that of embracing diversity and a bias-free approach, was significant principles that made an impact on my life early on. The fascination of knowing him, understanding him, came mainly through his wife, Baswannamma, just Marmadi Amma for us. Losing him in the early 90s and me coming of age got me closer to Amma as she used to stay with us occasionally. Those were the times I learned a lot about Pranaja, about their visits to various states of India when she accompanied him on professional assignments, and spoke about his instant bonding with people and daring situations that he took up to keep up his commitment in unusual geographic conditions. She narrated her observations of people, their traditions, customs, their cuisine, their craft, among other things, of their stay at Manipur for a couple of years. The anecdotes that she shared with us gave me a wider perspective of life and living. Her wise words, especially being sensitive, being calm, handling challenges as they come, balanced opinions, sharing only positive aspects among others with appropriate examples of her and Pranaja's experiences, formed a foundation of leading a life of goodness and compassion, which even to this day I recollect and reflect. I realized the value of commitment to each other in the institute of marriage through their sharings. I will never forget her gentle support and care on the most important day of my life when I was alone with her in the final stage of my pregnancy and she had to call my mother to take me to the hospital. Though not very well read, she grasped that I was pursuing a career as a school librarian and showed me Pranaja's book collection and urged me gently to pick the ones which would be helpful. Awestruck with the vast collection, I picked a book, Children's Libraries by Anne Fleet, and told Amma that I would like to take the book for reading. She was happy that I found something that would be helpful in my career. I treasure the book to this day, along with a small silver casket, a handkerchief, a skirt for my daughter, and a hand-embroidered sari which she had gifted me. The memories of both are etched in these memorabilia as I hold them dear to my heart. To this day, I remember what our parents have instilled in us to remember Acha and Amma in our prayers as we sit down for our supper daily.
ನಾನು ಕಂಡ ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ದೊಡ್ಡಪ್ಪ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ M.R. ಕುಂಬಾರ್. ನಮ್ಮದು ಸುಂದರವಾದ ಅವಿಭಕ್ತ ಕುಟುಂಬ. ನನ್ನ ತಂದೆ ಮತ್ತು ದೊಡ್ಡಪ್ಪನವರನ್ನು ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಂಡವರು ಇಂದಿಗೂ ಇವರನ್ನು ರಾಮ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣರೆಂದೇ ಕರೆಯುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಸಹೋದರರ ನಡುವೆ ಇರಬೇಕಾದ ಅನ್ಯೂನ್ಯತೆ ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರೀತಿಗೆ ಅವರೇ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿ. ಮರೆಯಲಾಗದ ಒಂದು ನೆನಪು, ನಾನೇ ಬಹದ್ದೂರ್ ಗಂಡು. ನಾನು 8ನೇ ತರಗತಿಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾಗ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಾಜ್ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅಭಿನಯದ ಬಹದ್ದೂರ್ ಗಂಡು ಚಲನಚಿತ್ರ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆಯಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಆ ಚಿತ್ರದ ಚಿತ್ರೀಕರಣ ನಡೆದಿದ್ದೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಬಂಕಾಪುರದಲ್ಲಿ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಆ ಸಿನಿಮಾ ನೋಡಲೇಬೇಕೆಂದು ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಆಸೆ. ನಾವು ದೊಡ್ಡಮ್ಮನವರನ್ನು ಒಪ್ಪಿಸಿ ಅವರಿಂದ ದೊಡ್ಡಪ್ಪನವರ ಅನುಮತಿ ಕೇಳಿದೆವು. ಆಗ ದೊಡ್ಡಪ್ಪನವರು ತಮಾಷೆಯಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ಗತ್ತಿನಿಂದ ಹೇಳಿದ ಆ ಒಂದು ಮಾತು ಇಂದಿಗೂ ಕಿವಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮೊಳಗುತ್ತಿದೆ. ನಾನೇ ಬಹದ್ದೂರ್ ಗಂಡು, ಬೆಂಕಿ ಚೆಂಡು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಅಂದು ಅವರು ತಮಾಷೆಗೆ ಹಾಗೆ ಹೇಳಿರಬಹುದು. ಆದರೆ ಇಂದು ಅವರ ಸಾಧನೆಗಳನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ನಮಗೆ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತದೆ, ಅವರು ನಿಜವಾಗಿಯೂ ಜೀವನದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸವಾಲುಗಳನ್ನು ಗೆದ್ದ ಅಪ್ಪಟ ಬಹದ್ದೂರ್ ಗಂಡು ಮತ್ತು ಶಿಸ್ತಿನ ಬೆಂಕಿ ಚೆಂಡು ಆಗಿದ್ದರು. ವೃತ್ತಿ ಜೀವನ ಮತ್ತು ಸಾಧನೆ. ದೊಡ್ಡಪ್ಪನವರು ಸಮಾಜದ ದಾರಿದೀಪವಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ವಿಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರ ಪಾತ್ರ ದೊಡ್ಡದು. ಇಂದು ಆ ವಿಭಾಗವನ್ನು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ MR ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ವಿಭಾಗ ಎಂದೇ ಗುರುತಿಸಲಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಅವರ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಕೇವಲ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರವಲ್ಲದೆ ವಿದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಉನ್ನತ ಸ್ಥಾನದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕಾಯಕವೇ ಕೈಲಾಸ. ಕಾಯಕವೇ ಕೈಲಾಸ ಎಂಬ ತತ್ವದಂತೆ ಬದುಕಿದ ಅವರು ನಮಗೆ ಸಂಸ್ಕಾರ ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರೀತಿಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಿದರು. ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿ ಮಾಡುವ ಪುಣ್ಯದ ಫಲ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಸಿಗುತ್ತದೆ ಎಂಬ ಮಾತಿನಂತೆ ಇಂದು ನಾವು ಸುಖ ಸಂತೋಷದಿಂದ ಇರಲು ದೊಡ್ಡಪ್ಪನವರು ಸಂಪಾದಿಸಿದ ಆ ಪುಣ್ಯದ ಫಲವೇ ಕಾರಣ. ಶತಮಾನೋತ್ಸವದ ಸಂಭ್ರಮ. ಏಪ್ರಿಲ್ 16, 2026. ದೊಡ್ಡಪ್ಪನವರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳುತ್ತಾ ಹೋದರೆ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪುಸ್ತಕವೇ ಆದೀತು. ಅವರ ಆ ಸುದೀರ್ಘ ಮತ್ತು ಸಾರ್ಥಕ ಬದುಕಿನ ನೆನಪಿಗಾಗಿ ಅವರ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು, ಕುಟುಂಬಸ್ಥರು, ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಮತ್ತು ಮೊಮ್ಮಕ್ಕಳೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರಿ 2026 ಏಪ್ರಿಲ್ 16 ಅವರ 100ನೇ ವರ್ಷದ ಹುಟ್ಟುಹಬ್ಬವನ್ನು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ವಿಜೃಂಭಣೆಯಿಂದ ಆಚರಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ದೊಡ್ಡಪ್ಪ, ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ನಾವು ತುಂಬ ಮಿಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ನಮಗೆ 7 ಜನ್ಮಕ್ಕೂ ನೀವೇ ದೊಡ್ಡಪ್ಪನಾಗಿ ಬರಲಿ ಎಂಬುದೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಆಸೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದದ ಹಸ್ತ ಸದಾ ನಮ್ಮ ಕುಟುಂಬದ ಮೇಲಿರಲಿ. ಇಂತಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಗಳಾದ ಶಶಿರೇಖಾ ರುದ್ರಪ್ಪ ಸಂಗಮ್, ಬೆಳಗಾವಿ.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಶರಣಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು. ನಾನು ಧರ್ಮಣ್ಣ ಮಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಕುಂಬಾರ್, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ಬೈಂಡಿಂಗ್ ವಿಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ 35 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಸೇವೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿ 2005 ನಿವೃತ್ತನಾಗಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಇಂದು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ MR ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಸಾಹೇಬರ 100 ವರ್ಷದ ಶತಮಾನೋತ್ಸವ ಆಚರಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರ ಜೊತೆಗಿನ ಸವಿನೆನಪುಗಳನ್ನು ಹಂಚಿಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಿರೋದು ನನಗೆ ಸಂತಸದ ವಿಷಯ. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ ಸಾಹೇಬರ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಆಲದ ಮರ ಇದ್ದಂತೆ. ಆಲದ ಮರ ತಾನು ಬೆಳೆದು ಸಾವಿರಾರು ಶಾಖೆಗಳನ್ನು ಬಿಡುತ್ತಾ ಅನೇಕ ಜೀವರಾಶಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಆಶ್ರಯ ಕೊಡುವಂತೆ ಇಂದು ಸಾವಿರಾರು ಗ್ರಂಥಪಾಲಕರು ಅವರ ನೆರಳಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬದುಕುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಸವಣ್ಣನವರು ಹೇಳಿದಂತೆ, ಇವನಾರವ 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 ಎಂದೆನಿಸಿದರಯ್ಯ, ಇವ ನಮ್ಮವ ಇವ ನಮ್ಮವ ಇವ ನಮ್ಮವನೆಂದೆನಿಸಯ್ಯ, ಕೂಡಲ ಸಂಗಮ ದೇವ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯ ಮಗನೆಂದೆನಿಸಯ್ಯ. ಶರಣರು ಹೇಳಿದಂತೆ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ ಸಾಹೇಬರ ಹತ್ತಿರ ಯಾರೇ ಬಂದರೂ ಅವರನ್ನು ಬೇರೆಯವರೆಂದು ಅವರು ಎಂದೂ ಕಾಣುತ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಇವ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯವನೆಂದು ಏಕದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಕಾಣುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ವಾತ್ಸಲ್ಯದಿಂದ ಕರೆಯುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಇವರ ನೆರಳಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳೆದ ಸಾವಿರಾರು ಜನರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನೂ ಒಬ್ಬ. ನಾನು 1968 ವಿಜಯಪುರ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ ಕಾಕಂಟಿಕಿ ಗ್ರಾಮದಿಂದ ಧಾರವಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದು ಧಾರವಾಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಶ್ರೀ ಮುರುಘಾಮಠ ದಾಸೋಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇವೆ ಸಲ್ಲುತ್ತಿದ್ದೆ. ನನಗಿಂತಲೂ ಪೂರ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮಣ್ಣ ಬಂದಿದ್ದ. ಆಗ ಪ್ರತಿ ವಾರವೂ ಮುರುಘಾಮಠಕ್ಕೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಪುಟ್ಟಪ್ಪ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ಬರುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಹಾಗೂ ಅವರ ಪರಿಚಯವಾಯಿತು. ಮಠದಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಸೇವೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ನನಗೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಅವರನ್ನು ನೀನು ಭೇಟಿಯಾಗು ಎಂದು ಹೇಳಿದರು. ನಾನು ಮರುದಿವಸ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ ಸಾಹೇಬರನ್ನು ಭೇಟಿಯಾಗಿದೆ. ಆಗ ಬೈಂಡಿಂಗ್ ವಿಭಾಗದ ಮುಖ್ಯಸ್ಥರಾದ ಪವಾರ್ ಅವರನ್ನು ಕರೆಸಿ ನನಗೆ ಬುಕ್ ಬೈಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಕಲಿಸಿದರು. ನಾನು 5-6 ತಿಂಗಳ ಬೈಂಡಿಂಗ್ ವಿಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ ಸಾಹೇಬರು 6 ತಿಂಗಳ ನಂತರ ದಿನಾಂಕ 21/6/1969 ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ಬೈಂಡಿಂಗ್ ವಿಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಹಾಯಕ ಬೈಂಡರ್ ಎಂದು ನೇಮಕ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದರು. ನೇಮಕ ಪತ್ರ ಕೊಡುವಾಗ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ನನಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕುಟುಂಬಕ್ಕೆ ದೇವರು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದು ಮಾಡುತ್ತಾನೆ ಎಂದು ಸಾಹೇಬರು ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಅದರಂತೆ ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಚ್ಯುತಿ ಬರದಂತೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿ ಸಾಹೇಬರ ಪ್ರೀತಿಗೆ ಪಾತ್ರನಾದೆ. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ್ ಸಾಹೇಬರು 1972ರಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಕಲ್ಕತ್ತಾದಲ್ಲಿರುವ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ಬುಕ್ ಬೈಂಡಿಂಗ್ ವಿಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳಲು ಕರೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಹೋದರು. 6 ದಿನಗಳ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಪಡೆದ ನಂತರ ನನಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅರ್ಹತಾ ಪತ್ರವನ್ನೂ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು. ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಪಡೆದ ಬುಕ್ ಬೈಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ನನ್ನ ಬದುಕನ್ನೇ ಬದಲಿಸಿತ್ತು. ನಾನು ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ಬುಕ್ ಬೈಂಡರ್ನಾಗಿ 35 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಕಾಲ ಸೇವೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿದೆ. ಇಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಕುಟುಂಬದಲ್ಲಿ 6 ಜನರು ಗ್ರಂಥಪಾಲಕರಾಗಿ ಸೇವೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಹಾಗೂ KLE ಬೆಳಗಾವಿ, BLD ವಿಜಯಪುರ, KUD ಧಾರವಾಡದಲ್ಲಿ 6ರಿಂದ 8 ಜನರು ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಬುಕ್ ಬೈಂಡರ್ ಅಂತ ಸೇವೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಕುಟುಂಬದ ಒಟ್ಟು ಸಹೋದರ ಸಂಬಂಧಿಕರು ಸುಮಾರು 30 ಜನರು ಬುಕ್ ಬೈಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನ ನಡೆಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಈ PhD ಥೀಸಿಸ್ ಬೈಂಡರ್ ಎಂದೇ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಪರಿಚಯಸ್ಥನಾಗಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ ಸಾಹೇಬರೇ ಕಾರಣ. ಅವರನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನದ ಕೊನೆಯ ಉಸಿರಿರುವವರೆಗೂ ನಾನು ನೆನೆಯುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಕುಂಬಾರ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ನನಗೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕೆಲಸವಿದ್ದರೂ ಮನೆಗೆ ಬರಲು ಹೇಳುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ನಾನು ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋದಾಗ ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಬಸವಣ್ಣಮ್ಮನವರು ನನಗೆ ಊಟ ಉಪಹಾರ ಮಾಡಿಸದೆ ಎಂದೂ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಕಳಿಸುತ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ನನಗೆ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ತಾಯಿಯ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯನ್ನೇ ತೋರಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಶ್ರೀ ಮುರುಘಾಮಠದ ಮಹಾಂತಪ್ಪಗಳು ಲಿಂಗೈಕ್ಯರಾದ ದಿನವೇ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ಶಿವಾಧೀನರಾದರು. ಸಾಹೇಬರು ಅಪ್ಪನವರೊಡನೆ ಬಹಳ ಭಕ್ತಿಯಿಂದ ನಡೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಅವರು ಪರಿಪೂರ್ಣ ಜೀವನ ನಡೆಸಿ ಕೈವಲ್ಯವನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿದರೆಂದು ನನ್ನ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಹೇಳುತ್ತದೆ. ಇಂದು ಅವರಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ಮಾಡಿದ ಕೆಲಸ ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಇದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಕುಟುಂಬಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಹೇಬರ ಕರುಣೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ದಾರಿದೀಪವೆಂದು ನಾನು ಭಾವಿಸಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕುಂಬಾರ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ನುಡಿಮುತ್ತುಗಳ ಎಂಬ ಗ್ರಂಥದಲ್ಲಿ ಗುರುಬಸವಲಿಂಗ ಎಂಬ ನಾಮಾಂಕಿತದ 100ಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕವನಗಳನ್ನು ಹಾಗೂ ನುಡಿಮುತ್ತುಗಳನ್ನು ಬರೆದಿರುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಶರಣಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು.